Cardinals catcher Ted Simmons. Batting first, playing at second base, one of baseball's finest infielders, the Dodger captain, Dave Lopes. The most valuable player in the National League last year from the Pittsburgh Pirates, right fielder Dave Parker.
Dave Parker is the franchise, a complete player. Tell you, hear about his hitting and tremendous power, but he's a great defensive player with a strong arm. And plays like this one are pretty common for Dave Parker, the franchise.
Hitting third, two-time All-Star MVP from the Los Angeles Dodgers, first baseman Steve Garvey.
Garvey was the most valuable player last year's All-Star game at San Diego. In 5 All-Star games, he has hit .500. Many consider Garvey the most reliable player in the National League. He plays every day. He's usually in the middle of all the Dodger rallies, and while the Dodgers are crumbling, Garvey just goes on and on with his consistency.
Hitting cleanup, the Major League home run leader with 31 from the Philadelphia Phillies, Mike Schmidt.
Well, the epitome of a streak hitter, a hot hitter in the National League is Mike Schmidt, and then when he's hot, he is really on fire. He recently set a Major League record, hit 4 home runs in a row. Great power to all fields, can hit the ball out any part of the ballpark.
Batting fifth, playing in left field, the National League's Player of the Month in April and June. He's on his way toward a record-breaking 4th consecutive RBI title, the Cincinnati Reds' George Foster. The current National League leader in total bases from the San Diego Padres, center fielder Dave Winfield. Hitting seventh, Philadelphia's fine catcher, Bob Boone. Batting eighth, now a 5-time All-Star, Philadelphia's shortstop, Larry Bowa.
This might have been the toughest position you fans had to vote for in the National League, but day in and day out, Bowa is the most consistent shortstop in baseball. He owns the highest lifetime fielding percentage for a shortstop in Major League history, and last season he made just 10 errors.
The pitcher now warming up at the bullpen, a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, Philadelphia's Steve Carlton. The manager, a Hall of Fame pitcher, and the winning 1978 World Series manager, Bob Lemon. Although unable to play tonight because of injuries, please welcome the all-time All-Star vote getter, the California Angels first baseman, Rod Carew. Leading off for the American League, a first-time All-Star, Minnesota Twins shortstop, Roy Smalley.
Here's a man who's worked hard to improve each year since coming to the major leagues. Last season, his manager and uncle, Gene Mock, suggested a few hitting tips for him, and they've really helped him out.
Batting second, a lifetime 300 hitter, Kansas City Royals third baseman, George Brett. Hitting third, the power-hitting left fielder from the division-leading California Angels, Don Baylor. Hitting in the cleanup position, one of the league's bright young superstars, Boston left fielder Jim Rice. From the Boston Red Sox, the league's leading home run hitter, center fielder Fred Lynn.
Fred Lynn is having the same kind of a year that he had in 1975 when he became the first player ever to be the most valuable player and rookie of the year in the same season. He can do it all. Diving, sliding, making the play. Fred Lynn.
Batting sixth, one of the greats of our game for 2 decades, Boston first baseman Carl Yastrzemski.
There's the senior man of the All-Star game, his 16th selection for the American League All-Star squad. Carl's been moved to first base for this All-Star game from the outfield. He was elected in the outfield. And this is a catch against Johnny Bench in the 1969 All-Star game at Washington, D.C.
Hitting in the 7th position, Kansas City's hard-hitting pitcher, Darrell Porter. At second base, a two-time Gold Glove winner, Kansas City's Frank White.
This might be the American League's deepest position. Since coming to the Major League, White has been known for the magic in his glove, but last season he became a consistent hitter. He does the little things that go unnoticed to win ball games. He can steal a base, he can bunt, he can hit and run.
And the starting pitcher warming up in the bullpen, the Major League strikeout leader, and the author of 4 career no-hitters, California's Nolan Ryan.
Well, we're moments away from the first pitch of the 50th All-Star game. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun.
Well, I think Nolan, first of all, is going to try and get ahead of the hitters. I was down there talking to him before the game, and he's primarily what he's going to try and do, get ahead of the hitters. A guy that's in Nolan Ryan's shoes, he just got to go with his strength. I mean, there's nobody that throws any harder, and there probably hasn't been anybody, maybe in the history of the game, that's thrown any harder as long as Nolan Ryan has.
Struck him out. Struck him out.
Tom, he not only appears so far to the first 2 hitters to have tremendous velocity, but the ball is exploding.
Well hit. Center field going way back there, and it's off the wall. Lynn cannot get it. Here comes Garvey. Schmidt is digging for third. He's got a 3-base hit. The National League leads.
Tom, as impossible as that catch looked for Freddie Lynn, it's the kind of catch he might have made if he had not been playing with a pulled groin muscle. He was a doubtful starter for the American League. He played the last weekend with a severely pulled groin. He wanted to play. He got a good jump, did not run well. He finds the fence after hitting the warning track, and it just hit off the wall and the fingertips of his glove. I believe it might have hit his glove first, as we'll see on this angle, and then when the glove hit the wall, this is some kind of effort by Fred Lynn. The wall knocked it out. What a great try.
Here's George Foster. Base hit down the right field line. Schmidt scores. Foster rounds first. He's got himself a double.
Boy, that National League bench is all out to greet the man who got the first hit. Mike Schmidt, the triple who just scored. Who says they don't want to win the All-Star game?
Here's the way the American League will line up. Leading off, it'll be Roy Smalley Jr. from the Minnesota Twins at shortstop. Batting second, George Brett. He'll be at third base. Don Baylor bats third. He will be in left field. Jim Rice is the right fielder. He's in the cleanup spot. Freddie Lynn in center field. Carl Yastrzemski is at first base. The catcher is Darrell Porter. Frank White bats 8th. He's at second base, and Nolan Ryan is the 9th batter. He's the pitcher, of course.
Joe, I was talking to Bob Boone before the game, and he said Carlton has really been throwing super lately.
There he goes. It is a base hit. George Brett is going to come all the way around as the ball gets by Foster. And there goes Baylor rounding second, but he holds on. 2-1 National League as the American League scores.
Was going with 1 out, 3-2 count, and Mike Schmidt missed this ball what looked like to be inches, almost robbing Baylor of the double he hit down the line. There's the Carlton pitch, the move by Brett. As soon as it hit that corner down there and bounced toward left center field, he knew he was going to score.
So they're 2 away, and here is Fred Lynn. Well hit, deep to right field, near the wall. Nobody will get this one.
So far, it has been just what was expected. And we'll show Carl that looked like a fastball, Tom. I'm not sure.
Up in the strike zone. That ball, got the ball up, and I tell you, when he first hit it, Tony, you can see it up just above the waist there. When he first hit it, I thought it was a pop fly in this ballpark, and that ball was well past the fence into the stand.
Another one deep to right center field. Winfield back and makes the catch at the wall. Hey, don't you leave. It looks like we're going to have some kind of night. American League leads 3-2. We go to the top of the second. 2-1 pitch. Off the handle, may drop in for a base hit. It does. Boone is on with a single. It brings up a pinch hitter, Lou Brock.
Well, Lou Brock, he said it's his last season, so that makes this his last All-Star game.
The crowd paying tribute to Lou Brock as he comes on as a pinch hitter. High chopper. Yastrzemski cannot get it. Boone doesn't know where the ball is. He's going to stop at second.
Lou Brock wanted to go. In fact, he had to be held up by first base Ozark because he thought that Boone might go first and third on the situation.
One strike pitch to Lopes. And Nolan Ryan cannot make the play. Nobody can make the play. It's an infield hit.
What a futile feeling that's going to be for a pitcher. Nothing you can do.
Well, with Lopes running, even if you catch the ball after it's bounced that high, you're not going to get him anyway.
Dave Parker, who was out on strikes his first time up.
Yeah.
Straight away center field. Lemon coming in. Boone is tagging up. It looks like it'll be deep enough. It is. So we're all tied up. Sacrifice fly by Dave Parker. We got a new pitcher out there, Stanley, Bob Stanley. The Red Sox, his starter and the reliever in '79. His record 11-6. This is Mike Schmidt. Chasing Schmidt, he drills another one. Opposite field, extra bases. Lemon is up with it, and Schmidt has himself a double to go along with his triple. Ground ball. Yastrzemski's going to go to third. Here's the throw. Not in time. Yastrzemski gambled and lost. Ground ball by Matthews. A fielder's choice.
There was the speed we just talked about. Schmidt, ordinarily you would not see that play across the diamonds. Matthews with an excellent piece of hitting going the opposite way, trying to go to right. Look at Schmidt. He didn't stop for 1 second, didn't hesitate. He ran hard all the way.
So it's first and third. Nobody out, and here is Winfield. Brett will go to second for 1 out. Low throw. Winfield is safe, and for some reason, Schmidt stopped at third. And then came on to score with the throw going to first base.
This is Matthews off first base, and the ball that shattered the bat of Dave Winfield, that man right there making the pivot, if he doesn't get you at first base, nobody will.
Bob Boone, who's in the batter's box, has had to do some babysitting. We asked Bob Boone about his babysitting chores. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I'm babysitting here, Tony. It's a great thrill for me to play in an all-star game, and of course being selected to start is quite a thrill, and to get these two guys out, and they were out shagging earlier, and they're having a great time. You guys, Aaron, you want to say something to Mom? She'll be watching. Say hi.
Hi.
Bob Boone, youngsters. High
Perennial
chopper.
all-star.
Yeah. Brett, nice play. Frank White, double play, a beautiful all-star play. Brett, far to his left. White, a great pivot, and that ends the inning. Tremendous double play pulled off by the American League. But the National League scores a run. They take the lead. 4-3, National League leading, bottom of the third. So it's first and third, and Yastrzemski up the middle. It's going to get through. We're tied up again. 4-4. Lemon makes the big turn, but holds on. Yastrzemski drives into tying run.
I don't think they have a hose here to wet that part down in front of home plate.
You know what I'm thinking about, Tony?
Wow.
They may not have enough pitchers here on both teams to finish this ball game. We're in the bottom of the third. We already have 8 runs and 10 hits.
3-2 pitch. Schmidt, big hop's going to have to go to first. Low throw. Here comes Lemon. He's going to score. Yastrzemski stops at third.
There's an example of what this hard turf can do to you as we look at Yaz at third. But when Schmidt had to back up on the ball and got on his heels because he got the in-between hop, right when he backed up right here, Lemon lets the ball go by. He throws a little flat-footed. The ball sinks. Garvey tries to dig it out, gets it in between Hop and Lemon, just kept on going. He wasn't going to stop for anything.
Good hustle by Chet Lemon.
It's a 5-4 ball game. American out in front.
One out. Winfield facing Claire. Our ball game today, Joe Garagiola. 25 years of broadcasting experience. Our congratulations to them. Extra bases in the right center field. Winfield will pull it up for the double. His first hit in this All-Star game. So now the National League with one out has the tying run at second base. Winfield's at second. Another breaking ball, but somehow Carter gets his bat on it. Winfield's going to try and score. Baylor's throw comes home. Here he comes. He is safe. Ball gets by, and Carter never stopped running. He went to second base. It is all tied up at 5.
That was a good piece of base running. Not the fact that he scored, but Winfield, when he scored, actually took Porter out of the play. Now watch Carter. He just gets it on the end of the bat. He doesn't really sting it. In fact, he had his eyes looking towards right field when he hit it. And Winfield, who can really run, watch this play at the plate, what he does. He could have gone in standing up. I really believe that. Now he slides and he tangles up Porter. He can't handle the ball. And luckily, Clear is back there, and what he did was guaranteed a man going to second.
Ground ball. Could be two. White to Smalley. Yastrzemski rolls. The National League after winning. So now we'll go to the last of the sixth. The score's all tied up here at 5 in the Kingdom. We're seeing a good show. Not just the most glamorous names in all of baseball, but a 5-5 ball game. Just beyond the grass from Davey Lopes, and Yastrzemski starts it off quickly on Gaylord Perry in the National League. Gaylord Perry, who's been a Cy Young Award winner in each league. Right center field, Burleson off and running. It's off the wall. Corrales may try to score. Burleson, he's going to hold him up. He had him coming, and then Winfield got the ball in so quickly with that strong arm. And Corrales held him up at third. Porter goes with a double. The anticipation now is for this man who got the loudest cheers. With men on second and third, a 5-5 ball game. It's the local favorite player, Bruce Bochy, and some of the people are standing.
I can guarantee you, Tony, there's a young man there that's trying not to smile, and Bruce Bochy. But underneath that shirt, that heart's pumping 180 miles an hour.
Ground ball. So Bochy puts the American League ahead.
There's a proud young man right there at first base. Looked like a sinker away. Went right with it, right off this very hard surface. A single bouncing over Larry Bowe's head and an RBI for Bruce Bochy.
Well, here we go. Reggie Jackson steps in to face Zambito. No outs. Ground ball. Lopes. Will he come home? Here it comes. Low throw. They've got Porter hung up. Say tags him out. There goes Jackson for second. So Darrell Porter very smartly makes an excellent base running play to get the runners to second and third. He stayed the run down just long enough. American League 6. National League 5. We're at the bottom of the 6th. And this is like going from the frying pan into the proverbial fire, because now, one out, bases loaded. George Brett, a tough man to strike out. Pull the string, pop up. Short left center field. Winfield's got a beat on it. He backhands it. Bochy's going to hold.
Boy, did they respect his arm. You see that? Now, he caught that ball off balance, turned his back to the infield, and the runner at third, Bochy, still didn't go to home.
You can't see a more exciting All-Star game. Ground ball. Reynolds. Flip to Lopes, so Lacoste gets the National League out of it, but Bochy of the Seattle Mariners drives home a run that gave the lead the American League.
We are in the bottom half of the 7th. Jim Rice will lead it off. Pops it up, right side. Parker Morgan.
Lost it.
They lost it. It drops. And it's a two-base hit, and Rice is going to try for three, and he will not make it. Dave Parker are talking to each other out there. Morgan and Parker.
That's part of what we told you about the Bermuda Triangle from second base to right around that spot back out towards center field. But what a recovery to show a tremendous throwing arm with a perfect one-hopper to say to get Rice. Wow.
Boy, I tell you, when you got an arm like that, you can erase a lot of mistakes. When you have speed like him, you can erase a lot of mistakes. He just simply lost the ball, and then when he threw the ball, Tony, he looked around and threw his arms up and said, I never did see it. Lee Mazzilli is the pinch hitter from the New York Mets, and this is an up-and-coming young star. Here he is in an all-star game. Well hit to left field, down the line. Nobody's going to get this one. It is a home run. Lee Mazzilli ties it up.
Young man right there, Lee Mazzilli. I had the pleasure of playing with him for a couple of years in New York when I was still with the New York Mets. He's really become a fine hitter. He's really learned the strike zone, and he goes with the pitch now. The pitch away he'll go with that ball is an opposite field home run.
Downing's at second, Jackson is at first, Nettles at batter. There are 2 outs, and we're tied at 6 apiece. Bottom of the 8th. Baseball fans glad of it. Line drive, right field. We may have a play at the plate. Big hop. Here comes Downing. Here's a throw. It is. He knocked him off the plate. What a tag by Carter. A tremendous play by Carter. Oh, baby, what a play.
And what a throw by Dave Parker, who continues to show why some people consider him the greatest player in the game. One big hop. Watch it. Great play by Carter, as you said, Joe. A strong throw. Downing tries to slide inside, away from the ball, but Carter blocks him off.
He knocked him right off the plate, never did let him in. How Carter was able to catch that ball. Now he cuts loose with the ball, but now watch Carter knock the runner off the plate. Right there, he pushes him off, almost gets in there. Look at his hand. Tremendous work by our crew. So, what a play, and we've got 8 innings, and we're still tied at 6 apiece. Nobody on, nobody out. 9th inning. Left field, and a nice running catch. Beautiful running catch by Jim Rice. Morgan came on to replace Lopes. Morgan draws a base on balls, and managers just don't like to see that base on balls in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Here is Parker, who made that tremendous throw. Close. They're going to call a balk. Balk. And now Kern's going to argue with Lee Wire.
There's a little difference in the interpretation by National American League umpires. The American League, they don't call that kind of move a balk, where you jump up and turn, but they are in the National League, and Lee Wire's a National League umpire, Tom.
Tie-breaking run on at second base, Joe Morgan. They're going to put him on, it appears, because everybody is shifted over now. Yes, they are. They're going to put him on. So there is the intentional walk, and here we are tied in the 9th. Joe Morgan at second, Parker at first. Ron Say, born in Tacoma, Washington, right in his area. 3-2 pitch. There goes the merry-go-round. High, the bases are loaded. 3 walks have loaded the bases as Lasorda looks on. Bob Lemon is coming out of the American League dugout. If you think it's just another game, how about it, Tom? What does it mean to the players? What does it mean to the players? You guys played in it.
Well, I tell you, Joe, this all-star game, I've been very fortunate to have been able to play in 11 of these things. And it's almost like a party atmosphere. But once that game starts, it is all business.
Mazzilli batting right-handed against Ron Guidry. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here it comes. Ball 4, walked him in. The 4th base on balls in this inning, and the National League has taken a 7-6 lead. chopper. Burleson, big hop, force at second is in time. That ends the inning, but the National League, they take the lead with a run. Suter against Singleton, the pinch hitter. Joe Morgan at second base. There's one away. The crowd trying to get something started.
I've heard people say, well, how can you swing at that? It's in the dirt. But if you can't wait too very long, and it breaks so late down that you have to commit yourself. You have to go after the pitch.
Rice is out on strikes, 2 away. 2 outs, nobody on. 7-6, National League leading. Ball 4, tying run is on. Brings up Rick Burleson. The 2-strike pitch. Struck him out. Suter strikes out Burleson. National League wins it by the score of 7-6. So that's the final score there. And look at that National League bench. A happy bench.
There's
Dave
MVP,
Parker,
Joe.
who has been voted the most valuable player, and he really did it all. Mostly a defensive play, guys.
Well, he had an intentional walk, 1 infield hit, sacrifice fly, a strikeout and a fly ball, but the great throw home, 2 assists is what did it for him.
So the National League continues its dominance. Tom, we saw some pretty good pitching, but that play at the plate has to be the key play.
Well, I think obviously the key play of the ball game, Dave Parker with that tremendously strong arm. And remember also, not only the play at the plate, that when he threw Jim Rice out going to third base with nobody out in the inning, that would have been another run for the American League. So he not only did he drive in a run, I believe he cost the American League a couple of runs with his defensive play.
Here at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium on the shores of Lake Erie, fans are piling in for the 52nd All-Star Game.
And now, the manager of the National League All-Stars, managing his first All-Star game from the world champion Philadelphia Phillies, Dallas Green. The starting lineup for the National League. Leading off from the Philadelphia Phillies, he needs only 1 more hit to become the all-time National League career hit leader. First baseman, Pete Rose. Batting second from the Cincinnati Reds, he's leading the league in game-winning RBIs. Shortstop, Dave Concepcion. Hitting third from the Pittsburgh Pirates, he was the MVP of the 1979 All-Star Game. Right fielder, Dave Parker. Batting fourth from the Philadelphia Phillies, the most valuable player in both the National League and in the World Series last year, third baseman Mike Schmidt. Hitting fifth from the Cincinnati Reds, he's leading the league in RBIs and tied for the lead in homers. Left fielder George Foster. Hitting sixth from the Montreal Expos, he has 13 homers and a .325 average this season. Center fielder Andre Dawson. Batting seventh from the Montreal Expos, he was the runner-up in the league MVP voting last season. Catcher Gary Carter. Hitting eighth from the Los Angeles Dodgers, the top vote getter in the 1980 All-Star election, second baseman Davey Lopes. Batting ninth and pitching from the Los Angeles Dodgers, he's tied for the league lead in victories as a rookie. Warming up in the bullpen, Fernando Valenzuela. From the American League champion Kansas City Royals, Jim Fry. The American League starting lineup. Leading off from the California Angels, the leading active hitter with a career batting average of .333, first baseman Rod Carew. Batting second from the New York Yankees, a four-time All-Star, making his second start, second baseman Willie Randolph. Batting third from the Kansas City Royals, the league's most valuable player in 1980 and the top vote getter this year, third baseman George Brett. Batting cleanup from the New York Yankees, a five-time All-Star, but a member of the American League squad for the first time, center fielder Dave Winfield. Hitting fifth from the Baltimore Orioles, the second leading hitter in the league with a .339 average, left fielder Ken Singleton. Hitting sixth from the New York Yankees, named an All-Star for the 11th time, right fielder Reggie Jackson. Batting seventh from the Chicago White Sox, elected a starter for the sixth time, catcher Carlton Fisk. Hitting eighth from the New York Yankees, the other half of the New York Yankees All-Star Keystone combination, shortstop Bucky Dent. And the pitcher warming up in the bullpen from the Detroit Tigers, leading the league with 9 victories, Jack Morris.
And the starting pitcher from the Detroit Tigers, Jack Morris. And Jimmy Fry said he started him. He said if he had wanted to start somebody on emotion, he would have started Barker in his hometown after the perfect game. But he said, I went on sheer stats. He's been the most consistent.
Pete Rose will lead it off.
You can already see it before the game. Well, look at that. That man is unbelievable.
I tell you, the longest he went without a hit, it took a strike to do it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Pete Rose, the leadoff man at first. Got him.
Might have been a hard slider, Joe. It was hard to tell from up here. Either a fastball that sailed away from Concepcion, but it had excellent movement on it.
2 outs. Pete Rose is on at second. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on Mike Schmidt. He struck him out a good fastball. We go into the bottom half of the first inning.
And Fernando Valenzuela on the mound from the Dodgers. Here.
Up the middle. Tough play for Lopes. He can't make it. Carew is on.
Carew is getting a good lead off Valenzuela.
Big gap between first and second. There goes Carew. Here's the throw. They got a chance to get him. They got him. Gary Carter just fired a perfect strike. And that's a pretty good commercial right there as to the ability of Gary Carter. There's another one. Mike Schmidt charges hard. In time. So, the first inning is now history. Seavers 7-1, 2.07 earned run average, 5 complete games. Ken Singleton, look out, hit deep to right center field, way back, American League leads. Two strikes to count on Bucky Dent. He tomahawks it down the line. It'll be extra bases. Evans is digging hard. He'll stop at third. It's a double for Bucky Dent. Nice play. Pete Rose backing it up. The ball got by. Trio Schmidt, and look where Rose came from. Gorman Thomas. He pops it up in the infield. Manny Trios says, I'll take it. He's battling. He's got it. So Thomas pops up, and there are 2 outs. Here is Rod Carew.
Good call.
He got him. Nepper, a big strikeout. His 3rd strikeout. That ends the inning. So Ken Forsch against Gary Carter. Forsch allowed 2 earned runs in his last 27 innings pitched. Well hit, deep to left field. Singleton going back. We are tied.
wanted a slider. Just stayed up and in for Carter, didn't it?
Nice job. Nice job.
Well, Gary Carter did not let Ken Force even get his feet on the ground. As we look at it, I think it was a slider, high and tight, just stayed right there.
As we look at Mike Norris, the new pitcher for the American League from Billy Martin's Oakland A's. Top half of the 6th inning, all tied at 1 apiece. Well hit, deep to right center field, way back, home run, National League leads. Parker gives the lead to the National League 2-1. Singleton had a big home run, gave the American League the lead in the 2nd inning. He gets his 2nd base hit, sends it right back up the middle.
Well, there have not been too many 3-4 switch hitters like Singleton and Murray that the Orioles have who have produced as much as those two guys.
Base hit to right field for Evans. Easler up with it. Singleton tops at 2nd. The American League's got something going.
Just had a chance to see the new Dewey Evans. He was a much smarter hitter. He was going the opposite way, so he wouldn't hit into a double play, shooting for the gap.
So the American League with base runners at 1st and 2nd. Nobody out. Carlton Fisk, the batter. Looper, right field. Easler can't get it. Drops for a base hit, and they're loaded. The bases are loaded. And Jim Fry is looking for a pinch hitter. It'll be Fred Lynn. The bases are loaded. And Fred Lynn will be the pinch hitter for Bucky Dent. Bouncing ball. Trio gets it. And safe.
Manny Trio has exceptional range to his left. Lynn doesn't get a good break out of the box. Not hit well. Trio then trying to regain his balance, gets the ball stuck in his glove. With that quick arm, he just couldn't get. Lynn as the tying run comes in.
There you see it again. He tried to get it, but just missed him. We are all tied up, 2 apiece. Buddy Bell with the bases loaded, who leads the American League with 42 RBIs. Well hit, left field, Baker's there. He makes the catch, the run will score. American League leads 3-2. American League with 2 runs. Here in the bottom of the 6th. Take the lead, 3-2, and Eddie Murray is the pinch hitter for Rod Carew. Hot smash, Garvey has it. To Ozzie Smith, low throw, nice play. Oh, what a play that magician made at shortstop. Tony just got through telling you about being the best, and there's why. Garvey threw a sinker, about a 30-footer, but Smith really made a good play.
He made a great play to stop the ball, but he had the composure to keep his foot on the bag and almost complete a double play.
So there are 2 men out. American League leading 3-2. Base hit right field. Fisk will score 4-2 American League. Murray will try for 3rd, but nice. Oh, he held up. Ozzie Smith was going to try to help the throw, and luckily that Murray held up. Green's going to visit with Hooten. May make a pitching change, and I would say he is, the way he's just taking that ball. There goes Happy Hooten.
It's a new pitcher for the National League, Dick Ruthven of the Phillies.
And here we are with Oliver up there and 2 men out. It's popped up. Ozzie Smith going out hard. Tough play. Dusty Baker makes the play. Oh, what a play he made.
We have now seen 4 great plays in this All-Star game. Dusty Baker was playing Al Oliver very deep. in left center field because Oliver has power in that direction. Smith sees he can't get it. Dawson over and a dive by Dusty, and he's got it. What a play. What a run.
What a play that was. Look at this. Tony, he was looking for collision.
It's a soft turf out there too, Joe, and Baker just kept on coming and waved everybody off. But there's Ron Davis, who, after Gossage had some shoulder tightness, was scratched, and Davis took his place.
He faces Gary Carter. First pitch straightaway center field. Winfield going back, near the wall, back, leaps, can't get it. There's no indication. Now it's a home run, indicated by the second base umpire, Lou DeMuro. What a drive by Dave Winfield, but Gary Carter has his second home run of the night, and it's a 4-3 ball game.
Both times Carter has jumped on the first pitch. That ball may have landed right on the top of the fence and then bounced out. Winfield almost had it. Here's Dave Winfield in center field. He looks for the warning track. He's now going to try and scale the wall just out of the reach of his glove off the top of the fence. Carter, 2 first pitch home runs as it just clears the fence. Kerry Carter, he didn't know it was gone. He's trying to beat out a long double, maybe a triple. I don't know if that is effort of glee. He's going to see it going out pretty soon.
He was rooting and running and falling at the same time. Quite a ball game is going on. Right now, the American League leading 4-3, bottom of the 7th, and a new pitcher on the mound for the National League, Vida Blue. Mike Schmidt can't get it. The throw. He throws it away. Burleson, though, will not be able to advance.
Little bit of a funny hop for Mike Schmidt.
It gets away from him all the way back. Burleson rounding second. The Roosters aggressive. He's going to try for third. Here's the throw. He makes it.
Blues pitch to Benedict. He tried to block it, went off the heel of his glove, but watch the Rooster. He does not have a lot of speed, but he never stopped. Benedict with a good throwing arm. He paused just a bit before he saw Burleson going, and here he is. There is no one who competes harder in this game.
Popped up. Ozzie Smith chasing it hard. Burleson is not tagging up. Dawson runs him off, wisely so, and Burleson has to hold. Now the local, Bo Diaz, the batter.
Quite a star, you can see. He's sitting at top of the league and hitting, although he does not have enough official at-bats.
He got him. Bo Diaz is out on strikes. That ends the inning. Raleigh Fingers is the new pitcher. He's going against Ozzie Smith. Fingers, second in the American League with 12 saves. He's had 8 saves in his last 11 appearances. Smith draws the base on balls. It's 4-3 the score here. American League out in front. There he goes, a big jump. Good ball to handle, thrown into center field. And now Smith's going to try for third. They got him hung up. Buddy Bell to Burleson. And now Fingers has to cover. And Smith falls and it's all over. Everybody's down.
That was the most graceful play of the evening on a lot of people's parts. See now, you got Eastler on, and you do have Tim Raines sitting on the bench, who is capable of pinch running. A great speedster from the Montreal Expos, but apparently Dallas Green will not use him now.
Straight away center field. Winfield is going back, way back. He'll not get this one.
Gets a chance to extend the arms. That ball is inside, and yet Schmidt, having backed off the plate, he gets his arms extended even on an inside pitch now.
And the new pitcher is Nolan Ryan. He got him a high fastball. Armas is out on strikes, and Nolan Ryan. Bouncing ball to Trio. That grunt you hear is Nolan Ryan. So it's 3 up and 3 down. We complete 8 innings of play here. The score, National League 5. The American League 4. 5-4 National League over the American League.
Bruce Sutter is the pitcher.
And Frank White, the batter. First inning as Madlock comes up with it. And there's one out. Dave Stieb will bat for himself. You're looking at another historical event. It's the first at bat in the major leagues for Dave Stieb.
Yeah.
Listen to the crowd.
Well, Jimmy Fry has got to be a little embarrassed, but it really isn't all his fault. I think because of Freddie Lynn having to leave the game. For what reason, we haven't gotten a report.
Winfield is 0 for 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 5-4. National League leading, bottom of the 9th. Left field, this could be it. Raines is there, ball game is over. National League wins it, 5-4. 5-9-1 for the National League. 4 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error for the American League. The winning pitcher is Vida Blue. He ties Lefty Gomez with 3 All-Star Game wins. It's a record, a save for Suter. The loser is Raleigh Fingers. The game-winning RBI was by Mike Schmidt. Gary Carter had 2 home runs. Parker had a home run. Singleton gave the American League an early lead in the second with a home run, but it was not to be, Tony. It was not to be, and it looks like Gary Carter is the most valuable player because they're going over there to the first base side. Brian Gumbel is down there, and let's go to Brian Gumbel, who's with the commissioner, and Gary Carter.
Okay, Joe, Tony, you hit it on the head. Number 8 of the Montreal Expos. Let me get around here, will you? Number 8 of the Montreal Expos with 2 home runs, the most valuable player in the 52nd All-Star Game. Commissioner, I'll let you do the honor.
Gary Carter, you earned it. A great performance by you. Everybody's proud of you. We're all proud of you. And I want to present you the Commissioner's Trophy, emblematic of being the most valuable player in the All-Star.
Thank you very, very much. It's just a great pleasure to be back playing baseball again, and I'm just very much looking forward to this second half, and this will be a great start for that second half. Thank you.
A beautiful afternoon in Southern California as we await the start of the 60th All-Star Game in Anaheim.
And now managing his 4th All-Star Game from the defending world champion Los Angeles Dodgers, number 2, Tommy Lasorda. Now let's meet the National League starting lineup. Leading off and making his 6th straight appearance as the National League starting shortstop from the St. Louis Cardinals, number 1, Ozzie Smith. Batting second, leading the National League in batting with a .353 average. From the San Diego Padres, number 19, right fielder Tony Gwynn. Batting third, this year's top vote getter in the All-Star balloting. From the San Francisco Giants, number 22, first baseman Will Clark. Batting fourth, leading the major leagues with 31 home runs and 81 RBIs. From the San Francisco Giants, number 7, left fielder Taylor Mitchell. Batting fifth, he has 16 home runs and 52 RBIs this season. From the Cincinnati Reds, number 44, center fielder Eric Davis. Batting sixth, second in the league with 22 home runs. From the New York Mets, number 20, third baseman Howard Johnson. Batting seventh, he ranks third among active National Leaguers with a .307 average. From the St. Louis Cardinals, number 28, the designated hitter Pedro Guerrero. Batting eighth, the Major League's all-time leader in fielding percentage at second base. From the Chicago Cubs, number 23, Ryan Sandberg. Batting ninth, known for his rocket arm and throwing from the crouch position. From the San Diego Padres, number 9, Benito Santiago. Warming up in the bullpen, National League Pitcher of the month of May from the San Francisco Giants, number 48, Rick Rushell. From the 1988 American League champion Oakland Athletics, number 10, Tony La Russa. Leading off, the American League's top vote getter of 1989 from the Kansas City Royals, the left fielder, number 16, Bo Jackson. Batting second and playing third base, the five-time American League batting champion from the Boston Red Sox, number 26, Wade Boggs. Currently leading the American League with a .336 average and hitting third this evening. From the Minnesota Twins, the center fielder, number 34, Kirby Puckett. From the Chicago White Sox, batting in the cleanup spot, two-time outstanding designated hitter of the year, number 3, Harold Baines. Playing second base and batting fifth, he ranks among the league's leaders in 6 categories. From the Texas Rangers, number 14, Julio Franco. Hitting sixth and appearing in his 7th straight All-Star game, the American League's fielding leader among shortstops. From the Baltimore Orioles, number 8, Cal Ripken. Hitting 7th with a .330 average going into this evening's game, the right fielder from the Texas Rangers, number 21, Ruben Sierra. Among the league leaders in home runs and RBIs in 1989, playing first base and batting 8th from the Oakland Athletics, number 25, Mark McGwire. Batting 9th and catching, the most valuable player of the 1988 All-Star Game. From the Oakland Athletics, number 36, Terry Steinbach. And in the bullpen, the American League starting pitcher for the 60th All-Star Game. He leads the league with 13 wins in 1989 from the Oakland Athletics, number 34, Dave Stewart.
And a base hit, bang to center field for Ozzie Smith. So the National League opens up with a single, and that will bring up Tony Gwynn. And there goes Ozzie. Breaking ball high, throw, got him.
And he's out. And the San Diego Padres.
He's a remarkable athlete as he draws ball 4. I can understand why. There goes the runner, a big chopper speared by McGwire. He'll take it to the bag, and down to second goes Tony Gwynn. So 2 down. Now comes a fella who has captured the imagination of the country from the San Francisco Giants, Kevin Mitchell, who has hit 31 home runs already to lead the major league. Base hit to center
there
for
it
him.
is.
He's going to get the first RBI.
And a run batted in.
You were talking about his grandmother. The other night, he took his grandmother to nearby Disneyland. That was his way of celebrating the selection of the All-Star team. There goes Kevin Mitchell, and the pitch is
gets a
ball
walk.
4. Yep. So walk Eric Davis. So the battle continues here in the first inning. And Howard Johnson coming up. And he promptly bangs it to center for a base hit. Here comes Mitchell. Here comes a throw to the plate by Puckett. Not in time. And the National League is leading 2-0. So here is Guerrero with first base open, and the National League leading 2-0. So a rocky start for Dave Stewart. And a drive into left center field, coming in a hurry to pick it off. A fine catch by Bo Jackson. And that saves the American League from further damage. And now the American League will be coming up.
But that Bo down there, that's a pretty interesting hobby he has for his vacation. When baseball ends, he winds up playing football. I don't know if there's ever been anyone doing it. Hey.
He's remarkable, and look at that one. Bo Jackson says hello. Russell is greeted on the first pitch to Bo Jackson. He almost hit it out of state.
You know, that's going to set it up pretty interesting for him to the end of this season when he goes back to the Los Angeles Raiders.
Watch this again, sir. High fives in the dugout. It is 2-1 National League.
I can't get quite used to this. Hey, that looks like it's going there, too.
Eric Davis to the track.
There it is.
Gone. Electrifying moment here in Anaheim with the National League leading 2-0. Consecutive home runs by Bo Jackson and Wade Boggs. And the last time we had consecutive home runs in an All-Star game was 1975. Ground ball to shortstop. Ozzie feeding Sandberg, and it's in the books. So Bo Jackson and Wade Boggs balanced the budget in the first inning in a blink of an eye, and at the end of one inning, a 2-2 tie. You already get the feeling this early in the All-Star game, this being the first star game featuring the designated hitter, that the managers will take advantage of it. In other words, David Stewart pitched 2 innings, and Nolan Ryan came right in. And Rick Russell went his inning, and now John Smoltz comes in. Ruben Sierra followed by Mark McGuire and Terry Steinbach. Interesting too with John Smoltz following Rick Russell. Line drive, base hit to right field for Ruben Sierra. John Smoltz, the youngest National League player, is replacing the oldest National League player, Russell. There is Terry Steinbach, the only player in history to hit a home run in his first at-bat in the major leagues and hit a home run in his first All-Star at-bat. Steinbach in '87 platooned with Mickey Tettleton, and now drives one into right center for a base hit. Big hop. Eric Davis stays with it, and around to third goes Ruben Sierra. That thing almost kangarooed over Eric Davis' head. So first and third, one out, and here comes Bo. Breaking ball grounded to short. Ozzie Smith to Sandberg. Back to first. No contest. Bo is there. The run is in. And the American League leads 3-2.
Try and give him no big holes in the infield.
There goes Bo. And Santiago throws it into center field. And Jackson is on his way to third. Stolen base, error 2. He tried to take it that way. Ozzie Smith gone out and will make the play. However, the American League, a run, 2 hits. There was an error. It's 3-2 thanks to Bo. Now you have Will Clark, who grounded to first in the first inning against Ryan. So Clark comes up empty, and down he goes. 1 away. 2-2 to Kevin Mitchell. Got him. Off-speed pitch, and there wasn't anything he could do about it.
Players deserve to be here aren't here.
High fly ball, and it'll be slicing to right field, and Ruben Sierra will wrap it up. So Nolan Ryan leaves Gwynn at second base, and at the end of 2.5, 3-2 American. Kirby Puckett, who checks in now against Rick Sutcliffe, and promptly greets him with a base hit to left field. So Puckett, a line drive base hit against Sutcliffe. Ground ball, base hit into right field. Tony Gwynn hoping to make a play, and will not have it as Puckett comes in standing up, and the American League takes a 4-2 lead. And Harold Baines moves up a notch to third base, and the batter will be Ruben Sierra. Ground ball wide. Clark has it off his glove, recovers, fires, too late. The run is over. The Harold Baines brings in the second run of the inning. We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll be Bo Jackson, Wade Boggs, and Kirby Puckett, and Tim Burke on the mound. He and Christine are adopting a baby boy, 2-year-old. Line drive, base hit for Bo Jackson. So Bo Jackson has a home run, a single, and a stolen base. And Harold Harold Baines comes up empty, so they leave Bo Jackson at third, and at the end of 4 it remains 5-2 American League. The sun is shining on the American League right now. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Certainly 3 of the 4 divisions have been surprises. Slicing drive, a base hit, and Dawson can only knock it down, and Ripken is into second base with a double. So Cal Ripken, a line drive double to right. He's 1 for 3, and that means he has joined the party.
Through their education process and worse setup men.
And a box to the short, and up with it is Ozzie, and the throw is just in time to get him. It seemed like McGuire took a long time to get to first, but it's typical of Ozzie Smith never to quit, and it turned out to be a good play. Out of the glove, but he still has an arm left, and McGuire must have felt it was more than what it was to get to the bag. And we have a new pitcher, and that would be Greg Swindell. Off speed, hard ground ball to Fernandez, down to Sachs, and back to Mattingly. Double play, 6-4-3. And the lid is slammed on the National League once again. And at the end of 5 1/2, American League 5, National League 2. 2 down in the 8th inning. Glenn Davis drawing the walk with 2 out, and there's that first walk. Kevin Mitchell going all the way in left field, single to center to drive in a run, but then struck out in the 3rd and struck out in the 6th. Ground ball to the hole, and that's a base hit into left field. And the National League with runners at first and second. It's the first time they've had 2 men on since the 1st inning. It's the first time they've had a runner at second base since the 3rd inning. He's going to bring in Ed Plesac because the hitter due up will be Von Hayes. After Von Hayes went head-to-head with left-hander Dan Plesac, Hayes greeted Plesac with a single to left field to score Davis. That makes it 5-3 American League. The National League now has tying runs at the corners at first and third, and a right-hand hitter, Tim Wallach, is due up. And that's hammered to left. Coming up for it is Greenwell to make the catch. And Doug Jones really dodges a bullet as Wallach lines out to left field, and the National through in the 8th at the end of 7 1/2, 5-3 American. We're going to the 9th inning, 5-3 the American League. And it'll be Bobby Bonilla hitting left-handed now against Doug Jones. Ground ball, just what, fair? Yes, it hit the first base umpire Bob Engel, and it's a single. If it doesn't hit Engel, it's down the line for extra bases because Bonilla runs exceptionally well. And Bob Engel, 23 years of service as an umpire, and just couldn't get out of the way.
Bobby Bonilla turning on the changeup just inside the bag, and Mattingly could not get to it. Hit Engel right in the leg, right over the top of the bag, and watch how close Mattingly is to getting this ball. Boom. And it's Engel right off of the shin.
Well, now you have Willie Randolph, the batter. Fastball hit down to Sachs, wouldn't you know? The feed to Fernandez, back to Mattingly, too late.
In this situation, instead of being greedy and doing something fancy and taking a chance at getting a double play, get the lead out.
That's it, right back to the box. Jones goes to Fernandez, back to Mattingly, and that's it. On the double play, the American League shuts down the National and beats him 5-3. So the series now stands 37 wins for the National League, 22 for the American League, and 1 tie. The winning pitcher in Anaheim, and how sweet that is to end the story, Nolan Ryan. And the losing pitcher would be John Smoltz. And I would think for a baseball fan, this had pretty much everything you want, especially in the early innings.
Folks, it doesn't get any better than this. You had a little bit of everything. You had power, you had speed, you had running, you had defense. You had just about everything, and they got a great show here tonight.
A warm July night in the Steel City. Temperature right now 85 degrees as we're getting set for the 65th renewal of baseball's All-Star Game, the 4th time the city of Pittsburgh has played host.
First, the manager of the American League, from the world champion Toronto Blue Jays, Cito Gaston. Leading off, the second baseman from the Toronto Blue Jays, Roberto Alomar. Batting second, the third baseman from the New York Yankees, Wade Boggs. Batting third, the center fielder from the Seattle Mariners, Ken Griffey Jr. Batting fourth, the first baseman from the Chicago White Sox, Frank Thomas. Batting fifth, the left fielder from the Toronto Blue Jays, Joe Carter. Batting sixth, the right fielder from the Minnesota Twins, Kirby Puckett. Batting seventh, the shortstop from the Baltimore Orioles, Cal Ripken Jr. Batting eighth, the catcher from the Texas Rangers, Ivan Rodriguez. And batting ninth and warming up in the bullpen from the New York Yankees, pitcher Jimmy Key. The manager from the National League champion Philadelphia Phillies, Jim Fregosi. Leading off, the first baseman from the St. Louis Cardinals, Greg Jeffries. Batting second, the center fielder from the San Diego Padres, Tony Gwynn. Batting third, the left fielder from the San Francisco Giants, Barry Bonds. Batting fourth, the catcher from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Mike Piazza. Batting fifth, the third baseman from the San Francisco Giants, Matt Williams. Batting sixth, the right fielder from the Atlanta Braves, David Justice. Batting seventh, the second baseman from the Philadelphia Phillies, Mariano Duncan. Batting eighth, the shortstop from the St. Louis Cardinals, Ozzie Smith. Batting ninth and warming up in the bullpen from the Atlanta Braves, pitcher Greg Maddux.
Ozzie Smith is standing at shortstop for the National League. He's the oldest player in the game, but still spry. This might be his last All-Star game, so he seized the moment. The trademark flip when he hit the diamond at Three Rivers. Do it, Wizard. Maddux, as usual, ahead on the count. Hit to Ozzie. Easy for the Wizard. One down to his Cardinal teammate Greg Jeffries. Wade Boggs hitting .331 with 9 homers. Hits this one toward the middle, and Ozzie can't flag it down. Boggs is a .350 hitter in 9 previous All-Star games, and he starts this one with a hit. So Boggs at first with 1 down for Ken Griffey Jr. with Frank Thomas on deck. Jr. won the home run derby here yesterday with 7 of them. And here's a drive into the gap in left center field, and Gwynn won't get to it. It splits them and goes to the wall. Boggs on his way to third and stopped there by Gene Lamont, the White Sox manager who's coaching at third. Junior, like the first pitch he saw, Joe, goes the opposite way, and he has tremendous power in that direction for the 2-bagger. Frank Thomas of the White Sox. He hits it right on the nose, and Gwynn comes charging in and can't make the play. Scoring from third is Boggs. Griffey stops at third, and we'll see how they score it. Now remember, Gwynn has played only 1 game in center field in the last 5 years, and that was Sunday, just to get him ready for this All-Star game, and an RBI for Frank Thomas. So the American League trying to extend a 6-game winning streak. In front 1-0, 3 consecutive hits off Maddox. Here's Carter. Lined, and Maddox grabs it, and there's the DP. Maddox is a terrific fielding pitcher, and he helped himself there. They scalded the ball against him in this inning, but the DP bails him out with only 1 run scoring. National Leaguers coming up. Jeffries, the former Met and Royal switch hitter, batting right against Key. And the fastball is walloped down the line and left. 1 hop off the wall. Carter to play the carom. Jeffries with a leadoff double. You got 2 guys starting who are prime Cy Young Award candidates, but this one looks like a candidate for a slugfest. For Tony Gwynn, whose .383 average leads the National League, ties him with Frank Thomas for the Major League's best with the level of pitching the way it is right now. He jammed him on that one, and Thomas is going to take it himself, but Jeffries advances to third with 1 out. Met there by the Pirate manager Jim Leland, who got a rousing ovation from the hometown fans. He's coaching at third base for Jim Fregosi. Bonds stands in, not so warmly greeted by his ex-hometown fans. And he drives one to right, but he didn't get all of it. Back on the track is Kirby Puckett, and a stride or so from the wall, he makes the catch. Credit Bonds with a sacrifice fly as Jeffries comes across to tie it at 1 apiece. 2 down, nobody on. Mariano Duncan. That ball hit back a third. Wade Boggs, long throw. Frank Thomas, terrific play to come up with it. That's a beauty right here. Throws from foul territory, and Thomas does a split to record the out.
You'd think he'd have to be included in that trio also.
A called strike 3 finishes Boggs. Tough start for Maddox, but he works 2 perfect innings to close. We've got a new pitcher as we move to the bottom of the 3rd. David Cone for the American League. Bagwell bats for Maddox. He's hitting .348. And a pinch single for him here with 1 out in the 3rd.
After Griffey hit about 6 balls in the upper deck, Bagwell came on and tried to duplicate to left. There was no chance, Joe.
He had a very tough act to follow.
Tony Gwynn says of Cone, best stuff in the majors. I don't know why he doesn't win 30. 1-2. Did it hit him? Yeah, it nicked him. Down to second goes Bagwell as Jeffries is hit by a pitch. Gwynn grounded out his first time. He's ahead 2-0, and that's when he's most dangerous. Hits it hard down the right field line and in there for extra bases. Bagwell scores. Jeffries with good speed to third. Leland waves him home. They have trouble with the carom. Alomar's relay. Safe. He slid around the tag. And Gwynn comes up with 2 RBIs on the double down the right field line.
Great slide there by Jeffries at home plate. The throw actually beat him. Rodriguez could not block him off the plate. But you mentioned Tony Gwynn. When he gets you 2-0, he can take the ball any place he wants. He decides to pull it, and he finds the corner. And now the ball will bounce away from Puckett. Puckett gets there. Now it bounces away. Jeffries being waved all the way. And watch the slide. Beautiful slide, eluding the tag of Rodriguez.
Gwynn at second, 1 out. National League leads it 3-1. there goes Bonds back to the dugout, made to look foolish by David Cone. And the fans here get on him. In contrast to Drabek, a former Pirates Cy Young Award winner who left to go to Houston as a free agent, Bonds did the same after winning 2 of his 3 MVP awards wearing a Pirate uniform, and they booed him mercilessly during the introductions.
Well, this looks more like a curveball. You can see the spin on it, a little more downward action, but just as effective as the 2 hard sliders to Bonds.
Here's Bonds again, a devastating breaking ball that time. There goes the bat into the dugout.
And guess who caught it? The golden hands of Ozzie Smith. He can catch anything.
The man who can barehand a bat. Piazza lines softly to Thomas at first to end the first for the National Leaguers. Piazza serves one into left center field. Didn't hit it all that hard, but in a good spot. He's got an RBI as Gwynn comes across.
Another breaking ball from David Cone that stayed up. Piazza waiting back nicely. Didn't hit it all that hard, but he got enough of it for the RBI base hit. Here it is again. Little breaking ball that time. He reached out and punched that ball. Get it up above the trademark. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you, David Cone will give you some very uncomfortable at-bats, especially if you're not used to looking at him. But they punched 3 across. Ozzie flied to Griffey his first time up. Ozzie is not only the oldest All-Star, he's the oldest position player in the majors, which is kind of surprising at age 39. Reaches for that one and hits it softly into right for a base hit. There are only 7 players in the majors older than Ozzie Smith, and they're all pitchers or designated hitters. Top of the order in the top of the 6th for the American League, and a new pitcher, Doug Drabek. Line through the box, a base hit for Alomar. All right, here's Junior. There goes Alomar. A swing and a miss and a high fastball. The throw is not in time. Stolen base for Robbie. He hits it sharply into center. It'll drop in front of Grissom for a hit. They're waving Alomar home. The throw is cut off, and now they've got Griffey hung up. Bagwell cut it off, and Ozzie puts the tag on him.
Well, good hitting, but not good base running there by Griff. They really didn't have a good shot to get Alomar at the plate. He was going to score, and if Griffey could have stayed at first base, he would have been the, Frank Thomas would have been the tying run. They're waving Alomar around. He's going to make it easy. Watch, the throw is smartly cut off by Bagwell, and they take Griffey at second base. But what a wonderful hitter. Look at this. I mean, it's just a natural swing. Nothing forced when Ken Griffey's in the batter's box.
So Griff is now 2 for 3. He gets the RBI, but runs into the second out. And Thomas bats with the bases empty, and he whistles one into center for a hit.
Well, you know that's going to happen after the guy makes a base running mistake.
Carter lined into a double play, fly to right. Thomas inches away from first. The 2-2 pitch with 2 out. Bounce toward Williams. He backs up, goes the short way, and throws it away. Thomas bounces back up. The ball loose down the line. Thomas being waved home. The throw's going to go to third. A run scores, and everybody's safe. As Joe Carter winds up at third base. Well, very uncharacteristic of Matt Williams, overthrowing Garcia on the attempted force that would have ended the inning.
Little bouncer hit by Joe Carter that Williams backs up on. Here's the underhand flipper, the sidearm flip, and he just threw the ball away. Garcia never had a chance. Easy play, just threw it away. As you said, Bob, you don't see him make that play. I mean, that's an easy play. Oh, boy.
Well, a 3-base throwing error, an unearned run home, a 1-run game all of a sudden. A hit for Puckett could tie it. Back through the middle to his left. Ozzie, no chance. The game tied.
And it's a tough out at the plate anyway, and Kirby Puckett, and you put runners on base, and he drives them in.
You got a new pitcher, Randy Johnson, tied at 4. Here's Marquise Grissom.
Although, Joe, you know, you got to have something else.
That's true, especially if your fastball is straight.
This ball is sliced down the line and right and gets out of the yard. Marquise Grissom goes the opposite way. And the National League takes the lead again at 5-4.
When he first swung, I thought the ball was going foul, first of all, and I didn't think it definitely would not carry all the way into the lower deck.
Well, you put all the factors together. Maybe a lively ball. Guys swinging lighter bats with greater bat speed, and Johnson providing a lot of the velocity himself. You go the opposite way, make any kind of contact, it carries, and the ball is carrying tonight at Three Rivers. Carlos Garcia hits one hard into center field for a clean single. And they appreciate that at Three Rivers. Ozzie, a switch hitter, of course, from the right side. The 1-2 pitch from Johnson. Hit hard down the line and left. And that ball is foul. What a story that would have been for Ozzie Smith, who only recently crept past your lifetime home run total, Uke, to go deep in the All-Star game off Randy Johnson.
I want to tell you something. Something's wrong here. There's that ball, just foul.
Here's the 3-2. Broken bat roller to third. And across the diamond, Cooper of the Red Sox to Clark of the Rangers. We go to the top of the 7th. Ivan Rodriguez to start it against Hudek. Rodriguez sends one up the middle for a hit. So that's the way the top of the 7th starts. And here's Tettleton now, and the runner goes. And that's ball 4. So the American League, trailing 5-4, has something going. Chuck Knobloch steps in. There you see the batting glove. He flashed it during the introductions prior to the game. So his dad is watching from his hospital bed. He was there in person 2 years ago at the All-Star game in San Diego. Knobloch hits one toward the hole. Ozzie gets the force. A definitive moment from the definitive shortstop of his generation and maybe in the history of the game. 13 Gold Gloves.
Well, I'm sure Bob Uecker has not seen this play very often. I've seen it quite often, Bob. It becomes almost routine the way Ozzie makes it, but no one else in baseball could make that play except Ozzie Smith.
Danny Jackson out of the bullpen for the National League. Up steps Scott Cooper. Cooper's first at-bat of this game. And this will get the run home and maybe more deep into left field. And Bonds watches it hit off the wall for extra bases. In comes Rodriguez. An opposite field double for Cooper with Knobloch pulling up at third. Hey, this is a good game.
Very good game. Cooper takes his fastball. It was inside, not exactly where Danny Jackson wanted to throw it. Bonds makes a good play. Barehands it, gets it back in, and that keeps Knobloch from scoring. Here's a tag up there by Rodriguez. He scores easily.
Still only one out, and they're going to pull the infield in against Kenny Lofton. Another 2-2 pitch. Hit toward the hole, and with the infield in, they have no chance. One run scores. Cooper waved home. Bonds has no play. And the American League has scored 3 times in the 7th, and they lead 7-5.
Well, that's the danger you run when you bring the infield in. The infielders have no range at all. The ball goes through there so quickly. This ball goes through before they can move. I mean, if you're back, you have a chance to keep this ball on the infield, if not make a play. You may not be able to throw Lofton out, but you could keep the ball on the infield.
The pitch to Clark. Line drive over Ozzie for a hit. Lofton will stop at second. Ozzie is now coming out of the game, so we missed our guess. This is the moment. They have to make a move on a double switch. Will Cordero replaces him at short. Rod Beck of the Giants comes out of the bullpen. Jackson yielded hits to 3 straight lefties. He's out, so is Ozzie. Rod Beck of the Giants in. First at bat for Albert Bell. Look at his eyes, Joe. Just stares a hole through the pitcher.
And Rod Beck does the same thing, so we've got a staring match here.
Pitch from Beck. Cordero will come to the plate, and they've got Lofton with Piazza applying the tag. So that time it worked.
Well,
playing the infield in.
You have to play the infield in now because there were 2 runs down in the 7th inning. Before it was a tie ball game. Now, when you're 2 runs down, you cannot afford to let any more runs score. Cordero makes a good play, good throw, high throw, keeps it up, and Piazza applies the tag.
The only 2 hitters Jim Fregosi hasn't used are Fred McGriff and Jeff Conine. It'll be Grissom, Biggio, and then one of the 2, my guess would be McGriff. Strike zone, much tinier. Grissom finally lays off one. Down to first he goes with a leadoff walk. The crime dog, Fred McGriff, comes out of the dugout, capable of tying it with one swing. He'll get a chance next. He smacks it down to third. Cooper comes up with it. Safe at first. Biggio keeps them out of the double play, and not many right-handed hitters would have beaten that because the ball was smoked down at Cooper.
I was still a little surprised that he beat it, but watch now. What happens here is watch Cooper. He takes one extra step there. That's where he lost the double play. But again, real good hustle there by Biggio. He beats the play at first base.
So that sustains the drama because McGriff is the tying run at the plate. There he goes. And the ball is skied to left center field. Lofton goes back. Lofton to the fence. She's gone! When McGriff crosses, it's tied at 7.
The great thing about Freddie McGriff, if you throw the ball away from him, he will go the other way, and he can drive it out of the ballpark. Not a bad pitch from Lee Smith, down and out over the plate, but Freddie McGriff drives it over the left center field wall.
And Three Rivers is alive. Strength against strength, and McGriff was better. Toward the middle. Smothered, and Knobloch scrambles to his feet with a terrific play. Now the benches are depleted. This is a non-DH game in the National League Park. Weird things could happen here if this game goes 12-13 innings. Cordero grounds it down to Cooper. We go to the 10th. Tied at 7, the 9th extra inning game out of 65, and the National League has won all 8. The 0-2 pitch to Ruben Sierra. Line drive, base hit. Over Biggio at second. Sierra at first. He led off with a single. We're in the 10th, tied at 7. Struck him out. And now here's Rodriguez. Hit toward the hole, and that's through there. Let's see what Sierra does. Gwynn charging, and Ruben will hold at second. So here's Fryman, the last hitter on Cito Gaston's bench. In the air to right. The ball really carrying tonight, but the ballpark will hold this. Gwynn makes the catch. Sierra tags. Rodriguez remains at first. Runners at the corners now with 2 out. Knobloch, the hitter, 0 for 2. Threw it by him. His second strikeout of the inning. 2 hits for the American League, but they strand 2 to the bottom of the 10th. Gwynn to start it. Moises Alou next. Gwynn has a double in 4 trips. Chopped over the mound. They'll have no play, even if Knobloch could have flagged it down, which he couldn't. So Gwynn is 2 for 5. Moises Alou.
Alou is pretty much a first ball hitter. The first strike he sees, he will be hacking.
First at bat of the night for him. Swinging a drive into the gap in left center field. And up against the fence. This could do it. Being waved home is Gwynn. They got a play to Rodriguez. Safe! Safe! And the 6-game drought is over for the National League. September, Moises Alou was stretched out on the turf at Busch Stadium dislocated left ankle, fractured lower leg. His leg grotesquely twisted, and you would have bet his career was in jeopardy. He has come back to hit .331 with 18 homers in the first half and to drive home the game-winning run with a double to left center in his lone at-bat in this 1994 All-Star game. In 10 innings, the National League ends the American League's 6-game winning streak, 8-7. Off the base of the wall on the fly, Albert Bell's relay to Ripken, and Ripken's throw right on the money to Rodriguez couldn't have been much closer. They might have had him, but Paul Runge was right there. Here's another angle.
Now we get another look at it, but how about the coaching job of Jimmy Leland at third? He never stopped him. And a perfect relay throw by Ripken. They knew they had a play on him. Here's Gwynn. We get a different angle, and he's in there.
He's in there.
Absolutely.
Safe.
Great call by Runge. Absolutely.
From that angle, you could see the tag was high on the leg. So even though the ball beat him, Rodriguez can't get it down.
He's in right there.
Gwynn is in there.
Absolutely. Yep.
On behalf of Chevrolet and all of our dealers across Canada and the United States, I'd like to present you with a Chevrolet MVP trophy.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
As well, we'll be donating in your name an Astro van to the Special Olympics. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of this, the last All-Star game of the 20th century, we now present the greatest collection of baseball talent ever gathered on one ballpark field. From the San Diego Padres, manager Bruce Bochy. Batting first, playing shortstop. From the Cincinnati Reds, Barry Larkin. Batting second, playing right field. From the Colorado Rockies, Larry Walker. Batting third, playing center field, from the Chicago Cubs, Sammy Sosa. Batting fourth, playing first base, an all-century player from the St. Louis Cardinals, Mark McGwire. Batting fifth, playing third base, from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Matt Williams. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, from the Houston Astros, Jeff Bagwell. Batting seventh, the catcher, from the New York Mets, Mike Piazza. Batting eighth, playing left field, from the Milwaukee Brewers, Jeremy Burnett. Batting ninth, playing second base, from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Jay Bell. And tonight's starting pitcher, warming up in the bullpen, from the Philadelphia Phillies, Curt Schilling. And now the manager and starting lineups for the American League. From the New York Yankees, manager Joe Torre. And now tonight's starting lineup. Batting first, playing left field, from the Cleveland Indians, Kenny Lofton. Batting second, playing shortstop, from the Boston Red Sox, Nomar Garcia-Parra. Batting third, playing center field, an all-century player from the Seattle Mariners, Ken Griffey Jr. Batting fourth, playing right field, from the Cleveland Indians, Manny Ramirez. Batting fifth, playing first base, from the Cleveland Indians, Jim Thome. Batting sixth, playing third base, an all-century player from the Baltimore Orioles, Cal Ripken. Batting seventh, the designated hitter from the Texas Rangers, Rafael Palmeiro. Batting eighth, the catcher from the Texas Rangers, Ivan Rodriguez. Batting ninth, playing second base, from the Cleveland Indians, Roberto Alomar. And pitching for the American League, warming up in the bullpen, from the Boston Red Sox, Pedro Martinez. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the greatest hitter that ever lived, number 9, Hall of Famer, baseball legend, Ted Williams.
Present and past stars out tonight in Boston. What a perfect way to wind down this millennium with an all-star game here at Fenway Park. Hometown starter Pedro Martinez, a 15-game winner, the only 15-game winner in the major leagues to this point. And Barry Larkin, that's still one of the game's best. Got him with a changeup and a good start for Pedro Martinez in the American League. Joe Torre, manager of the Yankees, in charge of selecting the reserves and the pitchers for this. Goodbye, Larry Walker. See you later. Pretty good start for Pedro Martinez. This is what he dreamt about last night when he went to bed.
First the fastball on the outside corner to Barry Larkin, and now a fastball, a 97-mile-an-hour fastball that slices the outside corner to Larry Walker.
Pedro Martinez used to pitch for the Montreal Expos. How many National League hitters are thinking right now, boy, I'm glad he's gone. Curt Schilling is on the mound for the National League.
Curt Schilling was 7 complete games in the first half of the season after completing 15 ball games last year. He is the definition of a workhorse.
1 ball, 2 strikes. First ball in play. McGuire feeds Schilling, a race to the bag, and Schilling didn't win. Lofton with that great speed is on with an infield single. Big ovation for Garciaparra. Lofton is running, and Garciaparra hits it into deep right. Walker back to get it. Nice running catch, and back to first as Lofton one away. Ken Griffey Jr. stands in. Over the outside corner, Griffey is gone, and it's 1 on, 2 out as Griffey is caught looking. It brings in Manny Ramirez.
But just stop that.
There goes Lofton again. The throw by Piazza, too late. Stolen base for Kenny Lofton. From catcher cam, the mask of Mike Piazza reaching up to get that pitch to Ramirez and a 2-out walk. And here is Jim Thome.
Dangerous at bat for Schilling here. Thome, a good high fastball hitter.
Into center field, a base hit. That'll bring Lofton to the plate. The American League is out in front as the Cleveland Indians combine for a first-inning run here at Fenway. A hit by Lofton, a walk to Ramirez, and the 2-out RBI single by Thome. That brings in Cal Ripken Jr. For Cal, his 17th All-Star game as he lines a base hit into right field. Here comes Ramirez. It's kicked in right by Walker. It's 2-0 American League. First pitch swinging, and Ripken gets an RBI single to right. We move to the second inning. American League coming up with 2 runs in the first inning, and Mark McGwire steps in.
Well, stay tuned. Pedro doesn't look like he's losing anything.
4 in a row as he works to Matt Williams. It won't happen. The ground ball to second, bobbled by Alomar, and the throw too late. Should be an error for Roberto Alomar. 1 on, 1 out. And Bagwell
traded from the Red Sox in 1990.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Bagwell. Runner goes, swing and a miss, struck him out, throw down. Williams is gone, strike him out, throw him out, double play. And Martinez has faced the minimum through 2. It's 1 away. Starting the bottom of the second with Roberto Alomar and Kenny Lofton to follow. Roberto Alomar struck out as Curt Schilling retires the first 2. Lofton strikes out, back-to-back strikeouts in the second inning for Schilling. Look at the second pitcher of the night for the American League from the New York Yankees. It's right-hander David Cone. New York, Yankees and Mets. Mike Piazza leads off and strikes out, and it's been 6 strikeouts for the American League side. Here's Jeremy Burnitz from catcher cam on 2-2 as he lines one into right field, a base hit. Down toward the corner, it should be a double. Dug out of that corner by Ramirez, and the National League has its first hit, and it's Jeremy Burnitz and a double here in the 3rd inning. Number 9 hitter for the National League is Jay Bell. As Bell takes strike 3 over the outside corner. That's 7 American League strikeouts of National League hitters. Back to the top of the order, and Barry Larkin. 1 ball, 1 strike, up the middle, off Cone's glove and into center. In to score Burnitz. The lead has been cut in half on a 2-out RBI single by Barry Larkin. Burnitz with a double, Larkin with the RBI single.
The one problem with that pitch is if you do not get it outside enough,
the right fielder,
major league hitters hammer it, and that's what Barry Larkin did. That was on the outside part of the plate, not on the outside corner, and Larkin takes advantage, driving in the first National League run.
Perhaps the lack of mobility on the part of Nomar Garciaparra prevented him from getting to that ball.
How about that play by Cone? He just took a hit away from Larry Walker. Nomar Garciaparra will lead off the American League here in the 3rd inning against just a tough luck left-hander.
Yeah, tough luck lefty is absolutely right. Randy Johnson has been about as good as a pitcher can be. Leads the league in strikeouts, opponent's batting average, ERA.
Garciaparra, first pitch swinging, pops it into right center. Sammy Sosa wants it. 1 pitch, 1 out. Well, now an interesting matchup. We're going to have Randy Johnson face his longtime teammate Ken Griffey Jr. on 2-1. Griffey chops it off the plate for McGwire. Tricky little hop, 2 out. So no fun. Ramirez, high heat and good night. 99 miles per hour from the big unit. We go to the 4th inning in Boston. 2-1 American League. But right now, what you talked about, Tim, Derek Jeter will take over at short for Garciaparra.
Joe was, oh, that's a great moment right there. Joe Torre saying that he made the move with Jeter, and kidding Derek Jeter, he said the reason I'm doing this is so they'll boo you.
Number 2, Derek Jeter. Jeter now playing shortstop.
Now the tying run is in scoring position for the National League here in the 4th inning. Here is Piazza, and there's a base hit into right. Now what do? Do you try to score McGwire? They will hold him at 3rd, and the bases are loaded with 2 out. A walk and 2 singles here in the 4th inning. And now the bases are loaded with 2 out to Jeremy Burnitz, and he's jammed and grounds 1 to first. Picked up by Thome, and the threat is over. A walk, 2 singles, 3 left, 4 on the night for the National League. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. We have a new pitcher, right-hander Kent Bottenfield, a 14-game winner. Thome leads it off and took ball 4 low. Bottenfield on 1-2, and that caught Ripken. So a walk and a hit batsman, 2 on, nobody out. Bottenfield in trouble here in the 4th inning as he faces Palmeiro. Hard hit under McGwire's glove into right. They will bring Thome to the plate, The throw by the right fielder to third is too late. Ripken goes first to third. Burnitz couldn't get him, and the American League leads 3-1. Not a good start to this fourth inning for Bottenfield.
Mark McGwire actually dives over the ball. Had the glove been on the ground, he at least prevents it from going through to the outfield, but the ball was scalded. Hit so hard. Bottenfield trying to go outside to Palmeiro. And Rafael drives in his first run of the night.
First and third, nobody out. Rodriguez 2-2. And a good fastball from Bottenfield. Ivan Rodriguez is gone, one away. One down. Roberto Alomar will bat. The 0-1 pitch. Hard hit through Matt Williams. Into left field. In to score is Ripken. And it's now a 4-1 American League lead.
That ball stayed down on Matt Williams. Watch Matt go to his right, try to backhand the ball. The ball hugged the ground. That's a ball Matt Williams usually sucks up.
Derek Jeter will walk in for the first time this evening. Jeter strikes out, so Bottenfield ended up getting into and then out of trouble with only 2 runs crossing the plate.
Looked like Derek Jeter giving a little Nomar Garciaparra right there before his at bat.
No chance any of us could miss that with those shoes. He strikes out, and we're through 4. As we get into the 5th inning here in this 70th All-Star game, taking over for David Cone is the right-hander Mike Messina, who with the Diamondbacks is playing in his 4th organization. That is fair down the left field line into the corner. Larkin will head to third. Dug out by Surhoff. It's a double. Second and third, 1 out here in the 5th inning for the National League. And here's Sammy Sosa. Over the outside corner, 2 gone. Sosa 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts, and it's up to McGwire. 0-2 on Mark McGwire. Second and third, 2 out. Tying run at the plate. Struck him out. That'll go on the resume. Mike Messina comes in. Second and third, 1 out. Strikes out Sosa. Strikes out McGwire. Still 4-1 American League. Jose Lima takes over for Kent Bottenfield. Sean Green bounces one up the middle off Lima's glove. Kent tries like Kent, but it's an infield hit for Sean Green. 1-on-1 out here, and Jim Thome pops it into right field. Well hit. Guerrero back at the wall to make the catch. 380 feet away. And then shows off that arm and nearly doubled Sean Green off at first. That ball was crushed.
And it gives you an idea of what kind of career Ted Williams, a pull hitter in this ballpark, had.
Tony Fernandez. Don Zimmer may have cracked up Don Zimmer. Ground ball to the right of Jeff Kent. There's a guy who's driven in 120 or more runs in each of the last 2 years. He's all bat, right? How about this play to his right to take a hit away? Inning over. Go to the 6th. American League up by 3. On the mound is a left-hander from the Kansas City Royals, Jose Rosado. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Matt Williams. Through the left side, leadoff base hit. Matt Williams has his first hit. Bagwell with a hit tonight, 1 out of 2, a strikeout as well. Bagwell strikes out on a 3-2 pitch from Rosado. Rosado to Lieberthal. Might be a double play ball. Fernandez starts it. Alomar in the middle. And the inning is over. The inning started with a hit by Matt Williams. A strikeout, a double play later. We sail into the bottom of the 6th inning. Midsummer Classic, the 70th 4-1 American League. A leadoff single by Baines. Force out hit into by Ausmus. He's at second with 2 out. 3-2. Williams a little out in front. Struck him out. First strikeout for Millwood. A first-time All-Star. We go to the 7th. Jeff Zimmerman, who is a perfect 8-0 out of the bullpen this season. Luis Gonzalez, 1 on, 2 out. High hopper for Offerman. Gets it, throws it away. Makes the Bat Boys scramble. Over to third is Kent, and it's first and third with 2 out here in the 7th. And the batter's Vladimir Guerrero. Guerrero reaching for a pitch, grounds it up the middle. Vizquel, straight out of the glove.
Oh, baby.
Come on, Omar, you can smile. That was a heck of a play to save a run. Omar Vizquel, Mr. Gold Glove, from out of the leather, out of the gold, right to Offerman to end the inning. We're in the 8th inning, 4-1 American League, and Roberto Hernandez takes over, and Barry Larkin does his work for Sean Casey on the left as Sean digs in.
All right, Case, get in. Tug. Little stretch before he throws. Good boy. Right on it. That a boy. That's a knock.
That's a knock. Come on, Barry. A little ground ball to short. This game has flown into the bottom of the 8th inning. Calls on his typical closer, Trevor Hoffman. Now, there are pitchers left out in the bullpen. Inside corner, and Coomer is gone. Trevor Hoffman gets one out. Left-hander Billy Wagner of the Houston Astros with 22 saves takes over here in the 8th inning. Too much heat, 99 miles per hour. 2 strikeouts in the inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Jaha. Got him over the inside corner. And the breaking ball from Wagner, his first of the inning. 3 strikeouts for the National League pitchers, Hoffman and Wagner. To the 9th.
As we move to the 9th inning, 4-1, the American League leading.
Dave Nilsson will lead it off against the new pitcher. Nilsson strikes out, and that's the way we start the 9th inning. Look at all those strikeouts piling up. Jordan lines a base hit into right field, and the National League won't go quietly here in the 9th. Jordan has walked. He now has his first All-Star game hit, along with Williamson of Cincinnati. Potential double play ball back to the mound to second and on to first to end this 70th Midsummer Classic. 4-1. The American League wins it. Well, that's the way this one ends, with a loud double play. Let's take you down to the field and Keith Olbermann. Keith.
All right, Joe, we're here with Commissioner Bud Selig and the MVP of the 1999 All-Star Game, and you probably can guess who the honors go to. Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Keith. Pedro, on behalf of Major League Baseball, we're very proud to present the Most Valuable Player Award for the 1999 game. Your performance, 5 strikeouts in 2 innings, was overpowering. And so on behalf of everybody, congratulations. A job very, very well done.
Thank you.
Welcome to Seattle. Welcome to Safeco Field and the 72nd Major League Baseball All-Star Game. It's here on Fox. These fans in Seattle have seen terrific baseball from the start of the season. The All-Star reserves have taken the field. It's time to meet these guys. Now let's join public address announcer Tom Hutler for the introduction of tonight's All-Stars.
Now, let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the New York Mets, Bobby Valentine. Leading off from the Arizona Diamondbacks, center fielder Luis Gonzalez. Batting second from the Colorado Rockies, first baseman Todd Helton. Batting third from the San Francisco Giants, left fielder Barry Bonds. Batting fourth from the Chicago Cubs, right fielder Sammy Sosa. Batting fifth from the Colorado Rockies, designated hitter Larry Walker. Batting sixth from the New York Mets, catcher Mike Piazza. Batting seventh from the Atlanta Braves, third baseman Chipper Jones. Batting eighth from the San Francisco Giants, second baseman Jeff Hint. And batting ninth from the San Francisco Giants, shortstop Rich Aurelia. National League starting pitcher warming up in the bullpen from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Randy Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2001 National League All-Stars. Now, let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the New York Yankees, Joe Torre. Leading off from the Seattle Mariners, center fielder Ichiro Suzuki. Batting second from the Texas Rangers shortstop, Alex Rodriguez. Batting third from the Boston Red Sox, left fielder Manny Ramirez. Batting fourth from the Seattle Mariners, second baseman Brett Boone. Batting fifth from the Cleveland Indians, right fielder Juan Gonzalez. Batting sixth from the Seattle Mariners, first baseman John Olerud. Batting seventh from the Seattle Mariners, designated hitter Edgar Martinez. Batting eighth from the Baltimore Orioles, third baseman Cal Ripken Jr. And batting ninth for the Texas Rangers, the catcher, Ivan Rodriguez. Pitching for the American League and warming up in the bullpen for the New York Yankees, Roger Clemens. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2001 American League All-Stars.
Roger Clemens, who makes the start. He last started an All-Star game in 1986 wearing a Red Sox uniform. Now he's wearing a Yankee uniform. Alex Rodriguez thought of this. He grew up in Miami idolizing Cal Ripken Jr. And he thought this year should be the year that Cal Ripken Jr. should finish as an All-Star and start this game as a shortstop, where he, as Kevin Kennedy said in the pregame, revolutionized the position of shortstop. Cal has no idea. And Alex Rodriguez said, you know what? I want Ripken to play short, and we'll see if Ripken is accepting. You knew he wouldn't want to go. Joe Torre back up for Alex Rodriguez. And in this 72nd All-Star game, the 19-time All-Star deserves to go out and play this first inning as the shortstop.
And you've got to do what your manager tells you,
Hey,
right?
He's only following instructions. I think he just said to Roger Clemens, strike him out. Don't have him hit it up the middle. So a classy gesture from a classy man. Alex Rodriguez, his idea, and Cal Ripken fought it. But Junior finally gave in when Joe Torre said, get over there. And Luis Gonzalez will stand in and get it started as he pops it up. Left side of the infield, and Alex Rodriguez, the third baseman at the shortstop position, takes it in for the first out of the night. I don't know how to mark that down in my scorebook. I guess Todd Helton, one of the best natural athletes, natural hitters in baseball. He's gone here for the second out of the first inning, and the first strikeout for Clemens. 2 out. 2 out, nobody on, and Barry Bonds, 39 home runs. #1 in the major leagues. And a little comebacker pitching. Clemens dominating the first inning. And the change of positions. For the first time, Ripken playing short since 1997. Get over there, Hall of Famer. That's the way we start the 72nd All-Star game in Seattle. 3-time Cy Young Award winner. Last 2 years with Arizona. He won the Cy Young right here in Seattle back in '97. And here is Ichiro. This guy is one of the front runners for the MVP award in the American League.
Leads the American League in hits with 134.
Rolls one over to Helton. Johnson's not there. Base hit.
How can I beat you? Let me count the ways. Ichiro, who's almost running when he swings the bat, beats Johnson to the bag.
Some have clocked Ichiro down the line at 3.75 seconds, which is unheard of. Anything under 4 is fantastic. Alex Rodriguez, the #2 hitter, and lost in the cheers for Ichiro, the cheers for A-Rod. Ichiro is running. Rodriguez strikes out, and the throw, well, it was ugly. And Piazza comes up hopping as he tried to land on that front foot. I don't know if he was bothered by Alex Rodriguez or not, but that's a bad sign for Piazza with that throw.
You know, whether it's your right big toe or your left one, that landing big toe, this throw right here, he could have been bothered a little by Rodriguez. But this throw to second base, not even close. Ichiro stealing second, 28 on the year.
And Manny Ramirez is at the plate. Runner at second with 1 out. Runner at second with 2 out as Randy Johnson blows away Manny Ramirez. And who would have thought that Brett Boone signing a 1-year contract to play in Seattle would end up hitting cleanup in this year's All-Star game. 3 balls, 2 strikes for the runner at second. Boone off the end of the bat should end the inning if someone can get there. Which Giant wants it? It's the shortstop Giant, Rich Aurelia. Ichiro, speed already a factor, showing that off here in this All-Star game. An infield hit. He's left stranded. No score after 1. That will bring in Mike Piazza. I guess chapter 3 of Piazza Clemens.
July 8th of last year at Yankee Stadium, an inside fastball hitting Piazza, giving Mike a concussion, and because of that he was not allowed to play in last year's All-Star game.
2 out, nobody on, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and Piazza gets it off the end of the bat into right, finding the sun as Gonzalez, and the inning is over. No base runners yet for the National League. We can put that story to bed for the rest of the night. Clemens threw 2 scoreless. 3rd inning, no score, and a new pitcher is in the game for Seattle, Freddie Garcia. That's the opposite way off the end of the bat, and Manny Ramirez has it for out number 1. Jeff Kent stands in, one of the most productive second basemen in the history of baseball with what he's done the last 4 seasons. That is hard hit into left field off the bat of Kent and into the glove of Ramirez. Cal Ripken Jr. will lead it off. Bottom of the 3rd. American League bats. There is no score. Cal Ripken Jr. stands in to lead it off for the American League in the bottom of the 3rd. Chan Ho Park is the new pitcher for the National League. Standing ovation It will grow as Ripken bats here in the third. The man of 1,000 stances leads off, rips one, goodbye. Ripken homers in his final All-Star game.
What did you say, Joe? Goodbye? What a goodbye.
His second All-Star game home run. Let's go down to the dugout and Kevin Kennedy.
Cal, are you sure you want to retire?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was pretty sweet right there. I just wanted to try to get a good pitch and put a good swing on it, and something good happened.
You look like you got pretty good bat speed right there. Seriously, when the fans gave you a standing ovation, what's going through your mind? What kind of emotions are racing through you?
Well, getting a big hit, hitting a home run, having the fans behind you get you going like nothing else can. So I was running it's about as fast as I can run around the bases too, by the way.
You didn't have to run too fast. You know, I know you're a real family man. I knew your father. I know you think about him a lot. What will your dad say to you right now tonight, just after this experience?
He'll say, forget about your last at bat, go to the next one.
That's awesome. Cal, that is so awesome. Congratulations, and we'll look forward to seeing you some more tonight.
Thanks, Cal. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, back upstairs.
All right, Kevin, and thank you to Cal for the interview, for the swing, and for the memory here in the third inning. Rodriguez is gone, and so are the American Leaguers, but not before Cal Ripken Jr., baseball's Iron Man, 2,632 consecutive games played, and a home run in the 72nd All-Star game in Seattle. And we thank Joe Torre for joining us as he has gone to one of his own. Andy Pettitte on the mound. Joe Torre, we know that you can hear us. Not if you can hear us. All right. We are well on our way here in the fourth inning. I know you've been a part of a lot of great moments in baseball history. Describe what it was like to sit in that dugout or stand in that dugout and watch Ripken take the trip around the bases.
Well, you want to get sick to your stomach. I had O-R-D-O-N, and then I heard the roar, and I looked up, and I saw the ball go out of the ballpark.
You didn't see it?
I didn't see him hit it. I saw the ball go out of the park.
Did Frank see it?
I hope so. Everybody else saw it. All I heard was Mel Stottlemyre saying, "Get out of here."
That's foul. The count 0-2.
Joe, that was a nice moment in the first inning when A-Rod went over and played third and moved Cal to shortstop. That was A-Rod's idea, right?
Yeah, A-Rod called me. I guess it was on Thursday, I believe it was. Last Thursday, called me after a ball game and asked me what I thought of the idea, and I thought it was dynamite as soon as he told me.
0-2 the count on Gonzalez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Did you know you're undefeated as a manager in All-Star game play, Joe?
Of course I know that. That's easy to know. You can't. I can count to 3.
You like your chances tonight, Joe?
Excuse me?
You like your chances tonight?
Well, right now I do. As long as those shadows stay like that, I'm fine.
Gonzalez gets a base hit into right field, and the National League has its first hit. 1 on, 1 out for Barry Bonds.
We're live, Pops.
I think we ought to strike this guy out.
I think we ought to strike this guy out.
And punch throw the man out.
How pedestrian is this?
Bonds is gone, and that's the second out.
Wouldn't go on. I know why you've hung around this game for as long as you have.
There you go. He wanted a strikeout, Joe Torre, and he gets a strikeout. Joe, we'll check with you later. Thanks for your time.
All right, guys.
Joe Torre, Frank Torre, Don Zimmer. 1 on, 2 out. Sammy Sosa at the plate. And a bouncer to A-Rod. Tricky hop. Good throw, and the inning is over. Sosa is 0 for 2.
The National Leaguers take the field in the bottom of the 5th. The new pitcher, left-hander Mike Hampton, who inked a huge contract in the offseason with the Colorado Rockies. Here is Olerud. Kent to his right, backhanded play, wild throw into the dugout, and Olerud will head down to second base. He's there with nobody out. E4, so no hit and error on the throw, and Olerud is finished. Jason Giambi takes over at second base, and Edgar Martinez is at the plate. See if the American League can push a run across. 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner at second, nobody out. Martinez shatters his bat in the hole. It's really a good play, and Martinez does not advance the runner. Ripken, his first time up, ripped one over the wall and left.
This might be his last at bat.
Somebody who respects the history of this game, recording it all. Another one to the shortstop, another one for Aurelia, and the second out. And Hampton is 2/3 of the way through pitching around a leadoff error, but he's got a tough out coming up in Ivan Rodriguez. That's up the middle, and Rodriguez a 2-out hit. Here comes Giambi. Throw not made as Berkman gets it back into the infield. A 2-out RBI hit for Ivan Rodriguez. 2-0 American League. And here he is with a .347 average at the midway point in his first year with the Seattle Mariners. 0-2 the count, runner at first, 2 out. The opposite way, and Pujols takes care of Ichiro. Welcome back to Seattle. 72nd Major League Baseball All-Star Game. A look at Cal Ripken Jr. and now we visit with Tom Huntler.
Now entering the game at third base from the Anaheim Angels, number 25 Troy Glaus, replacing Cal Ripken Jr. We direct your attention to the area near third base for a special presentation with Cal Ripken Jr., Tony Gwynn, and Commissioner Bud Selig.
Tonight, it is truly an honor for me to present the award to 2 of the greatest players of this generation and 2 men who leave a magnificent legacy of leadership and community involvement for the next generation. Congratulations, Cal. And to Tony Gwynn, congratulations, Tony.
That is fair down the right field line as Quantrill brought home a 2-0 pitch, and Kent will try to turn that into a double. And he does, a leadoff double. We go down to Kevin Kennedy, who's in the American League dugout. Kevin?
Well, I have Cal Ripken Jr. and A-Rod. And Cal, you revolutionized the position of shortstop. We've got the guy that was your idol growing up. Take me through what Earl Weaver told you many years ago, why he moved you from third to short. What did he say to you?
I don't think he even told me why. No, he thought I could handle it, go to the middle of the diamond, you know, have a bigger presence in the middle, just take charge in the middle of the diamond. I mean, it wasn't much more than I could hit in the middle of the lineup. I could give you some offense, but I could also give you some defense. He really wanted me to go out there and take charge in the middle.
Alex, you were a kid growing up in Miami. How much did you see of Cal, and how old were you when you first saw him?
Well, I saw him ever since I've been alive. I think he's been in the league 20 years, so I'm 25, so there's not too much room there to mess around with. But it's been a thrill for me to watch, and it's really a dream come true, just like many kids all over the world. He was their favorite player, and to me to do this is just one of the nicest things I've done in my career.
What did you say to Cal over at third base to begin the ball game?
I was just teasing him. I said, hey, you have to go to shortstop. And he said, I don't want to play shortstop. I said, well, Skip's over there, and he's telling you to go over there, so now you have to follow orders. And he said, come on, why would you put me through this? So it was great.
All right, thanks, guys.
They have a shortstop to pound the ball out of the park. Aurelia grounds to third. Troy Glaus from the Angels takes care of Aurelia. Now to the other side, the National League dugout, and Steve Lyons.
Well, Joe, certainly one of the guys that needs no introduction. Tony Gwynn is here with me. And Tony, when we force you to take a look back at your career, the tremendous times that you've had, and then an award like that happens, how do you keep it together?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
you know, Bud Selig came down and yesterday and was telling me, you know, that something was going to go on. They didn't tell me what, but whatever it was, he was struggling with it. And so standing here waiting to find out, you know, exactly what it was going to be. I had no idea they were going to stop the game, and both sides were going to come over and, you know, shake your hand, give you a hug, tell you you've done wonderful. I mean, you know, it's hard. So,
you know, we've heard a lot about how much you've been teaching and really imparting your knowledge, much more so at this All-Star game to all the other guys that are here than you had in the past. You really had the idea that you wanted to teach a little bit more here this time?
You know, not really. I think since I announced that I was going to retire, I think people realize what I want to do when I'm through. I'd like to coach. And I was telling Lance Berkman, I said, man, you better pick my brain down because we play you guys right after the break. And you're not going to get a chance to again. So, you know, I just tried to make a point of just, you know, going to the young guys, congratulating them for making the All-Star team and letting them know that, you know, they can be as great as they want to be. They just have to know they're going to work at it.
As you do look around in this locker room, in this dugout here, who are the guys that can carry the torch the way you have?
Oh, there's a lot of guys. A lot of guys, you know, I mean, Lance Berkman comes to mind for me just because, you know, I was there in the game when he started, when he got his first big league, hit, his first big league home run, and to see where he's progressed from a couple of years ago to where he is today, you know, to me that's how you become a bona fide major league player. You just got to kind of roll up your sleeves and say, hey, I'm going to do the work that I need to do, and he's a great example of that. And then you have a guy like Johnny Rollins who comes in, this is his first All-Star game, and talking to him, you think he'd been here for 8 or 9 years. Very confident, very self-assured with himself, but realizing that he's got a lot of work to do, and he's not afraid. You're not afraid to do it. And so, from my standpoint, I think we got a lot of things going in the right direction in this game.
As we get the base hit right there, one more question to you, Tony. As you look around here and you take a deep breath, you can catch up with yourself again because there's still a long way to go for you, isn't there?
You're right. You're right. And you know, when things like this happen, it just kind of lets you know what you're going to be in store for. And you know, I held up okay this time, but I know in September you're not. And why hide it? You know, there's no reason to hide it. I'm pretty proud of what I've been able to accomplish, but when it comes to letting people know, it's tough.
Well, everybody around here is certainly proud to have been a part of it as well. Tony, thank you very much. Let's go back to you, Joe.
As Klesko hits it off the end of the bat, gets the sacrifice fly into center as he takes the first pitch from Mike Stanton and puts the National League on the board. A leadoff double by Kenton. He scores on a sac fly by Klesko here in the 6th inning. The lead has been cut in half. Vladimir Guerrero, one of the game's best young players. Oh, shattered bat, and it catches Tommy Lasorda, who's coaching in the third base coach's box. He pops right back up, and he's all right.
Tommy saying, I'm all right. Of course I'm all right. Didn't hurt me.
His score, you throw out the lowest and the highest, he gets a 9-8 for this. And thank goodness that he's all right. It was the Italian judge that gave him the 9-7. I think we better close those mics down there as this game has come to a screeching halt. Either they're checking on Lasorda, or Guerrero can't find a batter and needs a new tape job on his fingers.
Well, sometimes that bat was broken so far down on the handle that I think Guerrero could have cut his fingers. He is left with a stake in his hands. And perhaps he ended up injuring his fingers. I wouldn't imagine seriously, and he's being taped up by the trainer. We're thankful that Tommy's all right. All right.
Well, that'll be the memory of this All-Star game for Don Zimmer.
Chest protector, only appropriate.
Oh, one serious and one, and again, thank goodness, comical moment, certainly to remember here in the first
5+ innings in Seattle. Be reminded on every highlight show now until the end of time. The dugout wizard, Johnny Bench's baseball bunch. Took a seat. He's okay. The game continues. Bottom of the 6th. It's a 1-run game. Bottom of the 6th inning, 2-1. The American League leads it. The new pitcher is John Lieber as Derek Jeter bats. Last time the Cubs led the National League in ERA, 1945. As Jeter hits one to center. Back is Berkman at the wall. Jeter goes deep. 3-1 American League. Last year's All-Star Game MVP in his first at-bat in 2001 hits it to the deepest part of the park.
Also the most valuable player in the World Series last year. And American League pitchers do not like the fact that Derek Jeter is heating up for the Yankees.
First All-Star Game home run for Derek Jeter. You could question their selection, but you cannot question the star power of Jeter as Ordonez goes deep to right. Goodbye. Right center field. Ordonez back-to-back for the American League, and it's 4-1. So after detailing that the Cubs pitching staff has allowed the fewest home runs in the league, Jeter and Ordonez go back-to-back. The Indians have not had a player lead the American League in hitting for 46 years as Alou takes one away out in left field, and we go down to the National League dugout. Thankfully, a healthy Tommy Lasorda standing by with Steve Lyons.
That's right, guys. And Tommy, you're no stranger to that third base box down there, but boy, what was going on out there?
Well, you know, I've coached third base many years, never been hit. But I was watching the ball. I saw the ball go, and I'm supposed to keep my eye on that ball. And when the ball went down there, I never saw that black bat coming at me because I was watching the ball.
But, you know, your body took a bad hop when you hit the ground.
Well, listen, let me tell you something. I'm not quite as agile as I used to be now. You got to remember, I'll be 74 in a couple months.
Well, I'll tell you, if the American League could show you anything, they'd send Zim out there, wouldn't they?
He won't come out. He will not come out, believe me.
Scared men can't win.
Oh, I'd like to go out there. I love to coach third base. I got to run that inning. I'm going to go back out and get a couple more.
There you go. Go on back out there and do it again. Thanks, Tommy.
Cameron off the end of the bat. He'll drop it into left center field for a base hit. Cameron is going to test Alou. Poor throw by Alou, and that's a hustling double for Mike Cameron. He ran right in the face of Moises Alou.
Flying around first base.
Tony Clark from the Detroit Tigers digs in, and he bats for Edgar Martinez, the DH. Lieber is finally through the 6th inning. New pitcher for the American League is Jeff Nelson, former Yankee, back with the Seattle Mariners, and a big part of their success out of the bullpen. That'll bring in Albert Pujols, and this is one of the truly amazing stories of Major League Baseball this season. That's down and in, and Pujols patient enough to work a walk out of Jeff Nelson. And here is Charles Johnson, who has been with 4 teams in the last 4 years. Still is one of the game's best catchers. This American League crowd, and in particular Seattle Mariner crowd, wanting Nelson to end the top of the 7th inning right now. Off the end of the bat into left field. Ordonez puts it away. Time to stretch. Switch hitting center fielder for the world champs. To the right side, Kent. Good play to his right. Good throw this time, and a terrific play from Jeff Kent. 2 out. In the bottom of the 7th, it's a runner at third, 2 out, and Christian Guzman. And Johnson hangs on to the foul tip. That ends the inning, and a scoreless inning for Matt Morris. We are through 7 here in Seattle. And now Sasaki, last year's AL Rookie of the Year, Kazuhiro Sasaki, will try to close it down, and these Mariners with 8 representatives could have the winning pitcher in Freddie Garcia, who's in line for the win. Sasaki, who closes games for the Mariners, getting the save as he deals with Brian Giles and getting a piece of it. A one-handed ground ball to second. Alomar takes care of Giles. 1 away in the 9th inning. Here's Sean Casey, who's leading 4-1 with 2 out in the ninth. And these proud Seattle fans are happy as Sasaki tries to close it for the American League and help Freddie Garcia, another Mariner, onto the victory. Cliff Floyd, final hope for the National League to extend it. To the right side. Get there, baby! The American League has won 5 consecutive All-Star games. Garcia the winner, Park the loser, Sasaki the save. And a big night of baseball for the Seattle Mariners, and more importantly for the fans here at Safeco Field.
Congratulations, your 2001 MVP, Cal Ripken.
Thank you, Jeannie. Congratulations to Cal Ripken Jr. and to the American League. One of many memories we'll take away from Seattle, the 72nd Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
And welcome back to the 73rd All-Star Game here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's join public address announcer Rob Edwards for the introduction of tonight's All-Stars.
Now let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the New York Yankees, Joe Torre. Two-time MVP, Brewers legend, Hall of Famer, Suzuki. Batting second from the Boston Red Sox, third baseman Shea Hillenbrand. Batting third from the Texas Rangers, shortstop Alex Rodriguez. Batting fourth from the New York Yankees, first baseman Jason Giambi. Batting fifth from the Boston Red Sox, left fielder Manny Ramirez. Batting sixth from the New York Yankees, catcher Jorge Posada. Batting seventh from the Minnesota Twins, center fielder Torrey Hunter. Batting eighth from the New York Yankees, second baseman Alfonso Soriano. Batting ninth and warming up in the bullpen from the Boston Red Sox, Derek Lowe. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2002 American League All-Stars. Now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Bob Brenly.
All right, Joe. Good luck. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The honorary captain, 15-time All-Star, going into the Hall of Fame later this month, the Wizard of Oz, Ozzie Smith. Leading off from the Montreal Expos, second baseman Jose Vidro. Batting second from the Colorado Rockies, first baseman Todd Helton.
All right, Todd, that's a fun big boy.
Batting third from the San Francisco Giants, left fielder Barry Bonds. Batting fourth from the Chicago Cubs, right fielder Sammy Sosa. Batting fifth from the Montreal Expos, center fielder Vladimir Guerrero. Batting sixth from the New York Mets, catcher Mike Piazza. Batting seventh from the Philadelphia Phillies, third baseman Scott Rowland. Batting eighth from the Philadelphia Phillies, shortstop Jimmy Rollins. Batting ninth and warming up in the bullpen, the Arizona Diamondbacks, Curt Schilling. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2002 National League All-Stars.
Tonight, with the retractable roof wide open, clear blue skies overhead, the National League All-Stars take the field. Curt Schilling last to leave the dugout, and he will take on this American League lineup. You know all about Curt Schilling if you watched any of the postseason last year. He can bring it. 14-game winner. He has more wins than walks this season. First pitch is hit hard, but right at the first baseman. Help one away. Jay Hillenbrand may be the most improved hitter and overall player in the American League. Hillenbrand strikes out as Hillenbrand comes up empty, 2 out. Curt Schilling telling Alex Rodriguez that he's going to throw him all fastballs in this at bat. Alex Rodriguez trying to fight back a smile. He knows what's coming. Does he trust Curt Schilling? You have to, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. In the All-Star
like mind games.
However, there's always that thought in the back of your mind.
There's one fastball. 97 miles an hour. Alex Rodriguez, who is on pace, Tim McCarver. You love it.
I do.
Well, that all-time home run mark, if he continues with this kind of prowess that he's been putting up year after year as he dumps one foul down the right field line. 2 fastballs, 2 strikes. 1, 2, 3, and Curt Schilling stared down Alex Rodriguez, threw him 3 consecutive fastballs, gets 2 strikeouts in the first, and the National League's coming to bat. No score after a half inning. Schilling a perfect first, and Derek Lowe, he's 12-4.
He keeps the ball in the park too.
Lowe is a sinker ball type pitcher as Vidro hits a 2-hopper to the shortstop. A-Rod, 1 away. A ball and 2 strikes on Helton, one of the best pure hitters that we will see here tonight with Barry Bonds on deck. And that's to A-Rod again. Another 2-hopper. Oh, hum, a replay, 2 out. So here's Bonds with the bases cleared. Didn't get his arms extended as he raises one into right center field. At the wall, it is caught. Oh, what a catch by Torii Hunter. Is that any good?
That'll wake you up. My goodness.
Way over the wall to take a home run away from Barry Bonds. And fans in Minnesota will tell you that's routine for this guy. And Bonds says thanks a lot. What a catch by Torii Hunter. And we are through one here in Milwaukee. No score. Wow. Jason Giambi on 0-2. Struck him out looking. Third consecutive strikeout for Schilling. And let's go down to the dugout and hear from Kevin Kennedy.
We talked about Torrey Hunter in a pregame show being the best defensive center fielder in the game. You didn't waste any time.
Oh, man, I had to go get that, man. I try to make some kind of highlight. I'm done for the day. The butterflies are gone.
What did Barry say to you when he picked you up out there?
Yeah, he said, hey, good job, and then grabbed me and tried to dump me, but I wouldn't let him.
You know, you got a bat going. You got to get ready for that offense. You got a lot of home runs, too.
I got a good guy to face over here, so I'm going to try to get ready for this guy.
Thanks a lot, Torrey. All right.
A tremendous athlete. He showed it in the first inning tonight. Here's Manny Ramirez. And 0-2 from Schilling. Right back up the middle, and it's the game's first hit. And so there's still no score. It's 1 on 1 out. Here's Jorge Posada, his third All-Star game. And to the first baseman, Helton, only one play, 2 out. So Posada's taken care of, and Torrey Hunter ought to get a big round of applause when he is introduced after that catch out in center field. And a little squirter to the second baseman. That's Vidro, and that's the end of an inning and a half. A hit. The man left. We go to the bottom of the second in Milwaukee. National League coming up, no score. Sammy Sosa will lead it off, but right now down to the dugout, and Steve Lyons. Steve.
All right, Joe, with Curt Schilling, and Curt, you made quick work of that American League team in the first 2 innings. Like you had somewhere to go.
Yeah, you get out of this game, that lineup. I mean, you get 3 up 3 on the first. Like, all right, you know, one more guy, and you look up in there, and it's Giambi, Ramirez, you know, and a whole slew of guys. So that was fun.
Now let's talk about that first. You got 2 quick outs, then you got a new ball, and you went and you said something to A-Rod. What were you talking about?
I told him yesterday, if we had 2 outs and nobody on, it would be my best. I'd give him nothing but fastballs. I was going to give him my best, but they would get nothing but fastballs. And it took me about 5 minutes to convince him I wasn't lying. He thought I was trying to trick him. So when I went up there and got the ball, I said, hey, my best, your best. And it was my best. That was everything I have.
Then strike 3 and sit down.
Well, yeah, for now.
All right, man, good luck. Have a good time. All right, guys, let's go back to you.
Schilling is through 2 scoreless, and he's finished for the night. Now a leadoff hit by Sosa. 1 on, nobody out for Vladimir Guerrero. You think Bob Brenly can hear us down in that dugout?
Yes, I do.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys.
We miss you up here, buddy.
Hey, you just saw something that rarely happens. Vladimir Guerrero took a pitch.
Now he's swinging, and he bounces a base hit into left. And Bob Brenly's National League All-Stars. And Sosa's going to test the left fielder and call out. Ramirez throwing to Hillenbrand, and Sammy Sosa tried to do a little too much and made the first out at third base here in the second inning.
Trying to take the extra base on a guy who's only played 32 games in the outfield this year. Manny Ramirez, who hurriedly throws to third to get Sosa. That is not a good base running play by Sammy Sosa. Great hitter, great power, poor base running right here.
What's going on down there, Brenly? Can't you control these guys?
Yeah, we had base running drills this morning.
Now a balk has been called, so your National League All-Stars now have Vladimir Guerrero at third and only 1 out, and an easier RBI chance for Piazza. Here's a balk by Derek Lowe.
Yeah, right there, reaching in and then reaching out while he was still on the rubber.
Yeah, if we had signs, I'd put a squeeze on right now.
Yeah, they'd run you out of here. Let's see your steal sign. Let's hear your don't run sign. 3 balls and a strike. The opposite way, and that will get a run home. Piazza knocks home the run. And the National League leads it 1-0 on an RBI ground out by Mike Piazza. There's a new pitcher for the National League. Bob Brenly calls on Mike Williams of the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's their closer. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Soriano. 1 away. Joe Torre is down in the American League dugout. Joe,
after those remarkable games in New York against the Diamondbacks last year, I don't think I've ever seen 3 World Series games as scintillating as those 3 were, and the comebacks the Yankees made.
You know, Tim, you've been in the middle of this thing so often. When everything's said and done, you know, you get caught up in the wins at Yankee Stadium. When everything's said and done, you try to analyze what happened. You realize that losing the World Series, sure, it's disappointing. But to win those 3 games in New York when New York needed a lift was really huge for us. But you're right. I don't remember any 2 consecutive games where that meant that much, were that excited.
Well, Bob Brenly's in the other dugout. Bob, can you hear us?
Yeah, Joe.
Anything you want to say to Joe Torre on the heels of the last World Series? Anything left unsaid?
I don't think so, Joe. I think you guys pretty much covered it all. It was truly one of the greatest experiences of my life. I know it's probably getting old hat for Joe, but it was the best time I've ever had in a game of baseball.
You know, and I think they're going to change the rules. If they ever get the rules committee, I'd like to take a mulligan and be able to play the infield back, you know.
Count's gone to 3-0 on Ichiro. Well, we asked Bob Brenly. I'll ask you if Ichiro gets on. You got Hillenbrand coming up, an obvious running situation. What's your run sign?
They're on their own. I told them, I said, even when I gave the run sign to Edgar Martinez and it took him about a day and a half to get the second, I still let him run anyway.
Vidro takes one away. Tremendous play by Vidro. After we saw a great one out of Hunter back in the second. What a play by Vidro to end the inning. New pitcher for the American League, Roy Halladay, representing the Toronto Blue Jays. Second pitcher of the night for the AL, and first pitch swinging. Rollins gets one past Soriano. I'm going to call it a base hit. I may be overruled by the official score. That was a tough play, and Luis Gonzalez will be the pinch hitter coming up to bat for Mike Williams.
Not overruled by me, Joe, as far as I'm concerned. That's a base hit. The in-between hop, I think, is the reason that's a base hit.
Got to charge it and hope, and he didn't make the play. It is a base hit. So Rollins is on to start the inning. National League leading 1-0 in the bottom of the third, and here's Gonzalez, who got that World Series winning hit, Game 7. That's a diving stop by Giambi, and they don't get the lead runner. Giambi content to go to the bag. He had a shot at Rollins, didn't take it. With one out, Vidro. That's the opposite way. Ramirez going to get it. Play 2 out. National League already leads, and Helton trying to add to it. He will as he knocks home Rollins with a base hit into center. A-Rod got a glove on it, couldn't keep it on the infield, and Helton has knocked home the second run of the night.
Major League infielders are trained with 2 out and a runner on at second base to play a little deeper than they would normally play and at least try to knock the ball down. Rodriguez tries that off the end of the glove, and the National League adds to their lead.
And that hit also extends the inning for Barry Bonds. Robbed of a home run his first time. Bonds swinging on 3-0. Goes deep into right. Nobody's bringing that back. 4-0 National League. Bonds didn't do much in the home run derby, but here he's come close once. And now hit a line drive into right to make it 4-0 and a kiss for his son.
Barry Bonds has his own individual home run derby. And he hit that home run against a pitcher who has allowed the fewest home runs in the major league since the beginning of last year. Goodness. I don't think anybody stays behind the ball any better than Barry Bonds. As you said, Joe, clearing those hips right there. He is so quick.
That was the old Sammy Sosa in that at bat. Halladay knocked him off the plate, then struck him out. But the National League comes up with 3, kept on that. By number 4 on the all-time list. 4-0 National League. New pitcher is Odalis Perez, who was basically a throw-in in the deal between the Dodgers and the Braves.
At rejuvenated Los Angeles Dodger lineup and ball club, who is 2.5 ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks in the National League West. They play a big weekend series this weekend in Los Angeles.
That is launched into left field off the bat of Hillenbrand and back to the track, to the wall, and caught for the first out. Allowed out. Let's go down to Steve Lyons with Barry Bonds.
All right, Joe. Barry, first things first, let's talk about the first ball that you hit out of the park, but you didn't get anything out of it. Torrey Hunter had said one guy that he'd love to rob a home run ball would be you, and he did it.
True. That was a great play. And I never faced Lowe before. I've watched him on TV a lot. You know, he's got a good sinker ball. He throws a good changeup, and you know, he threw a little cutter in on me. And I got out there in the first one a little too soon. I said, you know, stay patient. I got the second one, and I thought I got it, but Torrey made a great play.
The second time around, you take a 3-0 pitch, you take that one out of here, and no one was bringing that one back.
No, you know, I faced him before, so it was really good. You know, we played England, we had the opportunity to play Toronto, so I was familiar with him, seen him pitch before, so I had a little bit of an advantage.
I know you haven't been feeling good. Your plane was late getting in here. You've had a lot of things to do while you're at the All-Star game. Nice to be able to get out and just sit around and enjoy the rest of this one.
Yeah, this is great. This is fun. You know, what they did here today for the memorable moments and stuff is phenomenal. You know, Milwaukee's, you know, it's a great city. The fans turned out, and, you know, we're proud to be here.
And we're proud to have you around, and that was a great play out there. All right, guys, let's go back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks. And thanks to Barry Bonds, and congratulations to Barry Bonds as Alex Rodriguez strikes out. Here's Giambi with 2 out, nobody on. It's probably the last at bat for Alex Rodriguez. 21 shortstops on the roster for the American League. This will probably be it for Giambi as he singles into center field with 2 out. So Giambi is on, and Manny Ramirez will get a chance to hit.
Other than the outfield positions and of course pitchers, it's the most carried by a position in All-Star game history. 5 shortstops in the game tonight.
As that one gets away from Piazza. Former Dodger can't catch the current Dodger. And down to second is Giambi. As Ramirez dumps one into right field, that ball's going to get down and put the American League on the board. In to score is Giambi, and holding at first is Manny Ramirez.
Yes, Mike.
With a runner at first, 2 out, as Posada strikes out, the inning comes to a close, and that'll do it. But the American League is on the board. Mr. Baseball, Bob Uecker.
Joe, how are you? Nice to see you, Tim.
How you doing, Uecker?
Great to be here with you guys.
You didn't know there was a game here tonight, right?
No, you know, I'm driving on the freeway. I was coming back from fishing. I'm saying, what's the lights on in Miller Park for? We're supposed to be off, you know? And then I see all the cars out here. There's a crowd in there. I just stopped in, pick up some stuff in the clubhouse. I see all the National League guys here. And Joe Torre. I see Frank down in, you know, what's he doing here? You know?
He's wherever Joe goes.
Yeah, you know.
Did you know that back then?
I'm figuring the Yankees are in Chicago, you know, because they're coming up here for entertainment. There's Frank Torrey right there. Boy.
There's your guy.
I should have replaced a lot of other things on Frank.
Oh, man.
I love Frank. I saw him downstairs earlier tonight. He's a beauty. He's a former teammate.
You're a beauty. Pop up on the infield off the bat of Torrey Hunter and into the glove of Rollins. We're going to lose McCarver here for a minute because every time you show up, he starts tackling and he can't
Kills me. I'm sorry.
Here's a shot into left center by Soriano. Goodbye. 20 already during the regular season, and he has made this a 2-run game. There aren't many players who have come along lately like Alfonso Soriano.
Boy, I'm telling you, man, that guy's something.
20 home runs in the first half. He leads Major League Baseball in total bases, and he's a good guy on top of it all. And he just launches one here in the 5th inning against Eric Gagne, who has been almost perfect out of the bullpen for the Dodgers. He's the 4th pitcher of the night.
Joe's listening to us right now. Huh, Joe? Is that true?
Is it true? I'm not sure. I mean, I've been away for 24 hours. Anything's liable to happen.
Hi, Joe.
What do you say there, Sarge?
Joe is a roommate. Man, what a great guy. Beautiful.
Messy guy, Joe Torre?
I don't know.
No.
He wasn't in very often, so it was easy to room with him.
Joe didn't like when I brought my car in the apartment.
As soon as he came over to Atlanta to catch Phil Niekro, I broke my ankle, and he had a catch, and that
every day.
That got him on Mr. Belvedere.
Oh man, I went from like a 7 1/4 hat size to a 5 3/8 in 2 weeks. Playing every day because Joe couldn't play because he had a broken leg. I mean, come on. What's a cast?
Did you hear Joe Torre drop a Mr. Belvedere on you?
Yeah, I heard him.
Huh? 73rd All-Star game, and he can't let Mr. Belvedere go.
Still in syndication, right?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Good being with you guys.
All right, you.
I love you. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Mr. Belvedere, Mr.
Thanks,
Baseball, Mr. Milwaukee. Bottom of the 5th. Jimmy Rollins is leading it off for the National League. Second inning of work for Burley, and Rollins greets him here in the 5th with a base hit. 1 on, nobody out. Yes, that's Damian Miller, the catcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And how can you blame Bob Brenly? Bring his catcher along with him to the All-Star
instead of Paul LaDuca of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
As Miller hits one into left center field, well hit. Back at the wall, it's off the wall. Rollins will scoot over to third. They will bring him to the plate. The throw by Tejada, not in time. And it's 5-2 National League on a double by Damian Miller. Rollins can absolutely fly.
He stopped 3/4 of the way to second base, was going back to first base, and waved on by Frank Robinson, the third base coach. Damian Miller and Miller Park, a double to left center field. But because this ball went so far, watch Jimmy Rollins. He has to wait. He turns on the burner right there and scores rather handily. Throw off line. In the National League, packs on.
We're going to get Richie Sexson, the hometown hero, to walk in here. Nice hand from this Milwaukee crowd for Richie Sexson. How tall is this guy, Tim?
6'7". As tall as Frank Howard is and was.
That's a play by Ventura. Takes care of Sexson. And the inning comes to a close. Damian Miller. That's why Bob Brenly picked him. Adds to the National League lead. It's 5-2 after 5 in Milwaukee. Johnny Damon is here and leading it off in the 7th inning. First at bat to the right side. And Damon's going to win that race as Remlinger comes up limping. So it's an infield hit.
Damian Miller could not have made a finer play. A great jump by Damon. And Ernie, you see them more than we do. Johnny Damon's given the Red Sox more speed this year.
He has picked them up. He sure has. He can lead off. He hit number 2, and he plays a great outfield.
There's Sean Green going and getting it to his left. Damon will tag and try to advance and make it. Good play with 1 out. Runner at second, 1 out, and Garrett Anderson, actually runner at third, bounces out to second, and that'll put a run on the board and make it a 2-run game, an RBI ground out for Garrett Anderson, and he's been knocking in runs all season. All of a sudden, it's a 2-run game, 5-3, and we go back to the top of the order. Want to call this?
Yeah, this is Mr. Wynn at the bat now with 2 out. 5-3, National League in the lead. And he works himself a walk. Well, that's my play-by-play, guys.
That's all you're giving us? you jumped to action there. Did you see that?
Immediately.
In the
he
flow.
knows. Looks like we're going to have a little trip to the mound, guys.
Our former partner, Bob Brenly, will go take the ball.
Make the old change. That's what we need. Another pitcher. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right?
7's right.
Count them.
Ernie Harwell, thanks. Young Hun Kim. The runner goes. That's Randy Wynn. The throw by Miller. Not good, but he had no chance. Stolen base for Wynn, and he's in second with 2 out. Again, the tying run is at the plate here for the American League. Runner at second, 2 out. Batista at the plate. And he reaches out and dumps one into left field. This is a 1-run game. Randy Wynn is in to score as Batista connects against Kim. And all of a sudden, it's 5-4 National League. The old 2-out walk, the stolen base. Remlinger is on the hook for that run. He allows 2 runs on 1 hit thanks to this base hit by Tony Batista.
Right off the end of the bat, the slider dumped into left field. And the American League's coming back.
Here he is as an American League All-Star. Now Tejada goes up the middle. He's on. The tying run is at second. The go-ahead run is at first with 2 out. An RBI machine, Konerko, who's driven in 71 the first half of the season and has already doubled in this game. Well hit into left center field. Back at the wall. Up against the wall. It's a tie game, and now here comes Tejada, and the American Konerko, and it's Byung-Hun Kim on the receiving end again.
You saw what happened on baseball's biggest stage. 2 two-run homers to tie it in the 9th last year. And now on baseball's second biggest stage, a double to put the American League on top. But I would imagine Bob Brinley's concerned about this outing.
No doubt. Junior Spivey takes care of Perzinski, and that ends the inning. But not before the American League pulls in front. Time to stretch. A good one. 6-5 American League. Well, tables have turned, and now you get into closer land with the American League. It'll be Kaz Sasaki. 1 out as Rolen struck out. Here's Mike Lowell. Lowell is on with a 1-out hit. 1 on, 1 out. Tying run at first. Here's Damian Miller. He has an RBI double already. That's well hit into left field, and Damian Miller has another hit. Heading for third is Lowell. Heading into second with his second double is Damian Miller. And at second and third, only 1 out as the NL tries to reclaim the lead.
We also talked about at the beginning that the National League in 72 years led the American League in hits, being 3 ahead of the American League. With that hit by Damian Miller, the American League and National League are now tied in their 73rd year.
So with runners on at second and third, 1 out. Back to the top of the order, Junior Spivey. Hard hit at third, and Lowell will stay put. Batista, 2 out. A big out picked up by Sasaki as Spivey grounds out. It's going to be up to Lance Berkman. Who else would the National League rather have at the plate right now than their #1 RBI man, Lance Berkman, who has knocked home 81. Runners on at second and third, 2 out, and a base hit could put the National League back out in front. Into right center field. That will do it. NL back on top, 7-6 on a base hit by Berkman. That came awfully close to picking off Chuck Merriweather, the second base umpire. Just got out of the way. When he did, it was 2 runs for the National League.
In the regular season, with first base open, Berkman in all probability would have been walked, but you don't walk guys intentionally at the All-Star game.
And he does that a lot. Takes a walk. Sasaki is having a rough first inning of work. Berkman and Dunn, the runners on, and Sean Green trying to chase him home. As he goes the opposite way. That ball's got a chance in the corner. It is foul. Nearly went deep here in Milwaukee again.
I think you can safely say that he picks up the ball pretty well in this ballpark.
He picks it up and throws it out of here pretty well in this ballpark.
Right off the fat part of the bat. Just misses a 3-run homer. He knew he had the distance.
And so did Sasaki. So it's 2 on with 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And in under the hands to strike out Green. But the National League is back on top thanks to a 2-out, 2-run single by Lance Berkman. With that, after 7, the NL up by 1. And it has been a good one. 7-6 as we go into the 8th inning. Robert Fick leads it off as a pinch hitter. And he is on to start the 8th inning with a base hit. The former catcher, now an outfielder, is on to start the 8th inning, and the tying run is aboard. Here's Johnny Damon. Rob Nen is the pitcher for the National League, the San Francisco Giant reliever. 24 saves. Hunter takes off, and a strikeout. Fick is able to get such a good jump that all Miller can do is flip it back to Ned. And now a hit by Vizquel and/or Garrett Anderson tie this game. That's down into the right field corner. That is trouble. It gets down fair. The tying run scores. Vizquel will cruise into third base. He's the go-ahead run, and it's 7-7 here in the 8th. Vizquel, one of the 5 shortstops that Joe Torre brought with him, playing second base, taking over for Soriano, ties it with an RBI triple.
I think Sean Green thought that this ball might go out of the ballpark. The American League catches a break.
It is the 9th, and it's a 7-7 game, and Tony Batista against John Smoltz, who is embarking on a Dennis Eckersley-esque career.
Batista almost between innings run over by the sausages here in Milwaukee.
What a frightening sight to turn around and see that coming at you.
See a sausage coming at you. One more time, instant replay.
Who can blame the man for striking out after this? Garciaparra, he is the last position player on the list for Joe Torre. That's what the wily 5-time All-Star managing Joe Torre veteran guy can do. Garciaparra checks on the shortstop Hernandez. Good arm. But Berkman on the other end of it, 2 out. Mike Sweeney digging in. First at bat for Sweeney. Joe Torre, congratulations, sir. You have accomplished getting every position player in the game by my count.
Yeah, but you know what? We have a tied game.
I know. Well, the good news is you've gotten everybody in. The bad news is we might be playing for a while.
Yeah, I understand that. And
okay.
That's just the one thing I said to Zim. I'm standing here. I said the one thing about it, if our pitcher has to hit, you know we get at least a tie score.
There's Zim. There's Joe Torre. We're still tied. Bottom of the 9th inning. Mariano Rivera will take over for the AL and try to send it to the 10th. Mariano Rivera takes over on the mound. It'll be Lowell, then Miller, then the pitcher's spot. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lowell goes the other way. Didn't get all of it. And Fick puts it away. 1 out. Damian Miller looking for a 3-hit night. It's Miller. Batista to his left. Good play. Miller's retired. 2 out, nobody on. Here's Benito Santiago. Into center field and a base hit. 9th inning continues as Santiago is on with a 2-out single. What does that do? It brings the Major League's home run leader, Lance Berkman, to the plate with a chance to end it and win it for the National League. A little jam shot, another broken bat. What do you do, Tim, when Rivera's on the mound and a left-handed batter's at the plate?
Count the broken bats.
And you play the infield back.
Right.
No mulligan needed tonight. We go to extra innings, tied at 7. This is the 10th extra inning All-Star game and the first since 1994. Benito Santiago taking over behind the plate. Brzezinski is jammed, and against Vicente Padilla, flies into center. 1 pitch, 1 out. So Padilla took care of the first batter, and now Robert Fick to his left. Castillo, 2 pitches, 2 outs. Johnny Damon at the plate on 3-2. Damon hits it right at Berkman, and a race to the bag, won by Padilla. And the inning comes to a close. Pretty good play by Berkman, who isn't usually a first baseman. And Padilla, let's see, did he get there in time? The catch on the bag. 3 home run threats coming up for the National League against Freddie Garcia, the last player left for Joe Torre and the American League. Bob Brenly's down in the dugout. Bob, at this point, you've used everybody. You can pretty much go home.
No reason to look at the scorecard anymore, I guess.
No, it's over. I mean, you just let them play, right? May the best team win.
Well, you know, obviously the concern is if we have to extend either Garcia or Padilla very long, both starting pitchers, but we don't want to run these guys out there in this situation any longer than we have to.
Lou Piniella and Larry Boa don't have your cell phone number, right?
Yeah, I hope not.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Adam Dunn. He could end it. Tried to. 2 balls and a strike. Nine extra inning games, Bob Brenly, in history, and the National League has won all 9 of them as Dunn takes ball 3. That's hard to believe.
I did not know that. Great graphic.
A little tight, didn't know another. So it's okay.
Talking about Padilla down in the dugout as Dugan hits it to center. Back at the wall. The park will hold it. Bob Brenly thought the National League. It made it 10-0 in the 10 extra inning games in the All-Star game, and that's just a long, loud out. What'd you think, Bob? You think he had it?
No, I was just hoping he had it, but that's a long way out there to center field, especially as the air gets cooler in here. But Adam Dunn's a big old country boy. You can hit him a long way.
Oh, yeah. Now you've got Shawn Green. Who else would you rather have at the plate than Green, who has had a season's worth of home runs at this ballpark for some guys? He had that incredible game with the 4 home runs here at Miller Park in Milwaukee. Well, what does he get from Freddie Garcia with a 1-ball, 1-strike count right back up the middle? And Garcia's happy that that ball missed him. There's the winning run at first with 1 out here in the 10th inning. Hey, Bob, do you get a sense for how long you will go? I mean, I know you're not going to push Padilla to the point where you risk injury or it affects him in the second half, right?
Well, I mean, I would think 3 innings would probably be the absolute maximum we'd even think about running him out there, and only that because he had a fairly low pitch count in his first inning.
Andrew Jones, who could make this conversation, these points moot if he could connect or help the National League put a rally together. Will Green take off here with a full count, Bob Brenly?
No.
No?
Nah, we're going to let Jose Hernandez win it.
Okay.
Hometown guy. Good story.
So Green will stay put.
Unless he wants to run. There he goes.
And there he goes. And the throw down. Green is safe.
How about Green?
I guess I wasn't kidding when I said he could go home. So Green running. He steals second, and now a hit could win it. And this crowd wants to see what Bob Brenly said a moment ago. Jose Hernandez win it for the National League. Tonight, 0 for 2. Left side for Batista. Good play to his left. This game will go to the 11th. 7-7 as we go to the top of the 11th inning. It'll be the bottom part of the order and then back to the top. And high and tight for a leadoff walk. And so Vizquel is on. And here is Garrett Anderson. Don't even think about the bunt. For 8 different reasons, not the least of which is the guy standing in the on-deck circle, Freddie Garcia.
Freddie has to hit since all players on both rosters have been expended.
That's it. Everybody's crossed out. It isn't in this game. We just talked about it with Bob Brenly. At the most, they're going to ask for 3 innings out of Padilla.
Yeah.
And at the end of 3 innings, everybody will look to the commissioner sitting down by the dugout and say, well, now what?
You got it. I'm sure that's what Bud Selig is pondering right now.
Go ahead, run at first with nobody out. 3 balls, 2 strikes. What? He goes. A ground ball to second for Castillo. Go ahead, run at second with 1 out. Ground out by Anderson, but that's not what the American League wanted with Freddie Garcia coming up. But he may surprise the world. He may shock baseball. 6 out of 20 in his career as a hitter, so he is not without a chance. Vizquel at second, 1 out. Freddie Garcia checks on Hernandez. Tough little play. Good play. 2 out. And the go-ahead run at third. Well, maybe Tony Batista of the Baltimore Orioles can be the hero tonight. To right field, that should play easily for Green. And Padilla gets around a leadoff walk. That means we go to the bottom of the 11th here in Milwaukee. Padilla through 2 scoreless until tied at 7. Well, we know what they're talking about down there with the commissioner, Joe Torre, Jerry Davis, the home plate umpire. Bob Brenly is shielded by Jerry Davis. Sandy Alderson is there. Rich Levin. Everybody getting together trying to figure out what sort of a conclusion will suit everybody.
There is a good likelihood that this game could be called at the end of this half inning if the National League does not score a run.
And this will probably be it for this game. So the American League will not win. The National League can only be the winning side, or this game will end in a 7-7 tie.
And remember, the only tied All-Star game in the 72 played prior to tonight was on July 31st, 1961, when after a 30-minute rain delay, the game was tied at the end of 9 innings. The umpires called the game making it the first game and only game in All-Star history to end in a tie.
So Garcia, by all indications, is trying to end this game in a tie while the National League tries to win it. Sets into center field off the bat of Castillo and into the glove of Johnny Damon, 1 out.
He decided that the game will end in a tie if a run is not scored this inning.
Well, Mike Lowell, it's all on your shoulders right now as they make the announcement. And Bud Selig is in the position of having to sit in the front row while this crowd reacts behind him. Lowell gets on with a base hit. And again, if the National League scores a run, that announcement and the decision that happened between the top and the bottom half of the 11th would be irrelevant.
So with that in mind, why make the announcement?
Now Vicente Padilla will step in.
So you save yourself if the National League scores and you don't make the announcement. You save yourself the boos that are currently taking place here.
That gets away, and now the winning run is at second base with 1 out. And Padilla will take his swings. Benito Santiago, it appears, will get a chance. He's on deck.
Lowell, an alert job of going to second base. Because of that announcement, in my view, this game is all of a sudden taking on the view of playing the game in your backyard. Officialdom has gone.
Padilla strikes out, and it's going to be up to Benito Santiago. They wanted to prepare the crowd, and they gave this crowd a chance to react and show their displeasure with the decision that either a run or an out will end this night of baseball, either in a victory for the National League or in a tie game. Crowd yelling, "Let them play." Garcia with a 2-2 pitch to Santiago. Game over. And this game will end in a 7-7 tie. Well, there is the final in 11 innings. 7-7. The game ends in a tie. Second time that's happened in All-Star game history. And on top of that, there is no MVP.
No.
Just forget we had this conversation, people.
Okay.
It is an odd ending to what was really a thrilling and exciting game up until the announcement between the top and bottom half of the 11th inning.
Welcome back to the south side of Chicago. 74th Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
Welcome to the 74th All-Star Game. Now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the Chicago Cubs, Dusty Baker. The National League honorary captain, an 11-time All-Star and 2003 inductee into the Baseball Hall of Fame, Gary Carter. Leading off from the St. Louis Cardinals, shortstop Edgar Renteria. Batting second from the St. Louis Cardinals, center fielder Jim Edmonds. Batting third from the St. Louis Cardinals, left fielder Albert Pujols. Batting fourth from the San Francisco Giants, designated hitter Barry Bonds. Batting fifth from the Atlanta Braves, right fielder Gary Sheffield. Batting sixth from the Colorado Rockies, first baseman Todd Helton. Batting 7th from the St. Louis Cardinals, third baseman Scott Rowland. Batting 8th from the Atlanta Braves, catcher Javi Lopez. Batting 9th from the Montreal Expos, second baseman Jose Vidro. And warming up in the right field bullpen from the San Francisco Giants, pitcher Jason Schmidt. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2003 National League All-Stars. Now let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the Anaheim Angels, Mike Scioscia. The American League honorary captain, a 10-time All-Star who put the go in Chicago's Go-Go Sox of the 1950s, Luis Aparicio. Leading off from the Seattle Mariners, right fielder Ichiro Suzuki. Batting second from the New York Yankees, second baseman Alfonso Soriano. Batting third from the Toronto Blue Jays, first baseman Carlos Delgado. Batting fourth from the Texas Rangers, shortstop Alex Rodriguez. Batting fifth from the Anaheim Angels, left fielder Garrett Anderson. Batting sixth from the Seattle Mariners, designated hitter Edgar Martinez. Batting seventh from the New York Yankees, center fielder Hideki Matsui. Batting eighth from the Anaheim Angels, third baseman Troy Gloss. Batting ninth from the New York Yankees, catcher Jorge Posada. And warming up in the left field bullpen, from your Chicago White Sox, Esteban Loaiza. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2003 American League All-Stars.
And already it's been a fun show. Now, all right, I know you know. This time it counts. I know it. He, she, and it knows it. Now we're going to see how this thing plays out in an all-star game. And we're going to see if there's any noticeable difference the way these managers manage the game.
These players have had a lot of fun, and now it's time to play a baseball game. The American League All-Stars hit the field, and we get ready for the start of this one. Esteban Loaiza, who during the pregame introductions, I guarantee you he's never had an ovation that sounded like that. He pitches for the hometown Chicago White Sox. So a sentimental pick, and he has had a terrific first half. Edgar Renteria will be first up. Glad you're with us on Fox. 74th All-Star Game, and away we go.
Here's a full count pitch and a ground ball to short. That's where A-Rod plays. Up, over, out. One away for the National League here in the first inning. Here comes Jim Edmonds from the Cardinals with Pujols, also from St. Louis, to bat third in this National League lineup.
First time that teammates have led off the game 1-2-3 since the Big Red Machine produced Rose, Morgan, and Foster in 1978.
A 2-1 pitch. Edmonds fists one into right field, and that ball's going to drop in for a base hit. Edmonds is thinking two, but not with Ichiro. Other right fielders maybe, but not with that arm out in right. So now it's Pujols who steps in, and if you haven't paid attention to his first 2+ seasons, that's too bad, because he's doing things that haven't been done in the big leagues before. Into center field, and breaking back on it is Matsui. 2 out in the inning, and Edmonds back to first base. So now you've got Barry Bonds, all-time single-season home run king with 73. Jammed again, and a fly ball into right field for Ichiro, and that's a scoreless first inning. Jason Schmidt on the mound, and Ichiro, as he does so often, hammers at that first pitch and grounds out to Todd Helton. 1 pitch, 1 out. You might not catch how good Jason Schmidt is. 30 years old. He's got a mid to high 90s fastball, a great slider, and he's one of the game's best right now. With 1 out, Soriano goes after the second pitch and flies it into right center. Schmidt is thinking this is awfully easy. 2 out.
This is the type of inning that would warrant a pitcher pitching 3 innings. I'm sure Dusty Baker's thinking that right now. 2 pitches, 2 outs.
And now Delgado will walk to the plate. 97 RBIs to lead the major leagues and 28 home runs to lead the American League. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the first. And that's into left center field, slicing to Pujols, and that's a 1-2-3 easy inning for Jason Schmidt. Sheffield is 7th in the National League, hitting .327. He has driven in 70, tied for 5th. And the 1-0 pitch is popped up right side. Foul ball. Delgado gives it a look. Might have a play, and he makes a fantastic catch for the out. Carlos Delgado up along the railing, reaching in for out number 1.
Terrific play by Delgado. He took a little peek toward the stands, made the catch, toppled in, but caught the ball. Very nicely done.
Here is Todd Helton. So a 3-2 pitch. Helton strikes out. So Loaiza comes back to get him, and the first strikeout of the evening belongs to Esteban Loaiza.
Again, the cut fastball. Nothing fancy out of Loaiza so far.
But he's hitting .278, 18 home runs, 62 RBIs. He's jammed, a pop-up, right side. Inning is over. Alex Rodriguez. It struck him out on a good pitch down and away, and Jason Schmidt gets his first. Here's Garrett Anderson. First 5 have been retired by the right-hander Schmidt, and Edgar Martinez at first, and Hideki Matsui stands in. And a little flare that's going to drop into left field for a base hit. So a hit batsman, a base hit the other way by Matsui, and Troy Glaus will come up, and with a base hit could put the American League on top. Schmidt could strike out the side here in the second. Swung and missed.
Roger Clemens, the last guy named to either club.
Here's a 2-2. That's to third. Sounded like Lopez broke his bat. Glaus gets rid of it, and that's 1 out here in the 3rd inning. Jose Vidro. Vidro strikes out, and that's 2 up, 2 down against Roger Clemens. 1-2 pitch. That's it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Clemens. We go into the bottom of the 3rd inning. There is no score. And here is Randy Wolf. 10-game winner with the Philadelphia Phillies. Got him looking. With 1 out, nobody on. Ichiro coming up. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out. And Ichiro takes ball 4, a 1-out walk. And here is Alfonso Soriano. Look at how he hangs into the strike zone. That's in the dirt. Lopez can't find it, and Ichiro will scoot down to second easily. Lopez set up outside, and Wolf picks up the strikeout, his second of the inning. Delgado flied out to left his first time up. A strikeout of Soriano, and now Delgado could put the American League on top. No chance for Pujols. 1-0 AL on a 2-out RBI hit by Carlos Delgado.
When a pitcher gets strike one with one pitch, you can pretty well figure that you're going to see it again. The first pitch was a curveball strike. Wolf came back with the curveball, and the first run of this ball game scores.
Now it's Delgado at first with 2 out. And a check on Rolen. Has a great arm. That ball hit the bat. And that's a good idea as to how good an arm Scott Rolen has. The 4-time Gold Glove Award winner. But we have our first run of the game. Driven in by Delgado. 1-0 AL. And Jamie Moyer takes over. Moyer has had an incredible turnaround in his career. Struck out the leadoff hitter. Edmonds is gone. Here is Pujols, and there's a ball into right field, well hit. Back is Ichiro on the run, a leap and a catch, 2 out.
The reason that good outfielders, and boy is he a good outfielder, makes a play like this is because of his jump. You see the end of it. What you don't see is the good jump that he had. He's been doing that for 3 years for Jamie Moyer and the Mariners.
Here's Barry Bonds now with 2 out, nobody on. Into right center field. Again, did not get the arms extended, and staggering forward at the end is Matsui to end the inning. So another perfect inning. The bottom of the 4th inning in this All-Star game, and so far the only substitutions have been on the pitching mound. And that continues with Kerry Wood taking over for Wolf. They announce Wood. And Anderson lines one into right for a base hit. That pitch was up, and Garrett Anderson jumped on it. 1 on, nobody out. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball struck him out, and Edgar Martinez is gone. Troy Gloss, who struck out his first time. 3-2, 2 out. That is strike 3. You can hear Tim McClellan say strike 3 before that delayed call. And that's a 2-strikeout inning for Kerry Wood. Pitching dominating this one. 1-0 AL after 4. Hasegawa takes over. He is the 4th pitcher of the night for the American League. And first up is Sheffield. That is low for a leadoff walk. And for the first time tonight, the National League has its leadoff man on. Todd Helton walking to the plate. Struck out his first time up. And he gets into one to center field. Back is Wells at the wall. It is gone. Home run, Helton, 2-1. National League.
Not all pitches that are up are bad pitches, but this looked like a hanging splitter right in the eyes of Helton, but not for long. Between the belt and the letters.
So the National League jumps on top. And now Rolen goes the opposite way, and that's going to get down for a hit. Ichiro will get it back in. Still nobody out. A 2-2 pitch. Lopez into right center field. Wells going to get it. He can hit, and he's a good outfielder. 1 out. 2-2 to Vidro is on the inside corner, 2 out.
Nice pitch selection by Hasegawa.
Here's Furcal pinch hitting.
Doing it with offense.
Furcal floats one into center. That's a base hit. And now we may see a move by Mike Scioscia with Guardado in the bullpen. The lefty Edmonds coming up. And here comes Scioscia. He's going to go to the bullpen. He wants the inning to end here with Edmonds, with Pujols lurking on deck. There's the song I love. Guardado coming in. So Andrew Jones, the right-handed batter, faces Eddie Guardado.
Everyday Eddie.
That is fair down the left field line. Rolen will come home to score. Garrett Anderson, they're going to call interference down there by a fan reaching over. A ground rule double, and that's a break for the American League. Fan interference. It'll be a double. And we'll see as Dusty Baker comes out to argue. Now Tim McClellan says we as the umpires are going to award home plate.
Yeah, I was going to say on a ground rule double, if a runner is on at first base and the umpires determine that his speed will score the run, had the fan not touched the ball, they can award the runner first base. Clearly, Furcal, one of the fastest guys in the major leagues, scampering around third.
Well, then I'm going to change my mind. What looked to be a break for the American League, and Mike Scioscia is saying the same thing. This is in the umpire's judgment that they're going to give home plate to the trail runner Furcal, and as you saw Garrett Anderson pick that ball up, Furcal was just tapping the third base bag.
Yeah, but he never, in my view, they never get Furcal. He's too fast. Garrett Anderson, a left-handed thrower, has to turn around to make the throw to the pivot man. Furcal had too much of a head of steam the way I see it. I agree with the umpires right here.
That's the way Tim McClelland, who is the crew chief of this group, saw it. He awarded immediately home plate. And now Pujols hits one into left field. Here comes Andrew Jones, no doubt on this, and it's 5-1 National League. Albert Pujols, who has 86 RBIs during the regular season, took a pitch that was up and lined it under the glove of Gloss for another 2-out RBI hit.
Looked like a high slider from Guardado. Ooh, that is right in the wheelhouse of Albert Pujols.
Ninth man to bat in the inning. Third at bat for Barry Bonds. 1 on, 2 out. And Bonds is 0 for 3. Delgado taps the bag, and that's it. Woody Williams, a 12-game winner, the ace of the Cardinals staff. An ERA of 3.01, and he has been sensational. Reaching for it is Rodriguez. Furcal, a spin, a throw, and he throws it into the dugout. He's made 21 errors during the regular season, and somebody just got a wake-up call in that National League dugout after this. Steve Lyons is down in that dugout. Steve, you okay down there?
But yeah, I'm okay. But you know, Mark Pryor's got a target on his back over this last week. He ran into Marcus Giles earlier in a ball game, and he was the one that was directly in line to be hit with that errant throw, and it was a bullet, I'll tell you.
Here is Garrett Anderson, who's 1 for 2. So Anderson is third at bat. Runner at second with nobody out. It's a base hit and an error. Single for Rodriguez, E6, and Anderson gets into one into right center field. Garrett Anderson has homered. A 2-run shot, and it's 5-3. Derby last night, and he gets one here in the 6th inning. Garrett Anderson with a no doubter in right center field. Second time All-Star, gets his first home run, and it was crunched. Rafael Furcal is first up. A strikeout, the first of the night for Mulder. Dusty Baker wanted Tony La Russa on his staff as Andrew Jones reaches, gets it, hits it, goodbye. Home run Andrew Jones, and it's 6-3 National League. Impressive piece of hitting by Andrew Jones.
Andrew Jones hitting a ball where even he couldn't catch it. While watching him take batting practice tonight, Joe, I don't think any player on either side can hook the ball into that left center field gap any better than Andrew Jones.
So Jones goes deep. Now it's Gonzalez with 1 out, nobody on. He's still not really the top billed athlete on his own team. I think Sheffield or Chipper Jones would take that on. So Luis Gonzalez gets a base hit through the right side off the lefty Mulder. And now Rondell White grounds one to the shortstop, Garcia Parra. Step, throw, inning over. But not before the National League adds to its lead. The bottom of the 7th, Brett Boone will step to the plate for the first time, and he will be dealing with Billy Wagner. Boone is jammed, and he pops it into right for Preston Wilson. For the AL, their leadoff man is gone here in the 7th.
And here's a good fastball hitter. But against Billy Wagner, you've got to keep the ball down. The hometown favorite coming up.
And a nice moment and a great ovation from these White Sox fans. They appreciate the kind of season Ordonez has had, the kind of career he has had. Popped up to the right side. Is it playable for Sexton? Looks like it. 2 up, 2 down. 2 weak fly balls to the right side. And the bases are empty after the 4-time All-Star Ordonez fouls out.
I think you can make a case that Billy Wagner throws harder than anybody in the game. he has struck out more per 9 innings. Now, remember, he's a short reliever, but more per 9 innings than any pitcher in the history of the game.
And what's amazing is he was first a right-hander.
Right.
Broke his arm a couple of times.
How about that?
So he said, I'll start throwing the ball left-handed. And to think of the athletic ability, as Giambi says athletic ability, goodbye. Home run, Jason Giambi. Lefty on lefty, and Giambi goes deep to make it a 2-run game. Wow. Billy Wagner has not turned to watch a ball hit like that against him very often.
Seemed to be a quick head turn.
Man could hurt his neck turning it that
That's
quick.
right. In the blink of an eye. I don't think he even turned. When a pitcher doesn't turn, he knows it. I don't think he turned his head.
It was a slow turn.
Belatedly.
Now it's Ramon Hernandez, the catcher in the lineup, batting in the number 3 spot. Wagner has to give Hernandez something to hit, and he does to third. A high hop for Lowell, and the throw across in plenty of time. In the inning, 2 quick outs, and then wham, Jason Giambi. Get by 6-4 after 7. Eric Gagne, this guy gets my vote as the nastiest coming out of either bullpen. First up is Garciaparra, 2-2 pitch. Reaching for it for Cobb. Shows off that good arm, and Garciaparra is 0 for 1 tonight. Well, the bench for Dusty Baker, the National League manager, is Garrett Anderson gets another base hit. That ball is going to get down and roll all the way to the wall. Anderson will cruise into second with a 1-out double, and Anderson is 3 for 4, lacking only a triple to hit for the cycle.
So now the AL with a chance to do some damage. Potential tying run at the plate as Melvin Mora will be the pinch runner for Garrett Anderson, and what a night for Garrett.
And Carl Everett, who started this season with the Texas Rangers. 1-2 pitch. Everett grounds one to first. The hop comes up for Sexton. 2 out. Vernon Wells now with a runner at third, 2 out. Wells is 0 for 1. That's into left center field, and it's a 1-run game. Morris scores as Vernon Wells, the tying run, will cruise into second with a 2-out RBI double.
Some of you folks are getting an idea of why major league hitters love the ball up. We saw the home run by Helton, by Anderson on balls up, and now Vernon Wells between the belt and the letters. Rifles one to left center field to make it a 1-run ball game.
And as you look at the way this game has been managed by Mike Scioscia, now he's got Blaylock so good against right-handed pitching to pinch hit here. And he rips one into deep right center field. The American League is on top in the 8th. Blaylock, a pinch hit 2-run home run. Earlier, Mike Scioscia telling us before the game he couldn't take Bloss out too soon. He wanted to save Blaylock, his only other third baseman, for the right spot. And Mike Scioscia picked the right spot.
And if it puts Blaylock in too quickly, then Wagner pitches against him instead of Gagne as the American League takes the lead.
Hank Blaylock with a 2-out, 2-run shot. And all of a sudden, the American League is out in front. We're in the 9th inning. It's 7-6 AL. And it's Keith Folt, former closer for the White Sox, on the mound representing Oakland. That's into shallow center field and easy for Vernon Wells. 1 out here in the 9th. Let's go down and check in with Kevin Kennedy.
Joe, that MVP of this game could very well be Garrett Anderson. He's had a great night, a home run, double, single. Last night he wins a home run derby. You didn't get worn out last night?
Yeah, I got a little worn out last night. I mean, swing after swing after swing, trying to hit him up in the seats. He definitely is taxing on the body.
What did Mike Scioscia tell you guys before the game? Because it's been a different feel down here in the dugout than I've had in the past.
Well, I mean, you know, anytime you get between the lines, you're going to want to do well. And I think just the mentality of, you know, more or less strategizing the game might make guys get a little bit more into the game, so to speak, as opposed to, you know, maybe, you know, you're going to get to at bats and you're done, predetermined. So, you know, he didn't tell us when we were coming out, and we just went out and played.
Garrett, great night for you tonight. Congratulations on last night. We'll see what happens tonight. You got a shot at the MVP. All right, Joe.
Staying in the game, getting 4 at-bats, making good in 3 of them. Now Castillo flies 1 to center, and the American League is 1 out away from the victory. They lead 7-6, 2 out, nobody on in the 9th inning. Now it's for Cal. If the AL wins, the league will have home field advantage in the World Series come October. For Cal, gets into 1 to right. Back at the track, at the wall. This game is over. 7-6 American lead. They say the ball does not carry all that well in this stadium, and for Cal is a believer now.
Keith Foulke just exhaled.
Blaylock, one of the heroes for the American League, with a 2-out pinch hit, 2-run home run to put Mike Scioscia's club on top in the bottom of the 8th. And it turns into an exciting but 1-2-3 9th inning for Keith Foulke.
A great ball game.
What a thrill here on the south side of Chicago. The 74th Major League Baseball All-Star Game, and this one belongs to the American League, a final of 7-6.
Garrett, congratulations on being named the 2003 Ted Williams Most Valuable Player Award. 3 hits tonight, leading the American League to victory in a really exciting game. Congratulations, you've had a remarkable year. On behalf of Jackie Archie, the American League, and everybody, a job really well done. Thanks very much.
How great is this setting? PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It is the 77th Major League Baseball All-Star Game, where the best from the American League visit the best from the National League. The winner gets home field advantage in the upcoming World Series. Now it's time to meet the 2006 All-Stars. The American League manager and starting lineup, the manager from the 2005 World Series champion Chicago White Sox, Ozzie Guillen. And now, batting first and playing right field from the Seattle Mariners, Ichiro Suzuki. Batting second and playing shortstop from the New York Yankees, Derek Jeter. Batting third and playing first base from the Boston Red Sox, David Ortiz. Batting fourth and playing third base from the New York Yankees, Alex Rodriguez. Batting fifth and playing left field from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Vladimir Guerrero. Batting sixth and catching out in the bullpen from the Detroit Tigers, Ivan Rodriguez. Batting seventh and playing center field from the Toronto Blue Jays, Vernon Wells. Batting eighth and playing second base from the Boston Red Sox, Mark Loretta. And warming up, batting ninth and pitching from the Detroit Tigers, Kenny Rogers. And now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. the manager from the 2005 National League champion Houston Astros, Phil Garner. Batting first and playing left field from the Washington Nationals, Alfonso Soriano. Batting second and playing center field from the New York Mets, Carlos Beltran. Batting third and playing first base from the St. Louis Cardinals, Albert Pujols. Here he is, batting fourth, playing right field from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Jason Bay. Batting fifth and playing shortstop from the Atlanta Braves, Edgar Renteria. Batting sixth and playing third base from the New York Mets, David Wright. Batting seventh and playing second base from the Philadelphia Phillies, Chase Utley. Batting eighth and catching from the New York Mets, out in the bullpen, Paul Lo Duca. And warming up in the bullpen, batting ninth and pitching from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Brad Penny. And Brad Penny is finally healthy. He has had a rough go the last couple of years. He's been basically a 500 performer until this year, when he put together this 10-2 start.
Yeah, almost 2 years ago, traded for his battery mate, Paul Lo Duca. As you said, Joe, finally healthy, and a heavy, boring fastball with which the American leaguers will have to deal.
As the National League tries to get up off the deck and win for the first time since 1996. On the American League side, it's Ozzie Guillen, and he put the lineup together, and no surprise that he would have Mr. 200 hits or more. Leading it off for the AL. Glad you're with us tonight on Fox. Another 3-2 pitch. And a good start for the National League.
Seven straight fastballs from Brad Penny to Ichiro. When a pitcher's on top of the ball usually goes down. This one stays up.
Derek, you know his resume by now. And that's what he's done so far during the regular season for the Yankees this year. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the night for Penny.
Two 3-2 counts and 2 strikeouts for Penny to start this game.
I think if you were going to redo your pitching profile after watching these two hitters try and catch up, it might be great fastball and almost a riding fastball because it's taking off from the hand of Penny. 2 out and nobody on. Here is David Ortiz.
Over a 3.5-year period, this guy's gotten more big hits than anybody I've ever seen over that period of time.
A guy who at one time was just cut loose by the Minnesota Twins, and Penny strikes out the side. What a start. Hey, look, it's the first pitch at the bottom of the first inning, and Soriano goes after it and flies it to Ichiro and right. 1 pitch, 1 out. Here's a 41-year-old left-hander getting his first All-Star game start.
Brad Penny, a strikeout pitcher. Kenny Rogers, a contact pitcher. Carlos Beltran, one of 3 New York Mets with over 20 home runs at the All-Star break.
That is hard hit and fair past third, past the diving Rodriguez. Beltran will dig for second, no play, as Vladimir Guerrero dropped it in left, and there's the first hit, a double by Carlos Beltran. So Beltran in scoring position for Albert Pujols. He's in his 6th season and 5th All-Star game.
Staggering production.
And he gets under it, pops it into center. Out goes Jeter. Derek Jeter, the shortstop, takes it in, 2 down. The stage is set for Jason Bay. His 2nd All-Star game, but appearing at the plate for the first time. Didn't get in the game last year. And a good pitch by Rogers. Tricked him on a pitch down and away. Took something off, and the inning is over. A one-out double by Beltran. He's left out there, and after one in the All-Star game, no score. Off we go into the second inning. Alex Rodriguez first up. He waits for a 1-2 pitch from Penny. Grounds to short. Renteria got a weird hop. One down. 7th time that Vladimir Guerrero has been an All-Star. On 1-1, Guerrero hits it into deep right field. That's well hit. Back at the track, at the wall, it's gone. Into the seats in short right field here at PNC, and Vladimir Guerrero has gone deep to put the AL on top 1-0 here in the second. First All-Star game home run for Vladimir Guerrero.
Such tremendous reach, long arms, fastball out of the strike zone. He just overpowered the other way.
How do you hit that?
How do you hit it the other way? With such power and force. That's why he's a 7-time All-Star.
A 98-mile-an-hour fastball up around his letters, and he takes it out the opposite way. As we move to the bottom of the second, Edgar Renteria first up, representing the Atlanta Braves. Back to the Gold Glove Award winner. One down. Let's check in with Kevin Kennedy.
Joe, thanks a lot. Hey, Brad, second pitcher ever in the history of the All-Star game to strike out the side in the first inning. Pedro Martinez, the other one. For your first appearance, not too bad.
Yeah, I felt good. It's a little different situation for me. I knew I had 2 innings, and I didn't have to pace myself to get through 6 or 7 or 8. So I was just going out there challenging him, you know, for the most part, throwing fastballs, and felt pretty good.
I don't think it's any disrespect that Vladdy goes deep because he's got like a 34-inch strike zone.
Yeah, and he hits everything I throw, you know, in the past. He's been crushing me lately. He got 2 knocks in Anaheim last week. But he's a great hitter, and he took advantage of the short right field.
And now you're back in the game. You're off the hook, Brad. Thanks, buddy. Thanks a lot, Brad. Congratulations. Joe, back upstairs.
All right, Kevin. Well, while you two were talking, David Wright, the 23-year-old stud third baseman from the Mets, took a delivery and shot it over the wall and left to tie this game at 1. The other piece of the electrifying left side for the New York Mets. You got Reyes at short, David Wright at third, and this thing was hammered.
Well, David Letterman is watching right now, and I'll guarantee you tomorrow night they'll be showing this on David Letterman because David Wright's going to be on Letterman. One David to another, and did he ever top hand that ball? Wow.
Here's a 2-2. Utley. Nice try by Rogers. Jeter can't get it to first in time, and it's an infield hit. Paul Lo Duca, Tim, was the batting practice pitcher, the home run derby pitcher for David Wright last night. And now he's at the plate, also representing the Mets. Rogers starts it. Beautifully turned 1-6-3 to end the second. Here in the third inning, it's Roy Oswalt taking over from the Houston Astros. To the right side for Pujols. A bad hop and a barehanded grab, 1 out.
Oh, boy. How about that? That's a page out of David Wright's book. Last year, David Wright over the shoulder caught it barehanded. Watch this. Just throw your glove away. Forget it.
Here's a guy who in his first All-Star game ended the game playing second base. He can play all over, and he is very underrated defensively at first.
You're right.
Maglio has had a rebirth. He's finally healthy. The lower half of his body is healthy. It's improved his bat speed. Ordonez strikes out. First 2 are gone here in the third inning, and he's on maybe. That ball stays in the air for a long time, and Bay makes a nice catch around the shoot tops. Bottom of the third inning in Pittsburgh, still tied 1-1. And Roy Halladay will take over. The Cy Young Award winner from the Toronto Blue Jays, regarded as one of the best, not the best, right-handed starter in the game. And here's your rare Halladay-Holiday matchup as Matt Holliday from the Colorado Rockies steps in to hit. Phil Garner is the manager of the National League side. First of all, Phil, have we put you in a place where you can actually see the action?
Well, thanks. You gave me a short leash down here, and I'm wandering all over the place trying to pick out a spot where I can see.
We don't want to bug you too much as Holiday grounds out. I know that you've got your work cut out for you in a game like this where you're balancing getting everybody that you can into the game, yet keeping people back in case we end up in an extra inning game.
Well, unfortunately, when you're trying to win the ball game and you might have to go extra innings, then obviously somebody's not going to get a chance to play if you don't go extra innings. So there's probably going to be 3 or 4 pitchers that have a chance of not pitching in this game, and that's unfortunate. And there'll be perhaps a position player or two that might not get into the game.
Phil, I'm sure that there are a lot of people listening in wondering about Roger Clemens and his stuff so far this year.
He's been absolutely fantastic, Tim. The man's amazing. I feel like he's I don't know if you could say the man's hitting his prime or not, but he's certainly doing a fantastic job. You know, with a little better offensive support, he could be 3-0 right now.
Phil, you got Soriano on. We took a listen to your pregame speech. You said if what you do is run, go ahead and run. And this is that matchup that we talked about before the game of Soriano on at first and the great Ivan Rodriguez behind the plate.
Well, and this is where, you know, if you're playing a regular game and you've got the top of your lineup coming up and the guy that throws like Rodriguez, you'd say don't go. But this is an all-star game. I'm sure people are as excited as I am. If Soriano decides to run, we're going to see what. And here we go. He's off and going. Let's see what it is. He's got it. Okay. Oh, that's what people love to see that. I like seeing that.
That's got you happy down there in the dugout.
Yeah, we like that. Let's go.
He may not be through either, right, Phil?
Hey, we have no stop signs. So, hey, you run until somebody tags you out.
You have no signs.
This is old Little League ball right here.
Do you have any signs, period?
No, we have no signs. The whole ideal here is, and you heard us talking, and you saw the little pregame speech. You know, these are all-star guys, instructor stuff, and then you do what you do. If what you do is run, and Soriano's got great speed, you do your thing. There's no 3-0 counts, you know, where you might take it if you're down a couple of runs. I'm sure everybody wants to see Carlos Beltran hit. You want to see Jason Bay hit here in Pittsburgh, and I love to watch Albert Pujols hit. And look at that ball. That's a bullet right there. We got a great arm in center field. We're going to see what's going to happen here. Oh, no. Well.
Out at the plate is Soriano, and there you go. There's a play from Vernon Wells in center. That's what this game is all about.
All right, that's what it's about. Yeah, that's what we got to see. We saw great play and nice swing in the back. That'll way to go.
Phil, you've got a headset on. You can't even argue.
I'd have to argue that play right there. I told Jerry I wasn't going to argue, but I'd have had to go out there and argue if this thing had been long enough. Sure looked to me like he was already on the plate. I'll at least stick my tongue out at it.
Well, if it helps, just take the headset off and run out there.
Okay.
So here we are. You've got a runner at second. You've got Pujols at the plate. And Phil, we all know the history. If there's one guy who's been a thorn in the side of your Astros, it's the guy at the plate, Albert Pujols.
Well, one of our coaching staff said a few minutes ago, we've never seen him pop up before, except for his first at bat. We didn't know he could do that. So. He's got another run in scoring position right here. Let's see if he can do what he does best, and that's drive a run in.
Beltran is out at second with 2 down in the inning. He's stealing third. The throw down is not in time.
Okay, well, that's what we do.
Well, how are you on how's that rate on the Phil Garner meter? Were you happy he took off there? Is it worth the risk?
Well, I've had Carlos before, and I know that he is exceptional timing on his base stealing, which what I mean by that is he rarely gets thrown out. When he steals third, he rarely gets thrown out. He has an uncanny knack for picking the right pitch. Yeah, it's, you know, from an old baseball adage, it's 2 outs and not a very, I'd say, high percentage plays. But look here, how do you know what's going to happen? That's smart playing. That is smart playing right there.
You know what that is,
just as I was saying that.
Phil, you know what that is? That's just great managing.
It is indeed. Nice going, kid. Way to make something happen. That'll baby. All right. That'll babe. All right.
So there you go. Beltran takes second on the throw home. He steals third with 2 out, Pujols up, and he scores on a wild pitch.
Well, there's another side of this adage, the old baseball adage. You know, he's going to throw Pujols a lot of breaking balls, typically what they do in these kind of situations. And as it turned out, he got one in the dirt. That's an old Chuck Tanner move. He used to jump out when get a guy on third and say, "What's for the ball in the dirt?" Sort of putting that ideal in the pitcher and catcher's mind on the field.
Phil, that's the National League's first lead since you played.
Well, it's been that long, huh?
No, it's been since 2003, but there you are, up 2-1 in the third inning. That feels good, huh?
Well, it does. I tell you, it's exciting to watch these big men go at it up here, and I'm sure that there's the scoring's not done tonight. As great as our pitching is and theirs is, I'm sure there's more to be done here.
Hey, thanks for your time, Phil, and have fun. That's Phil Garner, manager of the National League side. His crew up 2-1 after 3 in Pittsburgh. Yet again, Tim, we've been separated in the All-Star game.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Tim.
How do you like it down there?
It's nice. A lot better than being up there. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Jason Bay. As we go along here in the bottom of the 4th inning, at the end of the inning, we will pull a podium out onto the field and we will honor one of the all-time greats in the history of this game. The favorite here in Pittsburgh, Roberto Clemente. Favorite now is Jason Bay, and he's on with that looked like a hanging breaking ball down here, Tim, from Halladay, and he singles into left center field to start the bottom of the 4th. I could be wrong.
And that stirs the crowd here in Pittsburgh. Yeah, it was. It was a breaking ball. Not a bad pitch from Halladay. He didn't make too many hanging curveball pitches. A little up, and Bay smacks it to center.
So the leadoff man is on for the National League for the first time tonight. Renteria to the right side. Loretta. Jeter. 4-6-3 double play. 2 out, nobody on here in the 4th. Now we'll bring the aforementioned David Wright to the plate. Wright hits it to Jeter. That'll do it for the National League. They send 3 to the plate. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight here in Pittsburgh, as the game's best players gather on the field, Major League Baseball stops to remember a man who symbolized excellence both on the field and off the baseball diamond. There have been 9 recipients of the Commissioner's Historic Achievement Award, all recognized for the tremendous accomplishments on the field of play. But tonight, for the first time, this award takes on an even deeper significance to honor not only a great baseball player, but to honor a life committed to helping others, to honor a life well led. Here for the presentation, escorted by Hall of Famer Bill Mazeroski, please welcome the Commissioner of Baseball, Bud Selig, and the wife of Roberto Clemente, Mrs. Vera Clemente.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Major League Baseball, I am very pleased to have the privilege of presenting the Commissioner's Historic Achievement Award to Roberto Clemente.
And with 2 out, Wells is on here in the 5th inning, tying run aboard for the AL with Loretta coming up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Loretta lines 1 to short, up to get it. For the out, Freddie Sanchez. Barry Zito, the left-hander, takes over. Rogers, Halladay, Zito. 1 out, nobody on, and Loduca rips it to 3rd. Bad bounce. Rodriguez bounces it, and then David Ortiz, typically a DH, saves an error for Rodriguez.
David played a few games during interleague play, but Rodriguez recovering quickly, but threw it in the dirt. And a nice backhand pickup by David Ortiz. Well done.
So Rodriguez, who won the AL MVP award last year. Ortiz, who finished a close 2nd, is there to bail him out. Halladay hits it in the air to left field. Back at the track, near the wall for the final out as Gary Matthews Jr. hauls it in. And on the mound, the closer for the Philadelphia Phillies, Tom Gordon. First up is Joe Mauer, leading the league in hitting. He is a tremendous athlete, and he is out number 1 here in the top of the 8th inning. There's Gary Matthews Jr. His dad played in the All-Star game. His dad played with you.
Yes, he did.
Matthews gets a base hit through the left side. And that will bring Thome up, number 2 in the American League in home runs behind David Ortiz, with a chance to put the AL on top with 1 swing. Let's go down to Kevin Kennedy.
Thanks, Joe. David, you want to prove to people that you belong in the All-Star game, so right away you got to go deep?
I got a lot of practice last night. So after practicing last night, felt pretty comfortable in there, and just got a pitch I can handle my first at bat.
You are having fun. You got to be having fun playing with the guy that got voted for the National League shortstop, Jose Reyes. Unfortunately, got hurt. Your thoughts on him?
He's an outstanding player. I love him. You know, we came up kind of through the system together. We both lead blue and orange, and now get a chance to participate in my first All-Star game along next to him. Great guy and very energetic.
Could be playing together a long time on the left side, Joe.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. A couple of 23-year-olds and the pride of the Mets. And here's Jim Thome, who is now the pride of the Chicago White Sox, and the brilliant move by Kenny Williams, their GM, to pick him up from the Phillies. Runner goes, a shattered bat, and a ground ball to Sanchez for out number 2. Here is Sizemore, his second at bat. Grady struck out his first time. Tying run out at second base with 2 out here in the 8th. And Sizemore grounds it to Sanchez. Knocks it down, inning over. Gordon gets through a scoreless 8th inning. We're into the bottom of the 8th inning. The National League side is batting against the closer for Toronto, B.J. Ryan. 0-2 to Brian McCann, the young catcher for the Atlanta Braves. Tejada takes care of McCann. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Eckstein. Eckstein strikes out. Here we go in the 9th inning. AL bats down 2-1. Trevor Hoffman is into his 5th All-Star game, his 14th season of his great career out in San Diego, and number 2 on the all-time saves list with 460. Jermaine Dye hits a dribbler. Jermaine Dye in his only at bat taps back to Trevor Hoffman. Top of the 9th inning, 1 out, nobody on for Tejada. Last year's All-Star game MVP. The National League trying to win for the first time since 1996. The AL had won the last 8 decisions with that tie mixed in. 14-3-1 the last 18 games. And now on another changeup, the National League is 1 out away from a 2-1 victory. If this score holds, it would be the lowest scoring All-Star game since 1990. Here's Konerko, last hope for the AL. His 8th season with the White Sox, rips it to third, and it's a base hit. Cabrera was guarding the line, and Paul Konerko hit it right into the position for a 2-out hit.
And the American League will have a pinch runner, but you're right. Cabrera was on the line. Had he been playing straight up, the game's over.
Jose Lopez will come on and pinch run. That means that A.J. Pierzynski is the only American League position player that to this point has not been in the game. Glaus tying run at first. 2 out and a shot into left field. Over on the move is Lee. It takes a bounce and goes out of play. It's a ground rule double, meaning that Lopez has to stop at third, and it's second and third with 2 down here in the 9th inning.
That was a real break for the American League. Had that ball hit the fence, the carom would have taken it where the left fielder, Jason May, was, or Carlos Lee, I beg your pardon. So a changeup to Glaus. See, if that ball hits right in here, it goes that way. By bouncing over the fence, of course, it's a ground rule double, a break for the National League.
The reigning batting champion up for the 2nd time tonight. He flied to right his first time up, and all of a sudden, the American League is 1 hit away from taking a 1-run lead. The 0-2. Line drive is a base hit into right center field. Young has delivered. The American League is back on top. Young will dig for third. Throw by Eckstein. Too late. Michael Young, a hero in the 9th inning for the AL. A 2-out rally, and the American League has regained the lead. A single by Konerko, a double by Glaus, and this 2-run triple by Michael Young.
Single, double, triple, 2 runs for the American League here in the 9th inning. All with 2 out. 2 ground balls back to Hoffman, and then 3 straight hits. And Michael Young with a huge hit in the 9th inning.
And now with 2 out, a chance for another run as Joe Mauer steps in. The 0-1 pitch. Mauer hits it back to Hoffman, who knocks it down and ends the inning. But all of a sudden, in a blink, the American League is back on top. They led 1-0 after an inning and a half, and now after 8.5 here in Pittsburgh with Rivera coming in. 3-2 AL. Bottom of the 9th coming up, and that is Mariano Rivera, who has been the best big game closer in the history of Major League Baseball.
Postseason and during the season for the New York Yankees. He is phenomenal.
The batter is Sanchez, and Sanchez grounds to third. Lopez to his left. Good play, 1 out. Here is Beltran. Lopez bobbles, picks it up, throws, safe. And the tying run is on.
Beltran may have hurt himself going past first base. A lot of times that long stride right there, he's got that shin guard on his right shin. The bobble by Lopez, and extending with that last stride right there and coming down on his heel. Squatted down in shallow right field. He tripped actually over the leg of Troy Glaus, and he appears to be all right.
And now the kid slugger from the Philadelphia Phillies, Ryan Howard, steps up. A 1-1 to the right side. Young, his only play at first. The tying run in scoring position, 2 out. And Carlos Lee of the Milwaukee Brewers is walking to the plate. The error by Lopez has allowed the National League a chance. 1-2 pitch. Lee floats one into shallow right. Out is Young. Michael Young secures it. And the American League has secured home field advantage in the upcoming World Series with a 3-2 win.
I think the American League loves this format. Whoever wins the All-Star game gets the home field advantage in the World Series. Since that format, they haven't lost.
They haven't lost overall since 1996. And with fireworks exploding over PNC Park, a blown save for Trevor Hoffman, a missed opportunity for the National League to get some of their pride back. And again, it's the American League on top, albeit because of a 2-out, 2-run triple. Even 2 strikes on Michael Young, and a 3-2 win. Remember that rally that started on a ground ball base hit through the left side by Konerko through the position, with Cabrera tucked over by the line to guard against an extra base hit. The single started it, the double followed by Glaus, and then Young, in essence, wins it with a 2-run triple. Winning pitcher is B.J. Ryan, the loser Hoffman, the save for Rivera.
On behalf of Chevrolet, it's my privilege, Michael, to present the Ted Williams All-Star Game Most Valuable Player Award. You had quite a night with a great clutch hit. Congratulations, well-deserved honor.
On behalf of Mr. Seelig, Mr. Pieper, and everybody at Fox Sports, congratulations.
This great stadium in the Bay Area continues for these baseball fans, getting ready for the 78th Major League Baseball All-Star Game. You know the matchup by now. The American League All-Stars taking on the National League All-Stars. And now let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager, from the 2006 American League champion Detroit Tigers, Jim Leyland. Batting first and playing center field from the Seattle Mariners, Ichiro Suzuki. Batting second and playing shortstop from the New York Yankees, Derek Jeter. Batting third and playing first base from the Boston Red Sox, David Ortiz. Batting fourth and playing third base from the New York Yankees, Alex Rodriguez. Batting fifth and playing right field from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Vladimir Guerrero. Batting sixth and playing left field from the Detroit Tigers, Maglio Ordonez. Batting seventh and playing catcher from the Detroit Tigers, Ivan Rodriguez. Batting eighth and playing second base from the Detroit Tigers, Placido Polanco. And warming up in the bullpen, batting ninth and pitching from the Oakland Athletics, Dan Haren. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2007 American League All-Stars. Now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the 2006 World Series champion St. Louis Cardinals, Tony La Russa. Leading off and playing shortstop from the New York Mets, Jose Reyes. Here you go, San Francisco. Batting second and playing left field from the San Francisco Giants, Barry Bonds. Batting third and playing center field from the New York Mets, Carlos Beltran. Batting fourth and playing right field from the Cincinnati Reds, Ken Griffey Jr. Batting fifth and playing third base from the New York Mets, David Wright. Batting sixth and playing first base from the Milwaukee Brewers, Prince Fielder. Batting seventh and catching from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Russell Martin. Batting eighth and playing second base from the Philadelphia Phillies, Chase Utley. Pitching and batting ninth from the San Diego Padres, Jake Peavy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2007 National League All-Stars. The Say Hey Kid played in a record 24 Midsummer Classics, and here tonight, among a constellation of the greatest stars in today's game, he shines again. Please welcome, from center field, the Say Hey Kid, number 24, Willie Mays. It is Jake Peavy first out there for the National League. According to Tony La Russa, he'll work just 1 inning in this game. The American League has won 9 straight decisions. So it starts with Peavy, and we'll see a lot of good young arms for each side. Ichiro leads it off. Ichiro with a base hit through the right side. And so the guy who, since he was a rookie in 2001 and who has the most hits in Major League Baseball since that time, does what he always does, singles through the right side, and that's the way this game begins. Here's Derek Jeter. Might be, could be. It is. 6-4-3 and a double play to start this night behind Jake Peavy. A base hit and this double play.
So that's another reason Jake Peavy once again is such a terrific pitcher. He's a strikeout pitcher who can get the double play ball, and 2 outs as Jeter grounds it to a double play after the Suzuki single.
And now a guy digging in, Tim, who I know is one of your favorites. He is about as clutch as any hitter in the game, and in his time with the Red Sox has come up with more big hits than anybody in baseball. And now a full count pitch. Broken bat. Utley to his left. And that is an error by Prince Fielder. And a little embarrassing moment for the first-time All-Star. He was a little late getting to the bag, and by the time he turned around, the throw a little low, and he just flat out dropped it.
Yeah, well, Ortiz is not a fast runner, particularly with the slow quad, and he just drops this ball. Ball right about at his right knee, but that ball's normally sucked up, but an error on Prince Fielder.
And it keeps this first inning alive for Alex Rodriguez. That's about as routine a play as you can find. He hit it right into the shift.
Right.
But Ortiz is thinking, well, let's see, I'm usually the DH. I'm not going to say anything to Fielder. I might do the same thing later. There are the numbers. Just a phenomenal start. Rodriguez with the most home runs for the Yankees at the break since Roger Maris. Left side, diving stop by Wright. Good play to end the inning. The right-hander from across the bay, Dan Herron. He brings it to Reyes, who is in his first All-Star game at bat. And Reyes is going to start this game for the National League with a base hit up the middle. And what does that give Barry Bonds? A chance with a man on. Four home runs away from tying Hank Aaron. 5 away from a new record. Reyes goes, throw down. Reyes steals second. 46 steals for Reyes already this season, leads baseball. Out in front, he pops it up. Right side, and that's Polanco all the way out, called off by Guerrero, who gets to show off his arm. 1 out. So now with the switch hitting Beltran at the plate, Guerrero tucks himself back deep into right field again, and Beltran will try to drive home his teammate Jose Reyes. Beltran strikes out, 2 away. So now it's Ken Griffey Jr. in his 8th season with Cincinnati, 37-year-old outfielder, 19th season in the big leagues, 13th All-Star game, and his 3rd since coming to the Reds. Griffey up the middle. That is a base hit, and the National League will take the lead. Ken Griffey Jr. delivers as Reyes scores 1-0 NL.
We saw Herron splitters to Barry Bonds and Carlos Beltran. This one hangs up in the strike zone right about bell tie. And the diving Jeter can't get to it, and the National League on top here in the first inning.
And now David Wright bats with 2 out.
David Wright, his 2nd All-Star game, his 1st All-Star game last year, his 1st time up. He popped one in Pittsburgh.
Should end it. Jeter to Polanco. We go to the 2nd inning in San Francisco. The National League is on top. 1-0. National League out in front, and it's the 3rd inning. 3rd different pitcher for the NL, Ben Sheets. An All-Star for the 3rd time. And he delivers to Polanco, who grounds to short. Reyes guides it over. 2 pitches, 1 up, 1 down here in the 3rd inning. And so Sheets takes care of the leadoff man, and a pinch hitter, Manny Ramirez, will come off the bench and try and kickstart this AL offense. Underneath that one into right, long run for Griffey. He's there and has it, 2 down. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal who's with us with a special guest.
Joe, we're with Dan Herron. Dan, you pitched for the A's right across the bay. How exciting was it for you to start this game?
Man, it was very special, you know. Had a lot of adrenaline going into it. You know, couldn't barely keep down a meal today. Just been thinking about it all day, but it was awesome. The fans were great. You know, it's a packed house. It was just an unbelievable experience.
Dan, thanks very much. Joe, back to you.
Ichiro, as he just plops one out into left for a base hit. How pretty was that? I mean, he can hit it anywhere.
It looked like he hit that ball with a violin.
Ichiro might lead the way. He's down to second on a base hit up the middle by Jeter. Meanwhile, the AL is putting together a rally here with 2-out singles by Ichiro and Jeter, and it's up to David Ortiz to deliver. And that's a line drive into right at Griffey. Inning is over. Ortiz hit it hard, but right at Junior. And Alex Rodriguez is first up for the American League. He is 0 for 1 as Cole Hamels takes over and is 23 years old. Great stuff. Left side base hit. And Rodriguez is on to start this 4th inning. The runner goes. A-Rod's doing it all. Rodriguez has stolen 9 bases during the regular season, so he is healthy on a cool night stealing a base. Here's Guerrero, and there's a ground ball to short. Reyes over first, one away. Maglio Ordonez will be the hitter. Let's go down to Jose Mota. Jose.
Thanks a lot, Joe. Well, Barry, talk about the environment and being surrounded by this in your home ballpark, and also Willie Mays and the reception here today.
Oh, it was fabulous. This is great, man. This is a dream come true for me. You know, it's like I said, it's another chapter to my career. It's great to be able to play long enough to have an all-star game in my city, and to have the opportunity to walk with my godfather, you know, and Derek Jeter is phenomenal. I think the city here, San Francisco, hosted this all-star game right. They did a good job.
And as you talk about your city, will it be more special? And at what point do you look into trying to break that home run record here at home?
I was trying to do it off Beckett. Yeah, I hit that ball pretty good. I got it a little bit behind me and stuff, but I thought I still may have got it up a little bit here. But, you know, he made a good pitch. I was trying to get the runner over. You know, Reyes is such a fast runner. You know, my job as a second hitter, I'm thinking, you know, I got to get him over. And, you know, but I hit the ball pretty good, so I'm happy.
You've expressed your opinion and where you stand with Bud Selig and all that. You respect the man. But, okay, Alex Rodriguez, you mentioned there's something between you two that perhaps you might be flying in to see him at some point. Why would that be?
Because he's one of my closest friends, and that's what you're supposed to do. We're ball players, and if we don't stick together, you know, who's going to stick together with us? And we have to stick together as ball players. You know, it used to be, you know, the boys club. You know, we used to have this fraternity, and a little bit has been broken. And we as ball players need to get that fraternity back and stick together, because it is about us, and this is what we do, and it's about the fans too coming to the game. But, you know, that fraternity should last forever.
Thank you so much. Best of luck to you. Go get him.
Here's a base hit into right by Ivan Rodriguez. Throw home by Griffey. What a pickup by Martin to get the out. Rodriguez is tagged out. Griffey's throw up the line, and Russell Martin, the former third baseman, with a short hop pickup and moving over to tag Rodriguez to keep it National League 1, American League 0. And it's a new pitcher, Chris Young and the Padres, that he was voted in as the internet recipient of the last spot on the All-Star team as Roberts draws a leadoff walk. And Jorge Posada will step to the plate with a tying run at first and nobody out here in the 5th inning. Posada batting for Beckett, who went 2 innings, no runs, 1 hit. Here's a jam shot into center. Easy for Beltran, who hauls it in, 1 on, 1 out. Now, here's our tough guy, Eric Burns. The guy he'll run into walls, he'll dive, he'll do anything. He's a favorite son of Fox Sports, and yet, Burns, you already packed it in on us, you and Bruin out there, out of the kayak?
No. Guys, not a whole lot of action out here in McCovey Cove, so I decided to bring Bruin out, and he's been, I brought my own baseball, and he's been answering to get in the water, so go get it, boy, go get it, go get it, over there, go get it, go get it. Yeah, there's a swimming Bulldogs, ladies and gentlemen. He's heading the wrong direction. I might have to go in after him. He's swimming to another boat. I think he smells the bacon over there. Come here, boy. Good boy. The great thing about being from San Francisco, guys, is I got all sorts of people helping me out. First, they bring me up on this boat. Now my dog's gone adrift. And here comes, it looks like Superman in a cape, going after him.
Yeah, just get the dog back, Eric, okay? We've got groups that are lining up outside the doors to Fox to complain about. Get your dog back in the boat, Burns.
Hey, Joe, listen, let me tell you something, guys. I'm the best dog owner you can find, and here comes Superman to the rescue. My ball, I think, somehow is sinking out here. It's gone.
Here's a shot into deep right field. Back at the wall. Ichiro hits it off the wall. It takes a weird carom, and Ichiro may circle the bases. In to score is Roberts. Here comes Ichiro. Inside the park home run. The ball hit one of those banners in the outfield and kicked behind Ken Griffey Jr. And by the time he got over to it, no chance to get Ichiro.
Because where it hit, it would dictate the carom would go towards center field. And that's why Ken Griffey Jr., you can see it right there. Ken Griffey Jr. is here instead of here. So a screwy carom, and Junior is caught off guard, and that allowed Ichiro to round the bases. A rare inside the park home run in an all-star game.
The 26-year-old hard-throwing 12-game winner CC Sabathia takes over. Tony La Russa, manager of the National League side, is with us and kind enough to join us during the inning. Tony, we have seen some weird bounces and hits so far in this game. It's been a fun game so far.
Yeah, it's very competitive, and you're right. Ichiro got a bloop and it hits him off the wall, and the one that Jose Reyes hit was a lot of fun to watch.
We talked to you before the game about the whole "this time it counts," and I sense with you a legitimate pride in National League Baseball, and forgetting this time it counts, but more telling your team, look, we can compete, we can have fun, but it's about time the National League finally wins one of these games against the AL.
Well, we have a real good league, and it's a sore point to get beat in the All-Star game and interleague play. So that's why you play the game. Come out here and see if you can have more runs than they do.
You've got a guy in Reyes who has led off and stolen a base and scored a run for you, and now you've got Soriano hanging over the plate against Sabathia. You guys, your lineup is going to have its hands full with a lot of hard-throwing pitchers that Jim Leyland can bring in the rest of the way.
Well, the guys are going to hit this inning. You got a lot of danger when we're always, threat to break through the talent these guys have.
0-1 the count, 1 out, nobody on, and Soriano slugs one into left, and it's Crawford who looked like he had a tough time seeing it, making the catch as he comes in, and Jose Reyes will step in with 2 out, nobody on.
Sometimes you catch the ball, sometimes the ball catches you, and that's what appeared to happen to Carl Crawford then. He ran into it.
Tony, I know baseball has you running around when you get here to San Francisco, and you're from the Bay Area and your family is here. Do you have any time to take a breath and relax and actually enjoy this experience of being the manager of that team?
No, I definitely enjoy you don't have much time anywhere but here. There's a lot of activity, but to be in the clubhouse with these guys is a real treat. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Then you watch the workout and the actual BP today, and you see the other team. The talent it's fun to be around.
I thought it was interesting that you told us that the guy you may keep back position player wise in case you run out of an infielder, you need somebody, is your own star Albert Pujols. As Jose Reyes shoots one into left center, and what a good play by
it's hard to believe.
Torrey Hunter, holding Reyes on that ball,
wow.
Tony, to a single. How about that play?
That's not one I enjoy seeing.
But Pujols is your guy. You told us before the game that if need be, you'd play Pujols just about anywhere on the field.
Well, we got strapped a little bit. This really outstanding Miguel Cabrera, who was a second, third baseman, injured his left shoulder and was only available to pinch hit. So that took Freddie Sanchez, who can do everything, and he's going to play third here when David Wright goes out. So you need to save somebody, and Albert, I mean, I'd play him anywhere. This guy's got such instincts and talent.
Yeah, he's played third base for you. He's played left field. Even you said shortstop. I saw him play shortstop in spring training. He handled himself well there.
I count spring training. He plays second. He plays second base too.
You have note cards from spring training you check back on?
No, just these guys don't let me forget that I wrote them in there, so it's hard to forget.
Tony, thanks for your time.
Okay.
It's 2 out here in the 6th inning. Cordero, who's been terrific. Carl Crawford, he's had 50 or more steals in 3 of the last 4 seasons, and a guy who is such a good athlete. Crawford hits one in the air to right. That is crushed at the wall. It's gone. Carl Crawford, home run, 3-1 AL. What an ending to a good long at bat by Crawford, and the Tampa Bay Devil Ray has added to the American League lead. Second All-Star game for Crawford and first All-Star game home run.
Cordero gets it up, and so does Crawford.
Now Guillen hits one to the left of Utley. Good play as he gets up and throws for the out. Verlander follows Sabathia, who took over for Beckett, who followed Dan Herron. AL on top, and Beltran. This one is ripped in the air to right. Back is Guerrero. This ball is off the wall. Beltran wasn't hustling to first, and now he turns it on to get to third safely with a leadoff triple. Another ball that takes a weird bounce off the wall, and Beltran turns it into a sliding triple.
Yeah, more predictable than the ball hit by Ichiro. You can see Guerrero right there. The ball coming off rather predictably. And Guerrero getting to it quickly. A strong throw to third, but Beltran with a triple.
You can see thinking either first home run, second an easy double, right, and then after watching the carom, I better get going. I've got a triple. Right. Now Griffey. That's into right, and an easy sac fly by Griffey, who has driven in both runs for the National League. Griffey with a sac fly to right, and the triple by Beltran turns into an immediate run. 3-2 AL on top. Good tight game yet again. Starting at the bottom of the seventh, and Johan Santana takes over, and I don't think in a game of stars any pitcher brings better credentials into this game than Santana. This one is down the left field line, hooking into the corner. It is foul, as Carlos Lee came awfully close to tying this game.
Down the right field line, and now the left field line.
Number one in the National League in RBIs is Carlos Lee, first year with the Astros. 16 home runs and a .297 average.
That was it.
That will tell you all you need to know about how good that pitch is. And Soriano will bat for the second time. He lined out to left his first time up. And a strikeout looking for Santana. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts here in the 7th to Reyes. Tough to get him. Guillen, long throw, good play, and a 1-2-3 7th inning for Johan Santana. Billy Wagner, who takes over, the only change for the National League. Mike Lowell, third baseman from the Red Sox, having a great year, and that's in the gap in left center. Driving in a ton of runs, and he's on to start the 8th inning. It's about their beloved team. Here's a foul down the left field line. What a good play by Freddie Sanchez. Dealing with a bullpen down there, and that's exactly why La Russa wanted him on this team, with his versatility and what he can do with a glove on his hand.
And you can safely say that's a rare play for Freddie Sanchez, because normally he's the second baseman for the Pittsburgh Pirates, playing third, and that is a strange area down there.
Here's Grady Sizemore. Has done that for the first time all night. A strikeout. It's 1 on, 2 out. And the batter will be Victor Martinez. That's ripped down the left field line off the bat of Martinez and gone. Victor Martinez opens it up a bit, makes it 5-2 AL here in the 8th. And he is enjoying every moment of this trot around the bases.
Yes, he is.
At AT&T Park. Realize that for Victor Martinez, since he became the Indians' regular catcher in 2004, he leads all Major League catchers in home runs, RBIs, runs, and hits. Number 2 in average. That's a pinch hit home run for the backstop for the Indians.
A fastball, middle of the plate, rocketed to left.
Crawford bounces out to the shortstop. Reyes shows off the speed, but Reyes has the great arm. He gets a 3-run American League lead, and it's Jonathan Papelbon, the closer for the first place Red Sox in the game. Lee floats one into shallow center, might drop. Hunter will not get there, and Derek Lee is on to start the 8th. And Lee is aboard 1 for 2 in this game. Orlando Hudson digs his way in first at bat since taking over defensively for Chase Utley. 0-2 pitch. Derek Lee takes off. Hudson strikes out, and that was Lee stealing off Papelbon. No chance for Posada. Stolen base, Derek Lee. One of the reasons why Tony La Russa selected Aaron Rowan to be a reserve on this NL team is what he does in center field. Full count and squirts away to send Derek Lee to third. That should be a pass ball. Rowan strikes out on a pitch up and in on 3-2. May have chased ball 4, and he is out number 2 here in the 8th. Sanchez off the end of the bat into right center field. It will be Hunter making the grab with Sizemore cutting in front of him. We go to the 9th inning. Papelbon a scoreless 8th. 5-2 American League on top. As Guillen leads off in this 9th inning against Trevor Hoffman, who is the all-time save king with 507 career saves. 2-1 pitch. Sounded like Guillen broke his bat. Hudson to his right. Good play. 1 out. Ryan Roberts digs in 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. 1-2 pitch. Roberts has to wait on it. Bounces to Lee, who flips for the out. 339. That's into center field. Back is Rowan. On the run. It's off the wall. Posada has a 2-out. Stand-up double. This runner at second, 2 out. There is a one-hop play by Sanchez at third. The inning is over. Hoffman a scoreless 9th. And the last chance for the National League trying to snap this string of 9 straight victories for the AL. Bottom of the 9th inning, J.J. Putz strikes out Holiday to start the bottom of the 9th. And here is Brian McCann. 1-2 pitch, 1 out, nobody on, and a pop-up. 2 out. Here comes Dmitri Young, the switch hitter and the last hope for the National League to try and extend this and end what is a 9-game losing streak. 1-2 pitch. Young grounds to the right side. Roberts can't make the play, and this game will continue. So a base hit for Dmitri, and Soriano, who's 0 for 2, will dig in. Now, if Soriano gets on, he brings up the tying run in J.J. Hardy. And the young shortstop for the Brewers is tied for 5th in the National League with 18 home runs. Soriano hits one down the right field line. Well hit into the corner. This ball is gone. Home run Soriano. It's a 1-run game in San Francisco. Third career All-Star game home run for Soriano.
Look at Soriano. He weighs about 155, 160 pounds, but it's that lithe strength. This pitch up a little bit, but outside, and he just flicks those strong hands and pops one out of this AT&T ballpark. Takes a lot of strength to hit a ball that far the other way.
Here is J.J. Hardy, his first at bat in a 5-4 game, 9th inning, 2 out. Francisco Rodriguez getting loose for the AL. How about a 2-out walk to put the tying run on? This is what has kept this game alive. It was ruled a base hit. A play that Roberts couldn't make. Then a home run by Soriano, a walk to J.J. Hardy, and a double switch as Putz will come out, much to his surprise. And Francisco Rodriguez will come in and try and end it. Francisco Rodriguez is in the game, and Derek Lee is at the plate. Everybody's standing here at AT&T Park. Check swing, did not go, and it's 2 on with 2 out, and Orlando Hudson coming up.
As Derek Lee holds up on that breaking ball in the dirt.
Tony La Russa is going to stick with Orlando Hudson. The only player he has left on his bench is Albert Pujols. So interesting that Pujols will stand and watch. Orlando Hudson, the all-star from the Diamondbacks, will have a chance. And Rodriguez is 1 pitch out of the strike zone away from loading the bases for Aaron Rowan. The bases are loaded. 3 consecutive walks.
Coming after 2 were out and nobody on. Rodriguez cannot find the strike zone.
It's easy to understand why, but it certainly looks like a guy who's a bundle of energy out of the mound is overthrowing here in the bottom of the 9th inning on a chilly night in San Francisco. And here is Aaron Rowan, who could be the hero for the National League. Bases loaded, 2 out, 0-1 the count. Into right field, should end the night. Rios is there, and the American League has won 10 straight. Beating the National League 5-4 here in San Francisco. A thrilling 9th inning at the end of a well-played game. 1 error. The National League leaving 9 runners on in this game and falling a run short. So the home field advantage will reside in the American League yet again. The National League's streak of futility that has started and run on since 1997 continues. It's a win for the American League, 5-4 over the National League. The winner, Beckett. The loser was Chris Young, and the save for Francisco Rodriguez. 10 straight now for the AL.
I'm pleased to announce that Ichiro Suzuki of the Seattle Mariners is the winner of the Ted Williams All-Star Game Most Valuable Player Award presented by Chevrolet. Ichiro, you went 3 for 3, 2 RBIs, and the first inside the park home run in All-Star Game history. Congratulations.
Welcome to Yankee Stadium and the 79th Major League Baseball All-Star Game. The 4th and final All-Star Game to be played at this historic ballpark. On the field are the National and American League All-Stars. And now the starting pitcher for the National League from the Milwaukee Brewers, Ben Sheets. And the starting pitcher for the American League from the Cleveland Indians, Cliff Lee. For the National League, from the Houston Astros, Lance Berkman. And for the American League, from the Boston Red Sox, Kevin Youkilis. For the National League, from the Philadelphia Phillies, Chase Utley. And for the American League, from the Boston Red Sox, Dustin Pedroia. For the National League, from the Atlanta Braves, Chipper Jones. For the American League, from the New York Yankees, Alex Rodriguez. For the National League, from the Florida Marlins, Hanley Ramirez. And for the American League, from the New York Yankees, Derek Jeter. For the National League, from the St. Louis Cardinals, Albert Pujols. And for the American League, from the Texas Rangers, Milton Bradley. For the National League, from the Milwaukee Brewers, Ryan Braun. And for the American League, from the Boston Red Sox, Manny Ramirez. For the National League, from the Chicago Cubs, Kosuke Fukudome. And for the American League, from the Texas Rangers, a hero last night in the Derby, Josh Hamilton. For the National League, from the Colorado Rockies, Matt Holliday. And for the American League, from the Seattle Mariners, Ichiro Suzuki. For the National League, from the Chicago Cubs, Giovanni Soto. And for the American League, from the Minnesota Twins, Joe Mauer. The National League manager, from the 2007 National League champion Colorado Rockies, Clint Hurdle. And the American League manager, from the 2007 World Series champion Boston Red Sox, Terry Francona. Now here we go with the National League starting lineup. It's brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Hanley Ramirez leads it off. Chase Utley batting second. The Philadelphia Philly, Lance Berkman hits third. Then Albert Pujols, the DH. Chipper Jones is batting in the number 5 spot. Matt Holliday in right. Ryan Braun in left. Kosuke Fukudome is batting in the 8th position in center. And the other Cub, both are rookies. Giovanni Soto is doing the catching and batting 9th. And for Cliff Lee, a guy who allowed no runs in a career-high 27 straight innings during the majority of the month of April. Here he is starting the All-Star game, and Hanley Ramirez is one of the game's brightest and best young stars. A ball and 2 strikes from Cliff Lee, and a good start for the Cleveland left-hander as he strikes out Ramirez. You might be hard-pressed to believe, if you don't see enough of Chase Utley, that his swing would produce as much power as it does. On the inside corner, and back-to-back strikeouts to start the night from Cliff Lee. Here's Lance Berkman. Here is a guy who is one of the best switch hitters statistically in the history of the game. But he has put up some serious numbers. A little looper into right center field, and to his left, making the catch, Josh Hamilton. And a perfect first inning for Cliff Lee. The hard-throwing right-hander, Ben Sheets, a 10-game winner during the first half, and the 6th best ERA in the National League at 2.85. Ichiro got under it, skies one into right, and that's easy for Holliday. No base runners yet. Here's tonight's American League lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Ichiro is out. Derek Jeter is coming up. Then it's Josh Hamilton, Alex Rodriguez, Manny Ramirez. Milton Bradley is the DH. Kevin Youkilis at first. Joe Mauer does the catching, and Dustin Pedroia is batting 9th, the second baseman. A nice ovation for Derek Jeter, who, Tim, has done nothing but win since he stepped foot in the big league.
Derek Jeter hits the ball, particularly with 2 strikes.
And he goes to right, on a line, tough hop. Utley can't play it, and Jeter is on with a 1-out hit. And so 1 on, 1 out for a guy who probably needed help to brush his teeth this morning, Josh Hamilton. A record 28 home runs in the first round of the State Farm Home Run Derby last night.
Does that mean if you hit a lot of home runs, you can't brush your teeth?
I'm just saying, at some point, back it down and have something left for the 3rd round. Jeter takes off, throw by Soto, way late. Huge jump for Derek Jeter. Now Hamilton and A-Rod have a chance to put the AL on top. Another good breaking ball from Sheets. And down goes Josh Hamilton, out number 2. So a strikeout follows the stolen base, and now Alex Rodriguez will walk to the plate for 2-1. Popped up, foul, and Soto gives it a look. Inning over. And Soto takes a spill after slipping on a rosin bag or something near the on-deck circle. Ramirez got out of his way, and that weighted bat did not, but he appears to be okay. Cub fans, we've played 1 in the Bronx. No score. Pujols is for the 7th time an All-Star, 8 seasons in the big leagues. And a chop to the left side, and from Pujols to A-Rod, 1 out.
That's how much he wanted to get back to what he was before.
First hit of the night for the National League belongs to Chipper Jones. And why not? Chipper Jones checked in with the game's best average of 376.
If you allow these guys to get ahead of you, they can bury you, as Lee did the first 4 hitters.
Matt Holliday goes after the first pitch and chops it to Euclid. The Gold Glove Award winner taps him for out number 2, and it will leave it up to Ryan Braun to keep this top of the 2nd alive. Otherwise, Cliff Lee will pitch 2 scoreless innings in the All-Star game. And he'll do just that. And we are underway in the bottom of the 2nd. It's Manny Ramirez, Milton Bradley, the DH, and then Kevin Euclid. Manny Ramirez goes after a breaking ball, a filthy pitch from Ben Sheets, and that's strikeout number 2. And with 1 out, nobody on, Milton Bradley will be the hitter. And that's low, and that's a 1-out walk. And the first walk handed out tonight. 1 on, 1 out for Kevin Euclid. There goes the runner. Bradley. Throw down is too late. Runner at 2nd, 1 out, 3-2 pitch. Another strikeout for Ben Sheets, and that's his 3rd of the night. So now it is up to Joe Mauer. AL batting champ was Joe Mauer in 2006, 3rd consecutive full count, and he walks Joe Mauer. And now with 2 on and 2 out, here's Pedroia. There is no hotter hitter in the game than Dustin Pedroia. Since the middle of June, he is number 1 in baseball in batting average at over 440. So Pedroia is hitting 9th. He gets under 1 to center. Back to get it is Fukudome, and that'll do it for the first 2. Here is Carlos Zambrano, 2nd pitcher of the night for the National League. There is still no score. Here's a line drive into right, base hit off the bat of Ichiro.
8th year for Ichiro, 8th All-Star game. You have to really think about consideration for the Hall of Fame.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Double play ball hit to Ramirez off the bat of Jeter, 6-4-3. Jeter, who singled his first time, bounces into a tailor-made double play. Roy Halladay, who is the ace of the Blue Jays staff, takes over as Berkman comes up empty, and he is the 4th strikeout victim of the night. Albert Pujols, who bounced out to 3rd his first time up. Sticking the bat out and poking it toward the corner. This ball is fair. Pujols will dig for 2nd. Throw by Ichiro on the mark. Out. 2 gone.
Not only over 1,700 hits, he's the best right fielder that I've seen since Clemente. He's not better than Roberto was. But you talk about a guy who does everything right, not only at the plate, but off the wall to get Pujols. Close play at 2nd base. Foot may have been in there, but a terrific throw by Ichiro.
And now Chipper Jones chops one over the head of Halladay. And we are going into the bottom of the 4th inning. And the 2nd Los Angeles Angel of Anaheim, Irvin Santana, 2nd pitcher of this game. Saunders went 1 scoreless with 1 hit. And now with Matt Holliday digging in. 2nd at bats now for guys toward the bottom of the lineup, and we could start seeing some bench players come in. That's well hit to right off the bat of Holliday, and the National League strikes first. Home run the opposite way, and Holliday, who has 14 during the regular season, goes deep to put the NL on top. Boy, that ball just jumped off his bat.
He's a big guy. saw his Colorado Rockies lose 3 in a row to the New York Mets over the weekend, and he crosses New York City to the Bronx and puts the National League on the board. First run of the ball game. Fastball away, hammered to right field.
So Santana gives up the home run. So the National League gets to draw first blood in this 79th All-Star game. A-Rod is taken out of the lineup by Terry Francona, something he hinted to us he might do as Joe Crede takes over at third base. Good tight breaking ball down and in, and Fukudome is gone. That's out number 2. Now 0-2 on Giovanni Soto. And goodbye Soto. The first run of the night is on the board. Off the bat of Matt Holliday against Irvin Santana. It was up, and away it flew. Halfway through it, 1-zip, NL. And here is Dukeshire, who takes over.
Look at that earned run average, 1.82 as a starter.
Breaking ball is hammered into left field. A spinning breaking ball that was up from Dukeshire, and it was pounded by Hanley Ramirez, who's 2 for 3. And so now 1 on, nobody out for Chase Utley. Here's a shot into right with Ramirez running. Hanley will go to third on a base hit by Utley. And the National League is in business here in the 6th inning. First and third, nobody out. And the heart of the order coming up for the NL. Lance's fly to center and struck out. Berkman in the air to left center field, pretty well hit. Back is Sizemore near the track for the out. Tagging and scoring is Ramirez. RBI for Berkman. It's 2-0 National League. So Berkman gets it done and doubles the lead. 2-zip here in the 6th.
And Derek Jeter will be replaced.
So here's Derek's moment. So a nice hand for Jeter as Michael Young takes over at short. Here's Albert Pujols, 1 on, 1 out after the sac fly by Berkman. Up the middle off the bat of Pujols. He's on with a hit. Utley will stop at second. And that's 3 hits in the inning. Let's check in with Kevin Kennedy standing by with Derek Jeter.
Got the captain of the Yankees right here, Derek Jeter. This whole All-Star experience, the Hall of Famers out there. What does this all mean to you?
It's been a fun event, man. This is definitely an All-Star game I didn't want to miss. I think you know, the Yankees have done a tremendous job. Major League Baseball deserves all the credit because they're giving them the All-Star game this year.
And we saw Mr. Steinbrenner out there. I know how close you are to him. What did that mean to you?
Oh, it's great. I mean, he's New York Yankees. He's one of the first guys, or first names that come to mind, and you can't say that of very many owners in the sport.
Derek, congratulations. Thanks a lot.
2 on, 1 out. Dukeshire deals to Chipper Jones. As Chipper Jones strikes out on a high delivery from Dukeshire. So now with 2 on, 2 out, the inning is up to Matt Holliday, who homered his last time up. Dukeshire could do a very good job of limiting the damage if he can get Holliday, and now that's up to Ian Kinsler. The National League gets a run. RBI sac fly by Lance Berkman. 2-0 NL. Edinson Volquez is on the mound. #1 ERA in the National League, 2.29. He's 12-3. Morneau rips a base hit into right. And the American League has an extra base hit as it gets past Corey Hart in right center field. A sliding try. The bottom of the 7th. And the batter is Ian Kinsler. Leads the league in hits and is #1 in the AL, hitting .337. Up the middle, right at the shortstop Tejada. Over to third goes Morneau. And the batter now will be Dioner Navarro to bat for Veritek. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at third, 1 out, and a tailing fastball gets Navarro. 2 down. Good pitch from Edinson Volquez. Jumped back over the inside corner, and now J.D. Drew. J.D. Drew has had an outstanding season. 2-1 pitch is ripped into right. At the wall, this ball is gone. Tie game, 2-run shot. J.D. Drew, first-time All-Star.
From Valdosta, Georgia, he waited 11 years for his first All-Star at bat. Home run to tie it.
Second season with the Red Sox. And he ignites that AL bench with that shot to right off Volquez. And he is the 15th player in the history of the All-Star game to go deep in his first All-Star game at bat. And this game has hit the refresh button with a 2-2 score. Volquez gives up the home run and comes back to strike out Michael Young. And Jonathan Papelbon will take over on the mound. Leading it off is Miguel Tejada, first at bat of the night. Here's a little flip shot into right off the bat of Tejada. Drew drops it but gets it back in, and this crowd is all over Jonathan Papelbon as he pitches here in the 8th. As Uggla steps in, and a strikeout from Papelbon on high heat to quiet the chant of overrated. 1 on, 1 out. Here's Gonzalez with David Wright on deck. Runner is going. Throw down is into center. And Tejada, the go-ahead run at third with 1 out. It'll be a stolen base and then likely an error on Navarro, which puts the go-ahead run at third base with only 1 out and Adrian Gonzalez at the plate.
Excellent base running by Tejada, not only with a good jump. That ball thrown to the third base side. Tejada makes it to third easily. Infield in for the American League, but Navarro never had hold of the ball.
Tejada, who has been rejuvenated in his first year with the Astros, is at third, 1 out, and a 1-0 to Adrian Gonzalez of the Padres is popped into center. It drifts into left field with a win. Quinton comes up ready to throw. Tagging, coming to the plate, Tejada, and the National League is back out in front. Into left center field, and it drifted off the bat of Gonzalez. Sliced to the left fielder Quinton, and his throw was late to the plate. Tejada, a single, a stolen base, an error, and he scores the go-ahead run.
Quinton does what he can on the throw. Throw a little bit to the first base side, but Tejada on a nifty piece of base running, circling the bases with the go-ahead run.
Here's David Wright, 0-2 pitch. On the outside corner, the inning is over. And this crowd serenades Papelbon on his way back to the dugout. Carlos Quinton is first up against Brian Wilson. First-time All-Star, had Tommy John surgery, and now here he is. Breaking ball hit off the end of the bat into center and into the glove of McLeod for out number 1. Here's Carlos Guillen, who is pinch hitting for Joe Crede. 3-2 pitch. Guillen strikes out, chased a high hard one, 2 out. Pitching change, 2 out, nobody on, and Billy Wagner coming in. 1-run National League lead. Bases empty. Sizemore at the plate. If we continue, and it looks like we will, as Sizemore is on, the tying run aboard. And Milton Bradley, the DH, will be lifted for Longoria. So Longoria, the rookie, who's put together a season that has already seen him get locked into a long-term deal about, what, 2 weeks after he was called up by the Tampa Bay Rays, and those home runs, 16, 53 RBIs. But now the battle between Wagner and the rookie Longoria. Stealing second uncontested is Grady Sizemore. An important stolen base, and now a hit can tie the game from Longoria. The 2-2. Longoria hooks it down the left field line. It is fair. In to score is Sizemore. It's a double for the rookie Longoria, and it's a 3-3 game in the 8th. What a year for Evan Longoria.
Called up by the Rays on April the 12th. Down and in, slider it looked like. Just fair.
An important steal of second by Grady Sizemore. It was uncontested. And that means he scores as that ground rule double hopped out of play. And now a slow tap, barehanded pickup by Wagner goes to the bag. It's a 3-3 game 9th inning, and Francisco Rodriguez is on pace for a record-setting year. Ramirez hitting for the first time in this game. 3-2 pitch is in the dirt and a leadoff walk. That gives the National League life here in the 9th inning. And now Guzman will come off the bench and pinch run for Ramirez. And we've had Corey Hart voted in online. Last man added. Could he be a hero for the National League? 0-1 pitch is flied into right. The park will hold it as J.D. Drew drifts back and squeezes out number 1. And here comes a great story, as Francona will take the ball from Francisco Rodriguez and hand it to Mariano Rivera. Mariano Rivera takes over, trying to keep it tied in the top of the 9th inning. 1 on, 1 out. The 3-2. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down, double play to end the inning. Strike him out by Rivera, throw him out by Navarro. Good tag by Kinsler. Bottom of the 9th at Yankee Stadium, tie game. And now Ryan Dempster, who's a second-time All-Star, moved back into the rotation this year with the Cubs, and he has been outstanding. Good start for Dempster as he strikes out Kinsler to begin the 9th inning. And now Dioner Navarro, who threw out Guzman, trying to steal second to end the top of this 9th inning. Navarro strikes out. 96 mile an hour high heat. 2 up, 2 down, and here comes J.D. Drew. And Drew takes strike 3, and we are going into the 10th. How about that All-Star game fact? 10 extra inning games. The National League is 9-0-1. Last extra inning game was that tie. And the whole this time it counts. 3-2 pitch. McLeod strikes out looking. Second strikeout for Rivera.
Well, there is no way to prepare yourself to face a pitcher like Mariano Rivera.
Russell Martin 0 for 1 since entering the game back in the 5th. 2-2 pitch. Line drive is a base hit through the right side. What a good at bat by Russell Martin. 1 on, 1 out.
You just cannot help but be impressed by that at bat by Russell Martin.
And here is Miguel Tejada. Runner is going. Ground ball is up the middle off the bat of Tejada. First and third, 1 out. Russell Martin, the catcher from the Dodgers, was on the move, and Tejada bounced his second hit right up the middle. But now it's Rivera and Ugla. And the 0-1. Ground ball to the second baseman. Kinsler flips out over to first. Double play. And this game stays tied. And now Aaron Cook, who already has a career high with his 11 wins, deals, and a ground ball up the middle. Ugla kicks it. A 2-hopper up the middle off the bat of Michael Young, and Dan Ugla to his right, after just bouncing into the double play, does this.
Trying to get rid of it too quickly was Dan. Ball hit the webbing, and he comes up empty.
That is the second error committed by the National League, and this one starts the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 game as Carlos Quentin, who leads Major League Baseball in game-winning RBIs this season, steps in. Hard hit and right under the glove of Ugla. Going first to third is Young, and the winning run is 90 feet away. Right at Ugla, smashed to Dan Ugla, and right under his glove.
Now think about the last 3 batters in this ball game. Ugla grounded into the double play from Kinsler to Young and to first base, and now 2 straight errors to open the bottom of the 10th inning, puts runners on at first and third and nobody out for the American League.
Wow. And it will be Carlos Guillen at the plate, who will get the walk to load the bases and bring in Grady Sizemore. Infield in, outfield in, Dan Ugla. And the rest of the National Leaguers praying he can get out of it. 1-1 pitch. Sizemore to Ugla. Throws to the plate. Down to first. It's low and safe. And Ugla was very deliberate. Made sure of the out at the plate with the speed of Sizemore. No chance to turn 2 in the end.
Well, if you made 2 errors in a row at Yankee Stadium, in the last All-Star game, that'll make you deliberate.
And how about the play by Adrian Gonzalez down at first? This saves the game.
It does. In between hop, nicely done.
So the force out, score it 3-2 with the first baseman throwing home. Sizemore doesn't get it done. And here's the rookie again, Evan Longoria. Winning run is Quinton at third, 1 out. To third, Guzman comes home, out. Everybody moves up other than Quinton, who's forced out at the plate, and that is out number 2. Score at 5-2 with Guzman throwing to the plate. And then Russell Martin got hung up with Quinton coming down on him. Just a little tap to the back of the right foot. And now it's bases loaded, 2 out. And Morneau, slow roller, tough play. Tejada throws. We're still tied. What a play by Miguel Tejada, who's doing everything he can tonight to get a win for the National League. We go into the 11th inning. What a job by Aaron Cook. 2 errors by Uggla. It doesn't matter. Let's go to the 11th in Yankee Stadium. As Kinsler lines one into center for a base hit. Winning run is at first with nobody out after the hit by Kinsler, his first hit of the night. Yonder Navarro is at the plate. There he goes, a pitch out. Martin's throw. In time for out number 1. Kinsler didn't agree with the call, but that is out number 1 here in the bottom of the 11th. Ian Kinsler caught stealing.
So instead of sacrificing him to second, allowing Kinsler to try to steal third, it looked like he was in there. That right foot, let's see.
I don't think
he made the tag.
Him.
I don't think he made the tag.
Kinsler knew it. Here's a 3-1 to Navarro as ball 4 is low to Navarro, and the winning run is on again, this time with 1 out. Drew bounces one up the middle, a base hit. Navarro will hold at second as J.D. Drew has his second hit of the night. But again, because the American League is out of bench players, Yonder Navarro, who does not run well out at second base, is the lead runner. And that could play a role here in the bottom of the 11th. And now a 2-1 to Michael Young. Up the middle, base hit. Here comes Navarro. McLeod throws to the plate. Here it is, and out to keep it tied. Second out of the inning as Navarro is thrown out by Nate McLeod from center field.
What a play by Russell Martin, the catcher. And in between hop, the throw beating, a strong throw from McLeod. Watch the in-between hop and watch blocking home plate by Russell Martin. You talk about a tough play. Great play by Martin.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Again, you look at that play and watch the foot of Navarro come in, and the question is, when did the glove hit his leg? It was awfully close. Out is the call, and it's still 3-3. What a play. Look at that hop. And Navarro is tagged as he goes by. McLeod throws him out. Now second and third, 2 out for Quinton. Left side. Guzman makes the play, throws for the out. What a play by Christian Guzman to his left as he got the high hop. 12th inning now. And Ryan Ludwig is first up for the National League against Joaquin Soria. And now Ryan Ludwig starts the top of the 12th with a walk. Here's McLeod getting a bunt down. First base side. It's perfect. The shovel to first, safe. Kinsler a little late getting over, and the flip from Morneau was a little high, and McLeod hustling beat it. And now it's Russell Martin who has been a big piece of what's gone on here tonight for the National League. He pushes a bunt to first. Morneau fields it. It may have gone foul, but he takes the out, and the runners advance to second and third.
And the National League's happy that Morneau made that decision, because that ball definitely goes foul.
And now Tejada, who's been outstanding, will be intentionally passed to load him up.
And look who it's up to again.
Dan Uggla. As you look at this All-Star game fact, this being the longest game with regard to time. The 0-2. A breaking ball. Uggla fooled, and he strikes out for out number 2. And so now 2 out in the inning. Uggla slams his helmet down, and Terry Francona is going to make the walk out to the mound. And George Sherrill is going to come out of the bullpen for the American League. Bases loaded, 2 out. How about Sherrill coming out of the bullpen with his sacks jammed and striking out Adrian Gonzalez to keep it 3-3. Aaron Cook back to work, and Guillen hits it into deep left field. Back at the wall. It is off the wall. Played by Ludwig, and the winning run is at second on a leadoff double by Carlos Guillen to start the 12th. First pitch swinging, and a double over the head of Ludwig in left.
Tough thing about this play for Ryan Ludwig was that there's no trail guy like a center fielder to come and back up the play. So you have to kind of keep it close. And once that ball caroms back into left field, it was just a matter of whether it was going to be a double or a triple for Guillen. Carlos, not a fast runner, and stops at second.
Now it's Grady Sizemore. Winning run at second, nobody out. 12th inning, and Sizemore hits it to Uggla, knocks it down, gets the out. Over to third as Guillen one away. Sizemore advances the runner. The infield comes in. And here's Evan Longoria. And a strikeout for out number 2. Good pitch down and in by Aaron Cook. Now Morneau will be intentionally passed, and now Kinsler can win it. The 1-1. Left side, Guzman to his left. We are going to the 13th inning. A leadoff double by Carlos Guillen. Almost got out. But Marmol, who can be just flat out nasty, takes over in the bottom of the 13th inning. 3-2 pitch. Drew is out in front of it. Oh, a bad hop, and Uggla can't make the play. He's made a couple of errors, but that was a terrible hop that came up into the chest of Dan Uggla. It's an error, and the 3rd of the night for Dan Uggla. Uggla didn't get into this game until the 6th. Now Michael Young. There goes Drew. Strike 3. Throw down and safe. Good pickup and tag by Uggla on the end of it. But Drew is in with a steal, and now he's in scoring position. 2 out, and again Carlos Quentin. 1-2 pitch. Quentin strikes out. And we are going to the 14th inning. George Sherrill back to work. McLeod first up, and he launches one into right. Back at the track, J.D. Drew is there for out number 1. Just got under it enough.
Well, if you're wondering about George Sherrill, he has now pitched the longest that he's pitched all year. 2 innings.
With 2 out, nobody on. Here's Tejada. Ground ball to the shortstop. Young makes the play, and the inning is over. We just had our 2nd 7th inning stretch in this All-Star game as we're in the middle of the 14th inning. Brandon Webb takes over on the mound. Line drive is caught by Tejada. Hard hit, 1 out. See Sizemore out in front of that pitch for out number 2. Waits for a 2-2 pitch and strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the 14th inning. We are now into the 15th inning. Scott Kazmir, who was over 100 pitches on Sunday for the Rays. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, and a strikeout of Uggla. Here's Christian Guzman with a runner at first, 2 out. Here's a ground ball to first. That ball almost got through the webbing, the glove of Morneau. We go to the bottom of the 15th inning. Brad Lidge takes over on the mound. She has been perfect in save chances for the Phillies. Base hit into center. The leadoff man is on. Here comes Kinsler.
Kevin Youkilis with his rally cap on.
Here's a line drive into left that is caught by Ryan Ludwig. stagger at the start, but he comes in to make a diving catch for out number 1.
Scoops it right off the ground. Good catch.
Navarro gets one off the end of the bat, base hit into center. Morneau will think about going to third, but hold, and that was the right decision. And now with 2 on, 1 out, here comes J.D. Drew. He could be the hero. 3-2 pitch is in the dirt. That loads the bases, and Michael Young can end it. Bases loaded, 1 out. 3-3 in the bottom of the 15th inning. Michael Young pops it up, right field, Corey Hart. Morneau tags at third. Here we go. Throw by Hart to the plate, and safe. This game is over. Morneau scores. Terry Francona exhales, and the American League has won again, and they will have home field advantage in the upcoming World Series. And there is nobody happier in this park than Terry Francona.
No, Terry Francona not the only guy exhaling. He's got company.
Avoiding having to play another inning, Corey Hart got his momentum going through to the plate. The tag by McCann was just late. Morneau in just ahead of the tag, and this game 4 hours and 50 minutes after it started is over, with the AL winning it in 15, 4-3. And that's how close we were to playing into the 16th inning. Kazmir is the winner. Lidge is the loser. And a hug from Terry Francona to Jim Leland, to Brad Mills. And again, it's Michael Young who delivers the key RBI for the American League, as he did 2 years ago in Pittsburgh. The American League has won the last 11 straight decisions.
It is my pleasure to present the Chevy Most Valuable Player in the 2008 All-Star Game to a very deserving J.D. Drew.
Who happens to be wearing a Red Sox uniform right here in Yankee Stadium. Isn't it beautiful?
It's the 89th All-Star Game in Washington, D.C., home of the Washington Nationals. It is a hot, muggy July night. And now it's time to meet the All-Star teams. Managing the American League from the 2017 World Series champion Houston Astros, A.J. Hinch.
Ready? Come on. Give him knuckles. Good work, congrats.
Leading off and playing right field from the Boston Red Sox, Mookie Betts. Batting second and playing second base from the Houston Astros, Jose Altuve. Batting third, the center fielder from the Los Angeles Angels, Mike Trout. Hitting cleanup, the designated hitter from the Boston Red Sox, J.D. Martinez. Batting fifth and playing third base from the Cleveland Indians, Jose Ramirez. Batting sixth, the left fielder from the New York Yankees, Aaron Judge. Batting seventh, the shortstop from the Baltimore Orioles, Manny Machado. Batting eighth, the first baseman from the Chicago White Sox, Jose Abreu. And batting ninth, the catcher from the Kansas City Royals, Salvador Perez. Tonight's starting pitcher from the Boston Red Sox, Chris Sale. All right, now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup.
Okay, all right. You ready? So once they say so, you'll be right next to me, right behind me, all right?
The manager from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Dave Roberts.
All right. Come on, Blackie. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Let's go.
Leading off and playing second base from the Chicago Cubs, Javier Baez. Batting second, the third baseman from the Colorado Rockies, Nolan Arenado. Batting third, the designated hitter from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Paul Goldschmidt. Batting fourth, the first baseman from the Atlanta Braves, Freddie Freeman. Batting fifth and playing left field from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Matt Kemp. All right, here he is, batting sixth and playing center field. The home run derby champion from your Washington Nationals, Bryce Harper. Batting seventh, the right fielder from the Atlanta Braves, Nick Markakis. Batting eighth, the shortstop from the San Francisco Giants, Brandon Crawford. Batting ninth, the catcher from the Chicago Cubs, Wilson Contreras. And the starting pitcher for the National League, from your Washington Nationals, Max Scherzer. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2018 American League and National League All-Stars. So Max Scherzer, who has been phenomenal since signing here with the hometown Washington Nationals after starting with the Diamondbacks and going to the Tigers. He's starting the All-Star game for the National League for the second straight year, third All-Star game start, and he will take on Mookie Betts to start his night. And standing by with Mookie Betts is our own Ken Rosenthal.
All right, we're here with Mookie Betts. He's getting his last practice swings in. Mookie, it's Max Scherzer in his home park. He's going to be throwing heat, breathing fire. What's your plan?
Get up there and ready to swing. Got to compete at this point.
Off we go. Betts is leading the AL in average. He's got 23 home runs, 18 steals. You name it, he does it. He strikes out. And that guy is the reigning MVP in the American League. Hello, 2 out. What more do you say about Trout than he's the best player in Major League Baseball? A 2-out walk. And how good has J.D. Martinez been for the Boston Red Sox?
He's unreal, signed a big contract.
First All-Star start. He grounds one up the middle for a base hit. Trout will turn and go. A little juggle in the outfield, but he'll only reach third, and it's first and third with 2 out.
Here's an MVP candidate, probably the leading candidate for the Indians, Jose Ramirez.
And he pops it up. Baez sees it. I don't know that Crawford did, and the inning is over. A scoreless frame put up by Max Scherzer, bottom of the first. NL coming up. Well, it's the third straight year that Chris Sale has been the starting pitcher for the American League in the All-Star game. Just sustained greatness.
Okay, now I know how much you love to swing the bat. I'm going to ask you anyway. That's Chris Sale out there.
Tell me what the game plan is.
Well, he throws hard, man. He throws hard. We just got to hit the fastball. Let's see what I got on his fastball, man.
Go get him.
Thank you, man.
All right, Baez will try to get it started for the National League side. Here's a base hit on the first pitch. And Tom Verducci just became Javier Baez's good luck charm. What a year that kid's having. 72 RBIs. Here's Arenado. He gets under one and skies it into left field, where Aaron Judge, who's never played left in the big leagues, hauls it in, 1 out. Paul represents the Diamondbacks and is playing in his 6th straight All-Star game. 2 out. Nasty.
And there it is. Because the arm slot comes out of the same place, the fastball slider combination, I'm telling you.
Batter now is Freddie Freeman. Top vote getter in the National League. In the air to left center. Gliding to it. Mike Trout. Well, no score after 1. No surprise with that. Scherzer back for another inning. And he will first face Aaron Judge. As he rips one into left. Back at the wall, Aaron Judge. Home run. The 26-year-old who has electrified the Bronx and baseball shoots one out of here.
Yeah, higher than high, lower than low, but in this middle part, right at the belt, he gets on top of this fastball. See how he pulls his hands in? He's so strong. And he's got 5 of the hardest hit balls in baseball. It just so happens his teammate Stanton has the other 5 and an early lead for the American League.
And now Manny Machado, and there's so much to talk about with regard to Machado. That's kind of the rub of these All-Star games. You want to talk about everybody. He flies one into left, and that will be easy for Kemp. 1 out. He is the most talked about player on the trading block, with the deadline coming up at the end of the month as Abreu strikes out. Salvador Perez at the plate. There's another one to Perez. A nice block by Contreras, and that's it. Mike Trout is out in center field. You can hear us, right?
I can hear you guys. What's going on?
Look, we're going to pick our spots here. We're not going to wear you out there in center field as Matt Kemp faces Luis Severino. And Kemp shoots one down toward the corner and left. And Matt Kemp, who's had a revival with the Dodgers, is legging out a leadoff double. You're now playing in center behind Severino on the mound. You've seen this guy enough. He has really matured.
I'm just happy he's on our team.
99 miles per hour and harder, the most thrown this season. Severino leads, and that is a filthy pitch down and in. StatCast AI powered by AWS. Batter now will be Nick Markakis. A great story. He's been at it for a long time. Yeah, Mike.
That was my one thing I wanted to say congrats to him when I was there. Oh, right there. All right.
And there he is on cue, playing left field. And you're looking at one of the most complete players, certainly in the National League, if not MLB overall. You're certainly not in awe being around these other guys, and you actually have fun when you come to the All-Star game.
Come on now, that's a bad question.
No, it's not, yes, because some guys act like it's pulling teeth going to the All-Star game, and
yeah, obviously, you know, guys like the rest is a long season, but I enjoy it. You know, I come here, obviously get voted in, but just being with the guys across the league, you know, great athletes. You know, just being, you know, obviously we compete against them every day, and now we're all on one team, so it's always fun. We get to know each other a little bit, and we're enjoying it, all of us.
If we weren't talking to you, would you be moving around as much out in center? You're always moving around.
I always move. Got to get ready.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
What do you think right here? Slider?
Smoltz. Fastball away. All right, Mike. Thanks, man. All right, Jacob deGrom is in the ballgame to start the 3rd. It's a 1-0 AL lead. Go get it, Bryce. I could have caught that, Bryce.
I bet you could have.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining us again. 2nd year in a row. I think that means you're like ready to get benefits from News Corp by that by that definition. Tell us about last night. How sore are you after last night's home run derby, first of all?
Oh, man, it was a lot easier than that bat against Luis Severino right there, I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, you were facing your dad. To share that with your dad, have him throw you the pitches and you make up the ground at the end and win with the extra opportunities. Good for you. And what'd your dad say after last night?
Yeah, I had a blast. I mean, just going out there and, acting like we were in the backyard, just swinging, just having fun and enjoying it. I mean, there's nothing better than going out there and playing catch with your dad or taking BP with your dad and just having fun. I mean, you always remember going to the field with your dad or doing certain things with your pops, and that's one of the best things I've ever done right there.
Altuve pops it up left side, 2 quick outs. By the way, I would not mess with your dad.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah,
at all.
I am sure he.
I don't want to mess with him at all. It'll knock me silly.
We have a picture of you when you won, I guess, a home run derby when you were 11.
Yeah, looking a little husky, huh?
A little husky. That's all right. I shopped in that section as a kid.
That's that football body right there. This could be a quick inning with frickin' Jacob deGrom right here. I mean, he's lights out. The guy is unbelievable. Having faced him in the NL East all year long.
Yeah, and back in 2015, he came on.
3 Ks, 10 pitches, right?
10 pitches, 3 strikeouts in Cincinnati. Welcome to the All-Star game. Sit down.
Unbelievable. I mean, he's one of the funnest guys to watch pitch. And just everything he goes out there, his demeanor. I mean, everything. That Mets staff. I mean, if you look at deGrom, Syndergaard. I mean, Wheeler was lights out against us the other day. He was 100. I mean, so they got 3 guys that are just lights out. It's incredible.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on, and that is hit by Trout into left. It is gone. 2-0 American League on solo shots by Judge and Trout.
How good is he, huh?
He's pretty good.
I love watching him play, man. Special player.
We say it in the booth. He's the best player in the game. I know you guys are all filled with pride, but do you recognize him as the best player in the game?
I feel like if you don't, then you're not watching. I mean, this guy is day in and day out, year in and year out. I mean, one of the best in all of baseball. And, him, Mookie Betts, I mean, this guy right here, I mean, coming on strong, JD Martinez. There's so much good young talent in this game right now, and it's so much fun to watch and just enjoy. And, I mean, wow, as a fan, you gotta look at this and go, man, we're lucky to see these guys play for the next 10, 20 years. There's a fastball right there.
Good job. Way to go. The game slides into the bottom of the 3rd inning. Glad you're with us. 2-0 American League on a couple of solo shots. Here is Contreras. And Wilson Contreras goes deep to left. First pitch swinging, and the Cubs catcher shoots one out. The lead has been cut in half.
Contreras has had his way with American League pitchers, hitting a ton of home runs off of them and not as many off of National pitchers. And he checks in. First pitch fastball to Snell's, had an incredible first half of the Rays. Inner half trying to throw the baseball, and he just gets the barrel of the bat to the ball quicker than the ball got to him.
And it finds its way over the wall and left, and a big smile on the face of Wilson Contreras. 3-2 is on the inside corner, and Kemp knew it. Second strikeout for Snell. Here's Harper as he strikes out. And back-to-back strikeouts to begin the 4th. Aaron Nola. Look at those first half numbers.
What an amazing job he has done in a very difficult park to pitch in.
Nasty pitch down and away, and Perez strikes out. Let's go down to Tom Verducci.
Well, even with interleague play, sometimes we get matchups we've never seen before. Max Scherzer, Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge, Max Scherzer.
Well, I faced him last year, and I was able to get him out, but this year, I elevated that fastball. I hit my spot, but he's just 6'7". He's so huge that I have to throw it all the way up there. So I learned my lesson.
All right, Mr. Intensity, you had the privilege few had to start an all-star game in your home ballpark. What did it feel like out there?
It was awesome to have the crowd just going nuts and chanting. I mean, that's what you dream of. I mean, that's something I'll never forget.
Thanks, Max.
I appreciate it.
The fans of the Red Sox recognize it. There is a strikeout, back-to-back Ks for Nola. 2 out. Here's Altuve. send a rocket over the head of the second baseman and into right center field. Played by Harper and back in for a 2-out single.
I believe that is his first base hit, and you can see him right there. The batting chant, nothing but hits, but that's his first one, and super excited about it. He has checked in.
Checks another box.
Fastball, the guy hits it all over the ballpark. He will hurt you with some power. Teammate Springer, super happy.
Little pop-up, good pitch by Nola, and an impressive All-Star game debut. 2-1 game into the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's Lorenzo Cain, first at bat. Charlie Morton deals and a line drive into right. 1 pitch, 1 out as Haniger chases it down. Hi, Francisco.
What up, boys?
How we doing out there? You having fun tonight?
Great. I'm trying to figure out where you guys are.
We're straight up. Go to the home plate and then look up.
Up.
Way up.
What up,
hey,
boys?
we are here in the mountaintop. This press box. Here's a shot into the corner. Back at the wall. Tie game. Trevor Story has tied it.
You see? How come it's now? I don't.
A 2-2 game, and Story, the shortstop for the Rockies, shoots it out of here. Francisco, your counterpart, the other team's shortstop, just hit a rocket out of his place.
In less than a second, it went out. And mine, I hit it as hard as I could and just made it to a warning track.
Yeah, and on that pitch,
It's a good
crossed
swing,
up
though. It's a good
Gomes.
swing.
Gomes looking for a breaking ball.
So now 2 on with 2 out.
I kissed the ball.
Oh, go get it, Lindor.
I got it. There you go.
Hey, thanks, my friend. Have a great second half.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
This left-hander, Josh Hader, who is lights out for the Brewers in their bullpen, taking over here in the 8th. 36 years old is Shin-Soo Choo. 51 straight games. Second longest in franchise history to Will Clark. Here comes a 2-2. That's in the air to left, and we'll give him 51.5 games, as this one doesn't count. Well, nice enough to be the final person that we're miking during the game tonight is Charlie Blackmon out in center. Hi, Charlie.
What's up, guys?
Hey, we're having fun up here. You guys seem to be having fun in a good game. 2-2 in the 8th inning.
It's too exciting for me.
Oh, it is it? Really?
I would prefer like a 5-0 game at this point, but you know, that's what the people came to see.
Yeah, so you're not one for drama, but you are one for a great beard.
I got that.
Last year you sat down in a barber's chair in Miami for us, and they trimmed the beard, but didn't really take a whole lot off. That's a strike over the inside corner. And when we look at an older picture of you, and we're seeing video of you last year getting the beard worked on, you could literally do anything with that beard, shave, and get away with it. Nobody would ever know you're the guy.
I would be the new guy.
1-2 the count as Bregman fans on a pitch over the inside corner. Tell me about what has made you maintain this massive hair on your face.
Well, I don't consider myself superstitious, but I came into the year in 2014 with a beard, and that was the first time I made a big league roster. Played well that year, made my first All-Star team that year, and I'm a big proponent of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not superstitious, but maybe it's bad luck to not be superstitious.
Just a little stitious.
Yeah, not superstitious, kind of baby-stitious.
That's right.
What are you looking at when you're looking over your shoulder?
You know, in the outfield, you get really bored because you don't have any friends. So I got no friends. Like, everybody's far away. So, you know, you got to find ways to entertain yourself.
You know what? You're wearing a microphone in the middle of an All-Star game. You can say whatever the heck you want. Here's one into left off the bat of George Springer. And he is on. And now Gene Segura will be the hitter. Do you bother looking at scouting reports of these hitters, and is there positioning in a game like this?
That's a great question. I told someone earlier, everything that I do that makes me a good baseball player doesn't get done this week. There's no scouting, there's no routine. It's just kind of strap it up and play. And so right now would be a great time to see who's warming up and get a scouting report for next inning, which looks like nobody.
Yeah, nobody. Is that who you keep? You're checking in the bullpen right now?
Yeah, I like to check the bullpen, see who they got, see if he's looking at me. If he looks at me,
you got him.
I got him right where I want him. So, but there's nobody over there. So I guess it's Morton again.
You guys are 2 games out of first place. You're right there.
We're close.
This could be an exciting second half for you.
We did a great job at the end of the first half.
This one's to the right side. Might be a play for Votto. And he dropped it. Had a chance. Up against the railing in front of the dugout, and you can see how frustrated he is. He didn't come down with that.
Yeah, this ball's right in the corner, and he gets it in the palm, and then once it hits the railing, couldn't come up with it.
So I asked a center fielder earlier, I think it was Bryce Harper, if you can see the signs from center field that the catcher's putting down. Can you see them?
Occasionally you can see wiggles, and
that is wiggled out of here. Deep into left and gone off the bat of Segura. A 3-run home run to open it up 5-2. Smashed by the Seattle Mariner. Well, Charlie, it was too tight and too exciting for you a moment ago. You're on the wrong end of a 5-2 game now.
You guys are bad luck for me.
I thought you weren't superstitious.
I wasn't until you brought all this bad luck on us.
Here's Joey Votto, who would like to get something started for the National League. Votto grounds to the right side. Lowry picks it up and gets the out. Here's Yelich, a fly ball into left center. Back at the wall, it's gone. Christian Yelich will have that souvenir. And it's a 5-3 game. And that'll make all the Brewer fans happy as their guy just went deep in an all-star game.
Yeah, did a nice job waiting on a breaking ball. You see the spin, and when you wait and don't try to pull it, good things can happen. And Yelich, one of the bright young hitters in our game, checks in with a homer.
All right, here's our guy Blackmon. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. That's out number 2. Lorenzo Cain, who lined out his only previous at bat, is set up at 1-2. A strikeout ends the inning, and that will send this 89th MLB All-Star game into the ninth, 5-3 AL. And Edwin Diaz, who's been lights out, I don't know what phrase do you want to put to it. He's got 36 saves leading baseball. Story trying to get on. It's just a 2-run game, and he chased. Struck him out, 1 away. Batter will be Real Muto. That's a 1-out walk. Tying run will come up. Well, this has kind of been true to form as well. Last 6 All-Star games as the American League tries to wrap up its 6th straight win. The Midsummer Classic, just been, the offense has been shut down for the National League.
Scooter looking to tie it up with 1 swing.
Here's one into right. Back at the wall. This thing is tied. Jeanette. His red hot roll continues. What a year he's had.
Well, he did. He sat on a fastball, and he didn't miss it. And we're right back where this series started. Tied up in every single category. And now the nightmares begin for each manager. Fastball inner half, and he crushed it.
Now Suarez, another Cincinnati Red. Suarez strikes out, 2 down. Here's Aguilar. Here's one into center. Back on the track is Springer. But here's Bregman facing Stripling. Here's Bregman into left center field. Back at the wall and gone. Forget the tie. It's 6-5. That is the 8th home run of this game. The most all time, and Alex Bregman has untied it.
We've gotten to know Bregman through his manager.
Here's Springer into right center field at the wall. That is gone. 7-5 AL. And a couple of Houston Astros go back-to-back in the 10th. Now Gene Segura, in his second plate appearance, hit a 3-run home run his first time. How about Segura just hitting seeds out there? 2 for 2. Let's go back to the first one off the bat of Bregman.
Ball up, short stroke to the ball, and one of the most confident players in all of baseball, Mr. Bregman, and then a slider that Springer, so strong, hit it like a left-handed pull hitter. The Astros are good, and obviously you don't have to see that in their record. They're just a very quality team all the way around.
Here's a 1-2, another hit through the right side off the bat of Moreland, and going first to third is Segura. Came the throw, but no chance. And that's 4 straight hits. So Stripling will deal with Yan Gomes. That's out number 1. Here's Brantley looping one in the air to left, tagging at third Segura, and Yelich can't get it out of his glove. 2 out, another run. It's 8-5. Let's go quickly down to Ken Rosenthal.
George, Alex Bregman's a very confident young man. How do you expect he's going to react to this All-Star homer?
I think he's going to enjoy it for a long time. He deserves it, man. He works hard for it, so I'm happy for him.
All right, you got up there right after he hit his. What was your thought process, and how excited were you to see the ball go out?
Yeah, man. You know, it's just kind of one of those things where he had a big swing, and kind of I'm looking to hit a ball hard and have a lot of fun in there, and was able to not miss it.
It was like Astros Dodgers all over again. Thank you, George.
All right,
Joe, back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. 2-2. Lowry grounds to Votto. 8-5 game. American League back on top, trying to win their 6th consecutive All-Star game and their 9th over the last 10. Votto into right. That ball is belted and gone. And it's an 8-6 game as Jay Happ is greeted by Votto with a shot into right.
Predetermined first pitch fastball, and he let it go. All of a sudden, without that wind blowing straight in, this ballpark is looking small in the last couple innings. Lefty on lefty, cannot leave it over the middle to Joey Votto.
Yelich trying to follow suit. Is 1-2. Good pitch down and away, 1 out. Here's Charlie Blackmon reaching for it. Moreland grabs it and steps on, 2 out. And the American League is 1 out away from winning for the 12th time over the last 15 games over the NL. 1-2 pitch. Little fly ball into right, long run, and there to end the night is Haniger. And the American League wins at 8-6 in 10. Edwin Diaz went from the save to the win. Ross Stripling suffers the loss, and Jay Happ has his first save in his MLB career in a 3-hour, 34-minute game.
We definitely saw the theme of baseball: power, power, and power. A lot of home runs, a lot of strikeouts. Excited American League squad who's kept their modest winning streak together.
And it's my distinct pleasure to award the Ted Williams Most Valuable Player Award presented by Chevrolet to Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros. Alex, great job.